voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who...
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. We are here tonight. It is 1/22/2024, ladies and gentlemen. Another day in the fight for the case of the 3 Kansas City Chief fans who were found murdered, or I'm sorry, who were found dead in a backyard of somebody by the name of Jordan Willis, allegedly. Now, I'm not saying that he murdered him, even though I just accidentally slipped up and said that. But what I'm saying here is that I'm going to get somebody on the phone and we are going to talk to them right now. We're going to get some questions answered. We're about to give Megan a phone call, but before we do that, I do want to say what's up to everybody. Just April, how are you doing? Eastern Girl, 1969. Yeah, here we go. I'm so ready to hear what we got. Kelly Wilkins says, here we go. Bring it on, T-REV. All right. I'm about to bring it on right now. So we're going to, hold on. Let me hit this up real quick. Let me add this to the stage, right? Now we got sound to the stage. Shout out to everybody in here. We got sound to the station. Dodger, what's going on? Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this one. You said, I live 20 minutes south of home and I am curious to see the rationale of no foul place expected. I love that. I got everybody's questions pulled up, by the way. I want to show you that. You see this? I told you guys to write on here your questions that we had for her when we talked to her tonight. And this is, I'm looking at it. So does it look like fentanyl poisoning? That's a question that Dorothy asked. Sarah said, let's face it, 3 men don't freeze to death together unless they are at the top of Mount Everest. Please tell us law enforcement is thinking the same. Wow. Nod off, somebody said. I do see a lot of questions on here. Did he move? If he didn't, what was the U-Haul for? To get something out of the house? Did they search the house day one? Now, I don't know if she'll be able to answer those type of typical questions, but we'll find out. I mean, I'm not scared to ask them. So we're definitely going to ask that. All right, here we go. I'm going to call her up right now. Let me get everything ready. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to jump straight into it. I'm finished saying hi to everybody after we're done here, because this is, I've been waiting for this all day, and I'm finally ready to get this going. Okay, here we go. Let me make sure. Let me double check this again. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Hey, Megan, what's going on? It's T-REV.
Hi.
I was just talking to you before, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to eat, or your night, to come on here and talk with us about this horrible tragedy here that happened in Kansas City. I mean, absolute horrible tragedy. Could you, fill us in on what your thoughts are when you first took a glance at this case?
I guess my first thoughts were, this is super sketch, and why are there more questions than there are answers?
She said, hey, what's going on? Turn the page. Now, and I know a lot of people have questions, and they have personal questions like this. What does she personally think is going on behind the scenes? Now, this is from Sarah Bass coming in out of YouTube. Anybody has questions, tag me on Twitter too. Now, Sarah Bass again out from YouTube says, what does she personally think is going on behind the scenes?
Well, I definitely think that they are doing some type of investigation. Obviously, it's probably criminal in nature. And the reason that we don't have majority of our questions that are able to be answered is because it is an ongoing investigation. So they can't really release anything because if they do, they'll jeopardize any kind of, information that they do have. So I know it's getting looked into. It's just not at the pace that everybody else wants it to be, and rightly so. I mean, if this were your family, you would want it to be immediate, but it's just one of those things. It takes time.
Yeah, or somebody also asked, did he move? Or I don't. You definitely can't answer a question like that. I mean, that's hard to really answer. Troubled 3943. I do see your question. He said, I don't know if it's he or she, but they said, did he move? If he didn't, what was the U-Haul for? To get something out of the house? Did they search the house day one? Now, if that's a good question. If you come to the house day one, you find 3
Mm-hmm.
in the backyard. That's not enough for and that's a good question for you. Is that not enough for probable cause for them to search the rest of the house? Or does that mean that they found drugs, particularly on one of our victims here?
I don't think we can determine whether or not that means they found anything. I do think it's weird that, they get there, there's all these bodies, and you're like, what is going on here? Like, why is this not enough? But unfortunately, with the probable cause definition, they have to have reasonable grounds for making the search in pressing a charge. So the warrant allows police to detain people, but not really search anybody without that probable cause readily available. It's basically, there's a difference between reasonable suspicion, like it would be reasonable to think this person would do this, or like stop and frisk, like that's reasonable suspicion, but probable cause for warrantless search or arrest isn't going to happen.
And yeah, that's a good. Thank you. I appreciate you answering that question. And another one is, one person dead, but all 3 people froze to death. Hold on, what do you mean by that? One person dead, but all 3 froze to death. Or one person alive, but all 3 froze to death. Is that what you were trying to say in that question? Why isn't Jordan being held accountable? Is another question that I'm reading from Twitter.
I know that seems to be a pretty frequent question, if you will, but unfortunately I stand on, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And if they can't prove that he did that, they can't hold him and have a good case. And if they don't have a good case, then he won't be held accountable anyway. So that's why it's important to let them do their job, take their time, do it right the first time, so they're not going through this over and over and putting the family through that kind of torture.
Right. So yeah, I agree with you there. You got to go off what you know. So if you go to a location and you find 3 frozen people, you find 3 dead people out back, right? It snowed the prior night or whatever, or on the 9th. Actually, it's been 2 whole days. You go to this location and you find these 3 out back. They don't typically search that house if they find dead bodies on that property.
They have to have, it is a reason to search the house, but they have to have enough that a judge signs a warrant. And if they can't determine why the people were there, it's hard to get that warrant signed, is my assumption.
That makes a lot of sense. I also live 20 minutes from the home. The weather conditions that day don't add up to freezing that day. There was no snow till Monday evening, says that's Kels. Does it look like fentanyl? That's great.
If it's like 19 degrees, your body can then go into shock. So it doesn't have to be super sub-zero for it to be anything crazy. If you're out for a prolonged amount of time, then it's easy to get any kind of frostbite, which then can in turn, essentially kill you as well. And I can't see the fentanyl because I don't know that there's any evidence to suggest that that's happening or that happened. I don't know. I do think it is weird that, like people said, that there's 3 dead men and 1 alive.
Macy said, what is the connection between the 3 that passed away and were super close friends and the guy Jordan? I have no idea, Macy. Honestly, I don't know about that. I don't know the connection.
I think they went to high school together. All 4 of them.
So all 4 went to high school together. We heard the families last night when we were watching through interviews. They specifically said that these 3 were inseparable in the interview. It was the brother Jonathan, the brother of Jonathan, or Ricky Johnson's brother. His name was Jonathan. I think it was Jonathan Price. He said specifically, word for word, that these 3 would always watch each other's backs and that they would never leave each other in harm's way. And they all died together. So that part, I was like, wow, I caught that. I thought that was interesting when he said that. He said that these 3 were specifically close, the ones that died together. They were super close, best friends to the core. Sammy G68 says, question, don't most deaths start with basic death investigation for starters? And when there are indicators that suggest foul play, it could then change. And for authorities to make a statement, this is a death investigation, is just the beginning and not the final conclusion? Question mark.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So if they're doing a death investigation, that means that, like, for these 3 men in particular, they're definitely doing an autopsy, and throughout that autopsy, they're going to look at all the contributing factors, also run toxicology reports, do all of the things to ensure that they have the best answer for what actually happened to these guys and how this occurred.
Probably 6 weeks for toxicology. We were just talking about that off the cuff. We were talking about the toxicology report, and on top of the toxicology, we're talking about autopsies. Somebody said probably 6 weeks for toxicology report. Many a little sooner, maybe a little sooner.
Sometimes it can be 4 to 6 weeks, but it just depends, how far the lab is out, and if they're trying to put a rush on it, which they could. But it's an ongoing investigation, so it's one of those things that does take time.
So it's a process that unfortunately does take time, like you said. And now I want to ask a personal question that I'm just thinking of. Could they possibly be looking at everything that the families are saying about this guy and taking it, like law enforcement, and taking angles and looking at that? Or do you think, do they ignore that? Do they ignore that type of stuff?
No, typically they're going to bring in individuals who are close to the family so that they have information, background, all of that, because this is such a bizarre case where, there's 3 guys. One doesn't know that all 3 of these guys are dead. There's too many questions. So they're definitely going to pull all their family. They're probably going to pull friends, anyone who they've had contact with. They're definitely probably going to pull cell phones, all of that stuff.
Now, I find it interesting because when I look up this lawyer, the first thing that I find when I look up his specific lawyer, and his lawyer it says homicide, right? It says homicide and criminal defense, like backslash with homicide, like being the first one.
Huh. Wonder how many homicides.
What's your thoughts on that?
I think that's interesting. I wonder why he was the choice. Was he obviously not appointed? He was chosen for a specific reason. So that's odd. And it'd be even more interesting that he only works homicide cases, but it sounds like he also does criminal. So that would make sense. But
and what about, and then there's just conflicting statements between the families too that are just, they're saying that they hit this guy up, that he left them on red, right? And this lawyer is going to Inside Edition, News Nation, and telling them, no, that's not true. He didn't read messages. He didn't know.
The thing is, the evidence is going to come out, because the thing about technology is you can see anything. There's your fingerprint and your thumbprint are all over everything when you open your phone, when you look at it, all of those things. So when they go through and they look at the text and they're like, oh, well, you had this text at this time, it was read at this time, they're going to be able to answer those questions. Like, sure, that guy can say that, he didn't see any of those things, he didn't have any of that information. But if the tech support says, well, actually, he did have that information, that's going to be really difficult for his case.
This is where their footsteps in snow, where they walked outside, where they now that's a good question. I see where you're going with it, Latoya. Now Latoya was asking on the community, she said, would they typically take pictures? Now I'm just going to put it together for her, because they're asking, like, would there be footsteps in the snow or anything like that? Would they take pictures of that whole entire scene before they step around it?
That's a good question. If they are immediately running to the back because they have 3 dead bodies, they're definitely taking pictures, but there's probably the first response was to see if they could probably save these people, to see if there's anything that they could do to render aid. And if they couldn't, that's when the pictures and all the evidence collection starts taking place.
Yeah, no, this isn't a premiere, guys. We're live right now. You said Teresa said the police could at least let the family know that there's an ongoing investigation instead of ghosting the families. I mean, they did say, "Oh, it's 100% not a homicide," which I don't understand how anybody could say it. Why would a police? Now, this is what happened. I know that I think it was either News Nation or maybe even KC, the Kansas City news station. One of them sent in something to the police and they got an email back, and the police said back to them that they're 100% not investigating it as a homicide, that it's 100% a death investigation. I'm like, how could you ever 100% something like that?
Well, there is 100% chance that they're dead. They don't 100% know that it was a homicide, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's how I would see that. They can't call it a homicide because they don't know what it is. They know that it's a death investigation because there's 3 dead men.
People know how many counties. Oh wow, these people are absolutely no way. 3 men froze to death outside in a yard with a grown ass man was inside and had their keys, wallets, and cars in driveway. I personally, this is somebody that Brenda said if it was my son, would contact FBI, press charges on police. I believe that he was then allowed to move. No crime scene. I call corrupt police. I mean, it is. I was wondering, like, why did they struggle or come across, 3 bodies at a location? They said that he cooperated that night, but does that mean that he went to the down and got it investigated at the police station? Or
well, from what I understand, he voluntarily consented to a search of the home, so they were able to get in that house, see if there was any evidence of a crime. That doesn't mean that they found anything. That also means that they didn't find anything. They're just waiting for this information to determine the cause of death. And that's the hard part, because everybody wants answers right now, but they can't do that. If you don't, I do also concur with that. It's a freaking bizarre scenario. Like, how do you not know this is going on at your house? However, there has to be more to it. And then there's things like, did this guy rent or did he own his home? If he didn't own the home, then there's a chance that they'll have to find the property owner. Once they find the property owner, they'll have to talk to them to get the warrant. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that goes into this stuff, to these things.
Brotherhood. You said brotherhood's that. Nina, that's a fact. It was another question was, do you think they talked to neighbors for anything they may have seen or heard, or asked for video, door footage? Do you think that they did that? If it's being investigated, or what if they found fentanyl or a drug in any one of the victims' pockets? Allegedly. I don't know that to be true, but I'm saying, what if that would that cause them to jump to a conclusion real fast?
No, I mean, fentanyl could be anywhere at all times. They're just, I think mostly it's because the guy was cooperative when everybody was discovered deceased. It's just very unclear at this point if the substances were involved, and it really doesn't matter. In reality, who cares if they died of a fentanyl overdose? They're dead, and that's the priority. They want to figure out why. And that's the whole point of the death investigation versus the other. And they're going to be collecting evidence, not only at the scene, but also, yes, anyone around. We're going to talk to people who have cameras, any kind of pictures, anybody hear anything, what's been going on, is there any weird stuff in and out of the house, all that kind of stuff.
That's just the part for me. Like, I think about it, as I think about this case in general and the way that they were found, I'm just not understanding or grasping how police are just like, man, and they didn't even have a presser for this. Is there a reason that they didn't have a presser that you would be able to say, pinpoint? Yeah, they probably haven't had a presser because of this, because there hasn't been one presser on this case whatsoever. And there was another person, allegedly there was another person at the party. We don't even know who the other person was. So it's like, all those things do play into factor, I feel like.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And I think they also are going to be, they have to look at all of the things. Where were they before? How did they get there? Where did they watch the game? What's going on? Is there foul play happening? it's scary to think that, it took someone's loved one to find them instead of the police.
You said I asked the question in comments before live. Yeah, I did. I seen it, Sammy. I did. I seen it up here. There's a lot of questions, actually. Tons of them. It'd be interesting to find out if the victim's phones, wallets were found in Jordan's possession. I'm pretty sure I read that one. World or says why in the world? Sarah said why in the world with police? I think we read that one too. Let me see what else we read. Newest. Let's start with newest. Hey, I'd like to know how 3 bodies in a backyard is not enough probable cause to search a home. Is not reporting a body not a crime? Question mark. Sassy butt asked.
Well, allegedly, he said he didn't see it. I think that's also a sketch. I don't understand how 39 hours in your house and you had no idea that you didn't leave your room one time to look around and see anything. That's just bizarre. And probably not true.
After this,
I think he probably knows more than I think Jordan Willis knows more than he's saying.
Okay, so you allegedly think that he knows more than what he's saying.
But I also think that because he has an attorney and he was initially compliant and willing to talk, that it's going to take longer to get anything out of them.
So what's going on, Janine? Welcome. Let me see. I'm looking for other ones. I know there's more. Come on, let's go. I have some written down there. I really appreciate. Well, we asked these questions though. Scientists put some things in drinks. Was tox screen done? Then now, when it comes to the toxicologies and autopsies, what which one comes back the fastest?
Well, so the toxicology is part of the autopsy, so it's kind of all inclusive in a way. They examine the body and then they look at the tox screen. So sometimes you can get it back faster. Like the overall though is the autopsy.
I'm trying to think if they find what my question for you also from there would be, now if they get the toxicology report back and they say there is fentanyl in the system, say there is, alcohol, whatever comes back on there, right? What do they, where do you go from there? I mean, is there a possible way that something, I don't know, like it just doesn't make sense to me. These 3 guys all dropped dead, 36, 37, 38. They can't get into a window, but yet a fiance comes over and gets in within 10 minutes. So it just, it doesn't add up. I don't understand how I feel like police could overlook this in some type of way, or maybe miss a step somewhere for them to get the probable cause that they needed. Because it, like, when I do go back and read that first report, it does say that he cooperated that first day, but it's clear that he has a lawyer now. So they must be maybe they are looking at him in that type of way, and that's why he has the type of lawyer he has now, allegedly.
I 100% believe that's why he has that attorney.
So they must have been barking up his tree about, they must have been, barking on him. Hey, can you talk to us about this a little bit more? And he was like, nah.
I need an attorney. Yep, those are the magic words. Once you say that, it's over. There's no more questioning happening.
This tragedy happened in Plate County, Kansas City. Or Platte. Can you ask her if a high profile case can get pushed up for toxicology report to come back, or do we have to wait in line? Says Fluffles in chat.
It just depends. I don't work for Kansas City PD or Platte County, so I don't know what their protocol is behind their scenes. Typically, if there's some type of death investigation like this, it's pretty high profile. So I would guess they're going to anxiously be awaiting the tox screens and the autopsy results.
Footsteps. Let's go. What do they look for when determining? Okay, what do they look for when determining it is not foul play? You have 3 healthy men dead outside that could have saved themselves if needed. How can you call it no foul play before toxicology reports come back? And I see that question being asked a lot, Crafts and Crime.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the problem. So foul play is any criminal act that results in serious damage or injury, specifically murder. So it's not clear what that, I mean, it could be anything. That's the problem. It's basically a criminal violence or activity that results in a person's death. Well, they can't prove it's criminal or, or that it was violence, and that's why they can't say it's foul play. They can suspect it, but that doesn't mean that it will be, accepted.
Linda, yeah, that they have. I know Ricky Johnson's funeral was Friday. Ricky Johnson's funeral was Friday, and then you have, I'm pretty sure they were all just buried, all of them, within days apart. Clayton McGinney, David Harrington, and then Ricky Johnson. But Ricky Johnson, I believe, was Friday. The other two, I thought Clayton was the day before, maybe the day after. Toxicology is typically any chemicals found in the body which is sent off to a lab and why it takes longer.
Mm-hmm.
Police probably took the keys, the wallets, they OD when he passed out. Let me catch up and chat to you guys. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Cover up, in my opinion. Damn. No obvious foul play. Yeah, and that's the thing. If they go there and there's no obvious foul play, and that's what they did say, they wrote no obvious foul play. So it's, if they seen things, how could you overlook something like someone being dragged through snow if that happened, right? You couldn't overlook.
Yeah, I mean, if that happened, but we can't prove it. There has to be evidence of it.
What about the victims' vehicles being in it? Okay, yeah, that's another thing. Like, why they don't, the victims' vehicles even being at the house sitting out for that whole entire 2 days? That's not even enough probable cause.
I mean, it's not illegal to have your car parked on a street. See, that's the problem with all these theories, is that there were no laws being broken. They probably wouldn't even have found them unless it was for that fiance, which good for her. She wasn't willing to give up. But it's not illegal to park your car on a street. It's not unheard of to see that for, 2 days in a row. Oh, those cars are parked there. That's weird. People don't usually, especially in a snowstorm.
Can you please ask her if Jordan is known to them? He is a volunteer in that area. Now, she was touching up on that. She said high school, but we've heard that too, that they went to high school together.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've heard, that how they would all know each other.
But the other guy knew, American Dreamer. Were they dressed for winter weather conditions, coats? Yeah, we don't know that either, Tootsie Roll. We wouldn't be able to know that one. That's a good question, though.
I think from what I read, they might have had, like, they were watching the game, and I don't know if they were inside or outside. That's why it's kind of sketchy, because it sounds like if some of the things that I've read said they were at the game. Others say that they weren't. So there's just not a lot. They gathered to watch the game. What does that even mean?
What is, I have a question for you, or a message. What to somebody in this position right here, which I talked to this is the mother of Ricky Johnson's daughter. What would you say to her? Because she's saying, I got this screenshot pulled up on the channel right now, and she says Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job. Jordan is still a free man. She's putting it out there. She's pushing it. She did an interview here. I'm pretty sure she was live on a bunch of other places. But what would your message be towards the families that are waiting for answers?
I wish there were words that could even help these families, but unfortunately, it's just heartbreaking for all of them. And there is not going to be any timeline that's fast enough for them to get justice, even if they were to arrest him, and it would take years to get this entire case seen and heard in front of a judge and jury. And even then, nobody's winning. They still lost their sons, I should say. It's hard to be patient, especially when it's your child, because, oftentimes we don't love anything as much as we love our kid. But you have to be patient to make sure this is done right so that the person can be held accountable who did this.
Yeah, no, people. I see what's going on. Oh wow. Like people think that you're working the case. No, she's not. The tox will tell it all. Absolutely. And as soon as the autopsy gets released, then we'll know the answers. That's what Coffee Cake was saying. The game wasn't in Kansas City. I know it was the Chargers versus Kansas City. That's the day that this happened, or they got together at least. We don't know the times of death. We still don't know any of that information yet.
No.
Question: Did you? Oh wow, that's a good question. See, Keeper True Crime question: Did you hear Jordan is in rehab? I heard that last night, but I couldn't corroborate it.
Well, I haven't heard that one yet.
That's a good question. I did hear that last night, but I don't know that to be the truth because I was never able to corroborate it.
For what does it say?
But the thing is, why would his lawyer say he's got a full-time job if he's in rehab?
I guess it could be considered a full-time job being in rehab, but the reality is I have not heard that he is in rehab. And also, I'm sure at his job, he's going to have to take some days off with everything that's going on at this point, because, people have been knocking on his door, and obviously there's no way they don't suspect that this is weird.
So sad. Man, I don't know. This case just revs me up. I don't know what it is about it. I'm seeing a lot of cases like this where people are said, to have killed themselves, taken their own lives in weird ways. But I could show you 5 right now that just don't make sense. And it keeps happening. It keeps happening.
Yeah. No. I don't think that's what happened here. I don't think that they hurt themselves. It doesn't sound like that has ever been in their MO. That's something that they do. Like I said, I think Jordan knows more than he's saying that he knows, but I also understand that he does have a lawyer and he's probably been told not to say anything at this point. And I will also say, not that this is great, but the reality is Jordan, if they are all 4 friends, Jordan also just lost 3 friends. So trying to be a little bit empathetic in that sense might be important for him too.
Please, all right, what would your biggest red flag be in this case for you in general? Because I know you said you thought it was sus, right?
Yeah, I think that it's the biggest red flag for me is that he didn't receive any phone calls or text messages from friends or family, and they were all known to be hanging out with each other. That makes zero sense to me. And that he didn't hear anything because he had earbuds and a loud fan. Well, I know for sure that he was not asleep for 39 hours. I don't know anyone that sleeps for 39 hours straight.
Yeah.
So I think that's the most suspect to me. Like, that's my first red flag. There's a million, but that's number 1.
Well, it's not like it's one body too. It's 3 people, and they're all within feet from each other. That's the craziest part. And to think that three 30-year-olds would all freeze to death outside and succumb to the weather rather than, living out their life and dying naturally is absolutely insane, because as I know, I'm breaking through a window. I'm going to get inside. I'm going to get warm. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and if they are buddies, like all 4 of them were supposed to be buddies, how did they not, at least one of them, not know, how to get in that house?
Question. Why would Adam, the nephew, specifically say his uncle was unalived by fentanyl? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that, because I have that screenshot right here. And Adam says, one of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. Why would he say that? This is another person from the family. Now, this isn't just baby mom. This is now a nephew from one of the men saying they were laced with fentanyl. They were murdered by fentanyl.
I don't think there's any way that they would know that to be a fact. I mean, obviously, the toxicology screen and stuff is not back yet, to my knowledge.
Yeah, they said this week. They said this week.
That it's already back.
Yeah, they said it'd be back this week. Was from what I was
Right.
what I heard on the news, anyways.
But there's no way that the nephew would know already that is. I mean, there's no way they're going to tell them first. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it could be a suspected fentanyl overdose. I mean, who knows?
Man, this is the fentanyl. Is there a lot of fentanyl overdoses out in the particular areas?
In the Midwest, absolutely. Specifically Kansas, yes.
Another not the three amigos. They would not take their lives on a Chiefs game. I'll wait. Huh? What? No police presser. Man, do you know the crime rate in Kansas City? It's bad. This was just a multi-death incident to them. Travis Turney said.
He's not wrong. The crime rate is insane, especially for a Midwest city that's not that big.
And came back with 2 cars in his drive. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm with you on that, Travis. I gotta say that's a red flag too. How are you going to work within those 2 days and coming back and seeing 2 of your friends' cars at your house still? What's to explain with that?
I know. I agree completely. I think that's weird. Again, that goes back to he didn't leave his room for 39 hours, so he had no idea what was going on. I don't think so.
If he is so innocent, why did he lawyer up so quickly? Chantel.
They all do.
They all do, right? Is that what you said?
Yep. Yeah, they all do.
Kind of too much information, but would be interesting to know if any vomit was found. Yeah, no, it's not too much information, Kels. That's honest. That's a good question. Was there any vomit by any of the victims? Did they, choke on anything, or was something going down like that? Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'll be interested to see.
Yeah, I can't attest to that. I have no idea.
Trying to victim. You said I'm not trying to victim blame the family, anything negative, but I wouldn't wait 2 days to go find my husband if he was missing, especially not go to the last known location he was there. Liam says,
we will never be in the positions, hopefully, of that family. So we hopefully never have to make that kind of decision.
Mm-hmm.
But you would never think, in my opinion, if this happened to my spouse or anyone in my family, my first instinct would not be that they are dead in a backyard. Nobody's going to think that. I mean, that's literally worst case scenario. And that's exactly what happened.
She wouldn't know that question. Keeper True Crime question. What did Jordan say about having wallet and keys and phones? No, I didn't hear anything about it.
No, I don't know that.
We haven't heard anything about it. Toxicology takes weeks. Brianna, I see you. Laced with fent. That is what happened, in my opinion. Get the damn toxin. Tox don't take that damn long, in my opinion. I'm glad she's given her perspective on a lot of the speculation as to charges, etc. Very informative. Thank you, Lori. That's why I wanted to have her on, because definitely informative. But according to his lawyer, he came and went plenty of times over those days. It just doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
No.
I think you answered everything that, I appreciate you coming on, and thank you for taking the time out your night to come on and speak with me. I know you've been busting your ass all day. Now you're home and relaxing. I appreciate you coming on and giving us your perspective on this case. It's super sad. So and before I do let you go, I know I asked you this question, but I just got to ask it again, because it's like bothering me. How, if they jump to this conclusion to say that these guys, it's not a homicide, and that they're 100% sure it's not a homicide. How was this even possible? Because there's nothing that points. There was no marks on their bodies. No, there was no wounds to their head, or they weren't in some type of fight. There was no indication of any wounds on them, or, I can get that. And if the bodies weren't
Yeah.
dragged and they were in that position in the snow, I guess you got to understand that part too. But if they walked over to them and found any type of drugs on them, would they be so quick to write it off as a drug overdose and overlook this guy potentially and let him slip through the cracks? Because allegedly he moved out with a U-Haul. So it just doesn't, that's the part that gets to me. If you know, and I guess you can't stop anybody from moving, right? In case you have enough
Right.
to arrest somebody. If you got enough to hold them, then obviously they can't move. But
Well, they wouldn't be moving any of their belongings for sure.
This shit doesn't even make sense. It just doesn't.
I think what they're going to end up doing, in my opinion, is the first thing they're going to do this autopsy. They're going to inquest and get all the evidence, see what's going on. And then they're either going to determine that it's an accidental, an undetermined. And if they're not looking at homicide, there's only two others, which is natural and suicide, which doesn't really fit that. So so murder doesn't actually count as a manner of death for classification. So I think that's something that you have to keep in mind too.
That's a good point. We'll definitely keep it in mind, and I'll keep in touch with you over this. I definitely want to see what is to come out more. I don't know if you played the interview that I did with I think Adriana. I dropped it earlier this morning. It was a little interview I did with Ricky Johnson's baby mama. She was just telling us, little things about his wallet, keys, and phone. Why can't we find it? She said multiple different things. She also said that her daughter said, "Daddy's cold. He needs a hat and jacket or something." And that shit I was like, oh my God.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was pretty intense listening to her story, honestly, when she called in that night, which was about 2-3 nights ago.
You can definitely feel someone's trauma when they've been through things like this, and that's not something that she's going to get over anytime soon, or maybe ever. It's just she's going to have to learn how to cope with it, and that's hard. So, she's going to have to really look out for herself and have some healthy coping skills, boundaries, take care of her child. There's so many moving parts to that. I can't even imagine.
Thank you. Yeah, and like I said, I appreciate you coming on, being very informative, and just answering what you can. I mean, it's hard to answer a lot of things that aren't out, but I do appreciate you giving us your opinion from your point of view of what you're seeing so far. I mean, you can only say so much because you're not working this case, so you wouldn't be able to break down shit on it. I get it. I understand. And I appreciate you, like I said, giving us your perspective on it and your opinion. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. We appreciate you. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Thank you.
And you stay safe.
Thanks.
Lock your doors.
Bye.
Shout out to Megan. I appreciate Megan even taking the time in to call us after work. You know what I mean? If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Now, this is a new article that I was looking at. It says a lawyer for Jordan Willis tells Inside Edition Digital he does not know the timing or manner of death or of their deaths, nor does he know how or when they exited his house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard. 260, you're on the show. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Dark Horse.
What's going on, Dark Horse? 6 minutes.
Oh,
The floor is yours. Talk to us.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but think about this in a court's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to, just say, for instance, there is fentanyl found in their bloodstream. And with a toxicology test, they're going to test the liver. So even if it is that cold, you're going to still have, traces of this drug or whatever in their liver, in their kidneys, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they test for. So let's just say, for instance, there is fentanyl in these men's bodies. The prosecution, the DA, the police are going to have to prove one way or another that it was given to them by Jordan and that it was not voluntarily ingested. And that's going to be impossible. So, I feel like and this is why I say Debbie Downer. I feel like no matter what route the police department can take with this, they're not going to be successful because they're going to have to prove that these people did not voluntarily ingest. It could be like, a joint that's laced, and that's common, unless they bought their weed from, a dispensary. I just feel like it's such a downhill sort of case. And I mean, you know me, my dad was a federal judge, my sister's an attorney, and like I look at this from a different perspective. The attorney that he has set this up in such a perfect way. So he's got an excuse as to why he didn't hear why Jordan did not hear people pounding on his door. Well, because he's got a fan and he's got earbuds in. So that sets up that excuse, and then there's, all these other excuses. Well, he goes in and out, and it's not uncommon for people to have their cars sitting out front. Like this attorney literally has set this case up in such a way that the prosecution or the DA is going to have such a difficult time trying to prosecute this guy. It's not funny. He can say, like he just did the other day, he said he doesn't go into the backyard. He would not have looked into the backyard. Well, T-REV, you and I and everybody else have all seen all of the numerous windows that are at ground level in that backyard. Unless you don't go downstairs and your blinds are completely closed, and you never go out there. So his attorney is setting this up in such a way, and it's actually kind of perfect. His attorney literally has told us everything he's going to do in his two different statements, his personal statement and his written statement. And then on top of that, like just think about this. You've got 3 men in your backyard that are passed out, dead. Not passed out, just dead. All right?
Correct.
So they're going to have to prove whether the guy that left gave them a joint that was laced, and they all went out back to smoke it, and they all dropped down. Or if Jordan gave it to them, or if they brought it themselves. It's impossible to prove. It's impossible to prove. And that's just literally their way out. It's their way out. So like, that's why I feel like there's not going to be a successful prosecution in this, because you have to literally prove that this, unless it's some other sort of substance
Right.
that they can prove literally came from his lab. If it's fentanyl or something like that, there's no way that you can prove that these guys did not voluntarily ingest this stuff, or not voluntarily ingest like fentanyl, but like voluntarily ingest, like a little joint together in the backyard and they all fell out. It's going to be so hard. And his attorney's doing a good job in the sense that he is literally setting this whole thing up with every excuse in the book.
Damage control.
But
Allegedly.
T-REV, there's a different aspect to this, because he has given statements to other people that don't match what his attorney is saying. So they could trip him up on that. But it's all going to be circumstantial. All of it's going to be circumstantial. But you can get a successful prosecution on circumstantial. So like I don't know. I have a bad feeling from this, and I do believe that Jordan absolutely knew what was going on, and he freaked out. But the thing is, it's like, how do you sit in your home knowing that your buddies are in the backyard freezing? Like, that bothers me. But on the other hand, if you think about this from a prosecution standpoint, they've got an uphill battle that they cannot, and it's going to be almost near impossible to prove. Near impossible. His computer searches will tell. His computer search.
It might. You never know.
His computers are long gone. This man has moved out. He has probably destroyed everything that he has.
Allegedly.
Because they did not perform it. Allegedly.
Everything that you hear here is allegedly.
Allegedly. But listen, if I was in this man's position And like, I would do exactly what he did, which is move the hell out, and I would destroy every single bit of evidence. I would literally get rid of all of my computers, all of my tech. I mean, everything. If I was in fact, and the thing is this guy is a chemical mastermind. So, like, why would he be at home researching stuff when he absolutely knows everything? He knows it. Like, so, like, I don't believe that even the computers would be of help to, the police department. However, unless they did, confiscate his computers, all of his tech, and all that kind of good stuff, that would be very helpful in a sense. I think this guy is smart enough to know. I mean, I'm smart enough to know, and I don't have the degrees that this man has.
Right.
But I would be smart enough to know. You don't Google stuff, especially when you have the knowledge that this man has. Not only that, but like if I was going to say, call my attorney before the police arrive, I would not want record of that on my phone. I would think ahead of that. You don't want this record of a phone call on your phone. So I would find a different way of doing it.
What, like, before we get any of the results back, what are your final thoughts on it? It's for right now.
I think it's fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely think it's fentanyl. I think that they probably, went in the backyard and smoked some weed, and it became too much for them. But that's where I'm going with all of this, is like it's so convoluted, because they're going to have to prove that, one, they didn't get it from the man that left, 2, they didn't bring it themselves, or 3, that Jordan provided it. So it's going to be it's going to be so hard to prove that Jordan had anything to do with. And I'm not saying that Jordan's innocent, because I can't believe, and even with him sleeping for 39 hours. Okay, so you've got his own words saying, "Oh, I've been in my room, I've been sleeping, blah 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 blah," and then you've got his attorney saying something completely different. Well, no, he left the house a couple of times. Yeah. Like, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Like, what is the truth here? And so, like, his attorney may be his own downfall, because he's reporting things on media that are not exactly what he has said to other people himself. Like, I don't know. The whole thing is so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. But, and like I said, circumstantial cases, they win. They can win, but they're going to have to prove where those drugs came from, whether he did it himself, whether somebody brought that in. I mean, it's not far to believe that somebody brought in a couple of joints, and then when Jordan was like saying, "I'm going to go upstairs and go to bed," that these guys went outside and smoked a little doobie between themselves, and then they all fell out. So Jordan and his attorney is doing a very good job. He's attorneying. He's doing a good lawyering job with this, because he's making all of these things that people would question, have excuses. Like, oh, he didn't hear people banging downstairs on the door for 2 days because he had a fan on and his earbuds in.
Right.
Well,
that's just crazy. And that's what we're going to dive into as we continue to go into the show. And I appreciate you touching up on that, because that's crazy as hell when I read that statement last night. When I read that statement, I was like, damn. But I mean, some people were like, hey, I do that too. And it is a good.
I mean, I do. Well, I don't have earbuds in.
Every single night I have my fan on in my room most of the time, if in case it's like -4 or something. But no, I appreciate you calling the Dark Horse. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. I'm gonna keep taking phone calls, but this case is absolutely insane, and that's why we're here talking about it.
It's crazy.
Share every video you see on the internet of it. TikTok, I don't care where you see it. Share it. I don't care whose video it is. Keep sharing this story around. This shit is sus to us. We think something's not right here. I do, anyways. I see some people in chat that don't, but I believe something smells like horse shit here.
And no, it's very crazy. It's very crazy.
I got the same vibes from Kylie Rodney case, like with this one. So I mean, I'm on the same vibe as that, and that's what I'm feeling. Allegedly, allegedly. But I appreciate you, Dark Horse. Thank you for calling in.
You
Thank you
know,
for
the
being
only
voice
thing
of the
that we can
community.
pray
I
for,
appreciate that. Say what?
the only thing that we can really truly pray for is that there's justice one way or another in this
Absolutely.
case, because we don't want this to turn into another,
Kylie Rodney.
you know, Kylie Rodney, or gosh, how many other
I could keep
cases
going.
do we have?
There's so many names I could just keep rolling with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like we don't want that for this case, because there's 3 families that are just grieving beyond words, and they
Right.
want answers, and they deserve it. They deserve it.
Absolutely.
You know,
They
so
absolutely do.
yeah.
I appreciate you, Dark Horse. I hope you have a beautiful night and good words. Like you said, this shit is crazy. I hope they get the justice that they deserve, and we'll see. I want to hear from other people. We're going to see what everybody's thoughts is. Thank you again. I hope you have a
Much
blessed
love,
night.
T-REV. Have a good night.
I'm glad
Mwah.
you're feeling better. Shout out to Dark Horse. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. This shit is sus to us. To me, it is. I don't believe none of that shit that the law enforcement over there in Kansas City's talking about in this case. Hell no. Allegedly. 501, what's going on? You're live.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's up, man? This is David. I done talked to you last night.
What's going on, David, man? Talk to me.
Good to have you back, man. Appreciate you answering the call. Wherever I know, it's probably just like same thing over and over. But I had wrote down a few things that like I've experienced as like I said, I'm a recovering addict, But all right, so first thing I want to know, like, this is new knowledge to me, is the wallets and anything else but was there anything else found besides did they find no wallets?
We haven't seen no list of items that were found that weren't there, that were there. We haven't seen none of that. And all we're hearing it or seeing is stuff from the family. So when we're seeing things being said like wallets and phones are missing and I can't find that, and it starts to look suspicious to me, especially when you have family members saying,
yeah, exactly. Which goes to my second one. How good of friends were they with this guy? Because I don't know how you don't answer family. How you have these people over for 2 days? Like, now, if he was not at that residence, that'd be different.
Yeah.
But this dude was literally answered after somebody done broke in. Like, a fiance broke in. But on to the next one. What is he doing or not doing? Like, I forgot what I wrote. But mostly, how well did these group of people know each other? Was this just a guy that they met at a bar? Hey, come to my high. So they all known each other from high school?
Yes, sir. That's from what I was able to get.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I haven't heard nothing since I talked to you last night, or really. But I'm sure you probably got a lot more.
That's allegedly, because that's things that I'm hearing.
Yeah.
From family. Now, I've seen comments like, man, this dude's been a psycho since high school, but all that's allegedly. That's that person's opinion. You get what I'm saying? So I can't.
Yes, sir.
But I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Yeah. I'm seeing it multiple different times from multiple people on Facebook, on the family's Facebook pages. So it's like, okay, there's a trend here.
Another thing, the vehicles. When the fiance showed up and seen all the vehicles, why didn't she call the cops? But I understand the feeling. I done seen the cops. Like, hold up, I don't need to see no more. I'm getting in that house.
My thing is, maybe she thought something was like, damn, maybe.
Yeah, like I said last night, maybe cheating or whatever. Right. That's because they've been gone for how long? 50 and some change. That's 2 days plus. All right. So I'm sorry to take up your time. But calling,
you still got 2 minutes and 30. You're good.
All right, so last thing I want to say, I have a couple experiences of where I've been an addict and I've been a jealous addict at to where, all right, so my sister used to be as well. So my sister wound up, she had a stroke one night. My jealous thinking is she done took some somas and pills and didn't tell me. But you know what? What took me to sit there and realize and say, hold up, something wrong. This is my sister. I know. She came in there. She said, David, I'm scared. Never once has she ever said, been high and been scared. So I admit, but yeah, I mean, that might be off subject or whatever. It might not make any difference. But yeah, so she had a stroke, wound up. And I felt so bad because I felt like, oh, she just got high on pills and didn't want to. But when she came in there and said, David, and sat down, which she never does, she hangs out in her room, you know, she can't sit down on the couch next to me. David, I'm scared. I was like, you need to go to the hospital. But yeah, that might not have anything to do with any of it, but you know, still another thing that, like, if they were friends since high school, you know, how do your friends not have a place to come in when they're, even if you gave them something or you didn't?
Mm-hmm.
If I gave my friend something, you're not leaving. Give me your keys. You know what I mean? You're not leaving my house and getting, or, you know, smashing into a family at 4 or whatever, you know. But that's neither here nor there. That, like, allegedly, like you say. But I just want to call back in and say, I don't know, it has anything to do with anything, but, you know, I just wanted to, you know, put my peace of mind out there. And like I said, hopefully the family, they get justice, or, you know, figure out something, at least who did it, what the hell that happened to their kid, you know?
Absolutely, brother. And I appreciate you calling in, having a voice in the community, Dave. I can tell you, man, write things down. Anything you have questions about, man, you feel more than free to pick up the phone and call in. I appreciate you being a voice in the community, Dave. Continue. I look forward to hearing from you. It's the second night in a row. Shout out to you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Hey, second night, 3 times. I didn't call him twice last night, but like I said, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep on going. Like, I mean, there's more other cases I could talk about too, you know.
Absolutely.
We
always,
you know, Summer Wells, you know.
Yeah,
like we was talking about Collie Rodney. I'm sorry to keep taking up time, you know, but you know, just remember me, you know, David. I might be under Ashley Kidwell, it's my wife.
No, sorry, don't put that out there.
YouTube or whatever, but like, my name's David, and this month, you know what I mean. So I'll catch you on your next live, bro.
No doubt, I appreciate you, Dave. God bless you.
What you're doing, man.
Lock your doors, brother. Hey, we appreciate him. 219-885-9693. I got a 6-minute timer on for everybody who calls in. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories surrounding this sus-ass case in Kansas City where the police are just sus as a motherfucker? I may not have said this way. I feel this way. This is a shady-ass police department, allegedly, and I don't give a F. How about that? This shit is shady. How is nothing sus here? How do you not have probable cause? 229, what is on your mind? Speak to me, please. Before I have a heart attack.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You're live. I'm about to have a heart attack over there. I'm not understanding how police can pull up to this friggin' house. There's 3 bodies in the backyard, and they're getting told that this is not sus and there's not enough to do this and that. Like, I don't get it. It's 3 bodies in the backyard, not enough probable cause. It's 2 cars out front and parked in somebody's driveway or even on the side. That's not enough probable cause. I'm not understanding that. It seems like I couldn't get those answers, but I don't know. What is your thoughts on this?
That's absolutely crazy. And I can tell you, I'm from Georgia, and if that happened down here in the South, you could have somebody bruised in the back and you're going to jail.
This is crazy.
I've never seen anything like it. And what I was thinking about, you were talking about yesterday, and I just joined your channel yesterday. with the dogs being gone to his parents. Okay, you know why that probably happened, and maybe one of the times why he took the dogs, or one of his trips, and the attorney said that he left the house. I bet the dogs were there, and I bet because the bodies were out back, he took his drunk ass over there with getting rid of the dogs at his family's house, so the dogs wouldn't go in and out that door.
Oh my God!
So the dogs being brought, like, is that a calculated move? Allegedly?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like moving based
Or
on
either,
fact,
or if it was, or if it was an accident, then like I say, he just went into a panic. He's like, "Oh no, if I let the dogs out, they're gonna be chewing out there or be around the bodies where they're at." That's going to draw attention. They're going to start barking. Neighbors are going to look, and I haven't figured out what I'm going to do yet.
Man, this one.
And I think he finally just stayed up so late and so many days going crazy himself, drinking. I think he did pass out. I don't think anything to do with the earbuds or anything like that. Nobody's earbuds are running for 50 hours straight. I don't care what kind of phone you have.
Right,
they're dying.
That voice plugged in. I mean, mine are good for 8 hours.
Yeah.
After that, it's over.
And you can't plug them in the case and listen to them. It's impossible.
And that's
that's a lie to begin with.
Yeah, and then his attorney goes up there and he goes, "Well, nobody messaged him, nobody answered, or nobody was left on red." Well,
yeah, I saw that, but you see where it was red.
So the family is lying?
No, the attorney's lying. Exactly. He's an idiot to begin with.
Allegedly. Exactly. I mean, that's
no. I'm not even saying allegedly. I'm saying he's an idiot.
Oh, finish him. She said he's an
That's
idiot.
Obvious. Yeah, he's an idiot.
Stick angels going.
But yeah, I mean, it's a terrible situation. But either something happened and he panicked, or it was planned. But either way, he's guilty. He's guilty of something.
I don't know. It just, I go with my hunch or my gut, and on this one, there's just something stinks. We don't know all the details. The details that we do know is from this screenshot that I'm going to pull up across the screen, which is this particular screenshot that was showed on the news. It's the Kayla Latier one, where she said, "I was going to sleep on this and wait to post tomorrow, but I can't. This man, Jordan Willis, was home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages and people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on his door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she was inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out all nonchalant, boxers with an empty empty wine glass in hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this." Now, when she speaks, she said her fiance, which I guess is the guy in the picture with her here, went over there, and then her friend, which is the fiance of Clayton McGinney, goes over.
Right.
She breaks in at 9:51 at night, ladies and gentlemen. 9:51 at night. She's getting up in there. She wants to know, where is my man? So
she probably thought he was cheating or something. You know what I mean? She had no idea that was going on. Yeah,
exactly. She probably did, but it just doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make no sense. Why is there so many people saying one thing? If this person was truly a good person in their eyes, why so many people wouldn't be saying that? Well, he's a good guy. I wouldn't expect it from him. Allegedly.
No.
That's not. I'm not seeing nothing. I haven't seen nothing good said. That's why I'm talking about it even more, because I haven't seen one good thing said besides that guy's a weirdo, or this guy's that, or this guy's this, and that's all I'm finding is slander about him allegedly.
Right. And why didn't the family know him?
That's the part.
If he was a good guy, yeah. So there's some kind of weird connection there anyway. These guys are hanging out with him, and none of their family knows who he is, except for just his name. But they all know each other.
I don't know about no carbon monoxide, chat. I can't.
No
carbon monoxide, not with these.
No, there's no way. And outside too, no. I'm telling you, he did something. He got rid of those dogs so they wouldn't go out that little doggy door. I have a dog, and she goes out, and that's the first thing she'd be doing is raising Cain back there if there was somebody in the backyard.
Okay, well, it does. I know when I go to the website and I read it, I don't know if you guys in chat have or you have also on the phone. I went to his website, and it says at the bottom, when you go to the IAVI website that is his, it says at the bottom that he has two. Hold on, let's look it up right now together. So you type in Jordan Willis, IAVI, right? And you'll get this. When you type that in, you get this. It pulls up this. And at the bottom of this, ladies and gentlemen, it specifically says, where's it at? It says something about he has 2 rescue pit bulls, I believe.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
They would have damaged the bodies.
That's what I'm saying. It says he has 2 rescue pit bulls. Now, here they are right here. Here's the picture of them. Actually, I've never seen this. I've never seen before a photo of him and his rescue dogs right here. If you're just coming in, ladies and gentlemen, boom, there it is right there.
Oh wow!
Here, I'll screenshot it. Let me screenshot it so we can pull this up. There they are.
And I'm beginning. I don't think he took those dogs to his dad that has Alzheimer's.
Save as. Here we go.
And that's the bench out back of his house that he doesn't use.
Okay, here it is right here. Let me see if I can pull this bad boy up. Boom. There it is. There he is right there. So there's with the rescues that he talks about on that website that I was talking to you guys about, which is the one that you just seen me pull up on Google. Dogs probably just jump on people. Yeah, pit bulls. When he has company, they jump on people. That's a good point. They do. Yeah. And they'll scratch your ass up too. My pit bulls would jump on you and leave big ass marks.
And they would go crazy if there was just bodies laying out in the backyard.
And this is them right here. So that's definitely a pit. Both of them.
Yeah. And that's the same wood bench that's up against his house by the table. That he doesn't go in his backyard. Isn't it?
Sandy said, yeah. Sandy says we need to know when the dogs were brought to his dad's. Maybe neighbors have a rain cam or something. If anybody is investigating. That's what I was.
Yeah.
I was trying to
happen prior.
That's what I was trying to ask Megan when she was on the phone.
Yeah, but we need to find that out. I don't know how, but yeah, that's crazy. And I don't want to take up your time, but yeah, I know no one had said that about the dogs, and I saw that doggy door on your picture. I was like, wait a minute, that's why the dogs weren't there.
I didn't see a doggy door. That's crazy. So you seen a doggy?
Yeah, there's a doggy door. There's a doggy door. The dogs could come in and out.
I'm pulling it back up. So you're saying there's a doggy door on this here?
On the back door.
It says off market now. Maybe it did say that yesterday and I just didn't look. But I swear it didn't say that before. Off market. I bet it is off market.
Yeah, it probably is.
I bet it is off market now. No, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Yeah. Thank you for sharing your opinions and thoughts with us. I really do appreciate you having the courage to call in. And I say to everyone who isn't here listening, when you have the courage, pick up the phone, call in, say your thoughts instead of typing them in. I appreciate you. God bless you. It takes a lot to do that. Thank you, ma'am. And keep doing that because you're being a voice for the voiceless. People are hearing this. People are playing it back. And it's good. It's good exposure, regardless of the fact. Hopefully we can get some damn answers, get some pressure on the Kansas City Police Department to give these families some answers. Whether it's what they want to hear, they need some type of closure here. And it's not, I don't know. I hope they get it this week. I'm praying they do, but we'll see how it plays out.
And thanks for what you're doing as well. And look at the back door, and I'm going to let you go.
Okay, look at the back door. That's right. You said the doggy door. I want to pull that up.
Yeah, the back door.
Boom.
You got the front door on.
This is the back that has a little like doghouse out there. But let me get up closer here. Maybe not this picture. I don't remember seeing no doggy door on here.
Yeah, I saw it plain as day and I was shocked.
Maybe it's on the was it from the inside picture?
No, it was from looking at the chair straight on.
Huh.
Like right behind there, by that table, there's a doggy door at the bottom of that door.
I believe you.
And I don't know what picture I saw, and I'm pretty positive I saw it on your channel.
Oh, maybe that's it right there. I think I see what you're talking about. Right next to the table, if you look over here, you see it kind of does. But that isn't that a screen? Yeah. It kind of does. You're right. It kind of does look like a doggy door.
But I'm telling you, it's plain as day a doggy door. That's not the same picture that I saw, and maybe I didn't see it here because I've looked at several, but I know I was on yours for a long time last night. But there is a doggy door at that house.
May I agree with that comment. Well, I appreciate you calling. It kind of looks
Yeah,
like one from this
absolutely.
angle. It does. It kind of does.
Yeah,
Look like
it right there by the chair to the left, down low.
Yep, I see exactly.
It's centered under the glass.
Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you. Like I said, thank you for calling in. I always look forward to hearing
Absolutely.
from you. That I haven't heard from you since what, 2 lives ago?
You haven't ever heard from me.
No, I thought we've talked
No.
before. No way.
No, I've never called.
I swear to God, you called it.
I just joined your channel last night.
Wow. Well, you sound familiar. I'll say that. You sound like someone who called in 2 days ago, exactly like her.
Oh wow.
Well, I
Okay.
appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and hopefully we hear from you again. What's your name?
Okay, thanks a lot. My name's Kelly, and I'm calling from Georgia.
Thank you, Kelly. We appreciate you. God bless you out there in Georgia. I love the Atlanta Braves. So you're in the right
No,
area.
absolutely.
You're in the right
All
area.
right, have a good one.
God bless you. Shout out to her. From Georgia. Shout out to the Atlanta Braves. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Thank you. I see Donna. 816, you're in the mix. What's going on? Talk to us.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
816, you're in the mix. What's going on?
I think you're listening to the other side.
Am I? What I need to do?
All right.
I'll stay here in Kansas City.
All you got to do is mute the mute your stream that you're listening to and talk to me on the phone, and that's live time.
All right, I'll stay here in Kansas.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I muted it.
It's yes, ma'am. It's like maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds behind. But you're live right now. What's going on? Talk to us. What's your thoughts on this?
Okay, so here's my thing. I stay in Kansas City.
Okay.
There is no way. I stay in Kansas City. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. Like, I got friends. There's no way I'm not going to get up and watch my friends walk out the door, first of all. Second of all, there is no way that he went in and out of that house every day and seen their cars and didn't think to pick up the phone. And the family was calling him and texting him. Why wouldn't you answer the phone? You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. It just don't make sense. The fentanyl thing, I don't even think is that. But at the end of the day, he is a scientist. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that we ain't even getting coverage down here. Like, they ain't even talking about it like y'all talking about it. Like, it ain't just airing on the news. And I had to say something to my friends, and none of them even knew about it. That's just crazy. And we live here. So for real, you know what I'm saying? You have to pay attention. All three of them went over there. Just like there's no way he was in that room with earbuds on or whatever he said he had on. There's no way that he didn't know. There's no way that the police ain't investigating him. Like, they should have closed the whole house down, took the computers, took everything they could for evidence. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just not doing nothing. Like, there is no coverage here. Like, no coverage. Every once in a while you get on the news, you might see something, but not as much as I see it on YouTube and all the different podcasts. It don't make sense. There's no way. His lawyer, that I listened to the lady when she said that, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be hard for the DA to prove the case. Of course it's gonna be hard now because they ain't doing nothing about it. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no way.
Hell yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. How can you go to somebody's house, 3 bodies in their backyard? Ma'am, I'm sorry, if somebody came over to your house or and party, right, and there were 3 bodies in your backyard, I guarantee they're taking your ass for questioning, and they're taking me too.
But exactly, and this is what I'm saying. I have parties with my friends all the time. I always let them out. But here's the thing: if I got up and I went outside and seen all 3 of their cars, I'm going to come back in and be like, okay, bitches, where are y'all at? Where? Hello? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be looking everywhere. And I'm definitely going to look outside in the backyard. Come on now. The 2 days that he got up and went in and out for work and stuff, he seen the cars. He never thought once to go back in the house and call out to his friends and go and look out the back door. I don't believe none of that. I don't care what they say. He had to have something to do with that. But we ain't going to never know because they not putting enough pressure on the situation. 3 dead bodies? Come on now. If that was me, they would have arrested me right then and there. No questions asked. No questions asked.
You making it. You on fire with this. She's going out to no one in Kansas City
Because
knows
I
about
live here. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy that don't nobody really know. Some people don't even know what happened. Like I said, I went to go eat with my friends yesterday. 6 of them. They didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were surprised. Like, what? I'm like, y'all didn't hear about the 3 dead bodies that they found on it? And we all discussed it. We all friends. We all would have been like, you know, and I still don't understand. You are going to watch your friends. You're going to let your friends out the front door. You're going to let them out. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to go to bed and all 3 of them there. And then 2 days later, you wake up and you don't answer until the cops come in and call your name. Because clearly, if he heard the cops, he heard the fiance when she came in and was calling his name. Like that, none of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. The whole fact that the 3 cars was there, that really don't make sense. Like, you never thought to call the police. You never thought to call the family. And if he didn't have nothing to do with it, why wouldn't you answer their phone calls? Why wouldn't you answer their texts if you didn't know they was dead? That don't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It definitely doesn't make sense. And I agree. I mean, people say armchair detectives, rookies, amateurs. It doesn't take a damn amateur to notice what the hell is going on here. There's
Exactly.
weird shit going on. And I honestly developed this opinion fully overnight, just sitting and thinking about it. Like,
exactly. When I first heard it, I
this
said,
location, man, and not say, hold up, something ain't right. 3 people.
and then let me say this to you. If they were friends, sweetheart, I love my friends.
Yes, ma'am.
If the police, even if the police came in and said to me, you didn't know that your 3 friends was dead in the bed, I am gonna go inside. Like, I would lose my whole mind right there. All 3 of my friends. Come on now. I'm like, he didn't show no emotion. It's like he didn't even care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all 3 of your friends, people that you grew up with, you know what I'm saying? Or people that you've been knowing for a long time. You found out all 3 of them are dead in the back of your backyard. Come on now. Make it make sense.
Yeah, and you, right? You would be out there fighting for justice.
Do you?
You know what I mean?
My
I can already
friends,
tell by your voice, just with the passion behind it.
this is the thing. I would have allowed them to check my house, check my computers, do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? These are my friends. Shit, I want to know what happened to them too. You know what I mean? If I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Only if we had a billion U's who would let them check their computers and clear themselves. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
Anybody that's innocent is going to let you check whatever you want in the house just to prove that they are not guilty.
Bing,
and then he moved out? Come on now.
I agree with
Make
you
it
on that.
make
You know
sense.
what? If I'm being looked at, you know what? And this is just me and you talking at this point, and I'm being dead ass serious. If I'm being looked at for murder, take everything. I want you to clear me right now.
Everything. That's 3 bodies. That's
right
3
now.
bodies.
So
Not
we
just
get
one.
to this justice. Because you know what? Take my computer, take everything. And once you find out that it's not me, let's get
exactly.
I'm gonna be getting to this justice while you're checking my shit.
Exactly. It just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking, people just use their common sense. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have made sense to the police when they got there. You know what I mean? But the police, like, they all need to be fired. And when they do all come out, you know what I'm saying? They gonna have lawsuits back and left and right. Because I would sue they dumb asses. Because first of all, y'all didn't do your job. If there had been anybody else, we would be up under the jail right now.
He is cooperating. Someone said it, chat. And when I see that, he was cooperating day one, right? Or 9:51 at night when
How are you cooperating with the police?
Exactly.
If you don't just voluntarily say to them, feel free to check my house. You know what I'm saying? How do the police not? When you say to me, all 3 of my friends are dead in my backyard. There's not tears, crying, like, I'm going, my friends, come on now.
And
the police
how far are
did
you
nothing.
from this location, man? How close are you to where this happened?
I stay in Kansas City, so I'm probably about 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes from North Kansas City. It's down the highway. I work over there. I work in North Kansas City.
Do
but
you remember January 7th and how cold it was that day? Because it wasn't cold
listen,
really. It was 27
January
low.
7th. It wasn't. Listen, January 7th. It was not that cold. We didn't get the cold breeze until that week after. So it wasn't even that cold. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't have froze. Who even came up with the fact that they froze to death? Because January 7th, 8th, and 9th, we didn't have no cold freezes. You know what I'm saying? The temperature didn't drop until like that weekend after. You know what I'm saying?
Allegedly,
so I don't
he
believe
said
that.
that.
I don't
Allegedly,
believe
he
they
said
froze
that.
to death.
You know that, right?
Huh?
You know, allegedly, he was the one. Allegedly, he told somebody else, my friends froze to death. Allegedly, he said
They couldn't have. They couldn't have. They couldn't have froze. That's why I want to see when the autopsy come out. They couldn't have froze to death. Like it wasn't cold enough to freeze to death. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't cold enough to freeze to death. You would have been cold, and even if you was out there for 24 hours, your ass wouldn't have froze to death. It was not that cold. And then you got the next day, which is a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You got the temperatures coming up again during the daytime and stuff. You know what I mean? Come on now. And the fact that he acting like he just didn't know they was there. The fact that he acting like you seen all three of their cars when you was going in and out for work, in and out for whatever you was doing, and you never thought to call them and be like, well, damn, where y'all at? You know what I'm saying? Y'all cars are still here. You know what I mean? That don't make sense. Come on now. Anybody in their right mind is going to go back in the house, call out their name, walk around, search the whole house, search the backyard. You know what I'm saying? Open the door and stuff. I don't care what you said. He had something to do with that. He had to.
So you allegedly think Jordan Willis 100% allegedly is part of it. He's in the mix.
Listen, you got 3 people dead. This is 3 people dead at the same. When does that happen? When does that happen?
Yeah.
You got 3 people dead at the same time. I don't care how they try to play it and spin it. Even if they was, just say they was doing drugs. All of them ain't finna sit there and die at one time. One person is gonna go first. One person is gonna look like they, you know what I'm saying, passing out or whatever. And then the other friends is gonna jump into action. Don't make sense. All 3. Now, if you said one, okay, maybe we can go with that. But all 3 at one time, make it make sense. It don't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna tell you what doesn't make sense more than what you're saying is the police officers. And you did say this. Right? So you were touching. How do you not go into a backyard? You said you found out these people were over there since January. They went the January 7th. You go there January 9th. This is days after the game was at 3:00 in the day. So that means that they were there from January 7th all the way. And they could have shown up early.
When they found their bodies on the 9th.
Absolutely. So when did they die?
How do you not immediately say this is a crime scene? That means you tape off. Let me tell you something. I'll be up here. I know how. You tape off the entire house. All the cars are under investigation because they are on the property. Come on now. They didn't do none of that. Come on now. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. That's a crime scene. That's bodies. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't even know if he killed them or not. You know what I'm saying? And y'all still didn't treat it as an investigation. It don't make sense. No foul play. How do y'all know that? How do y'all explain 3 dead bodies and y'all don't arrest him? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
It don't make sense. Because he cooperated with y'all? Are you serious? Did he say, check my house, check my... He's a scientist, sweetheart. He's a scientist. And I'm telling you, the way they talk about this man and how smart he is, he's a scientist. Even if, what if they find them? He could have gave them something that's untraceable. He's a scientist.
That's the part that is worrisome.
Yeah.
Because, you know, who's to know somebody in some other state doesn't go dropping and they don't know. They think it's natural causes. And now they didn't even know this person was around, allegedly.
Three people is just never gonna be natural causes. 3 friends. Listen to me. I'm here, so I watch the news and the family. None of them was on drugs. None of them. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, what's the slim chance that all 3 of them is on drugs when the family is telling y'all that none of them was on drugs and shit? You know what I'm saying? They was diehard Chiefs fans. They going to their friend house, watching the game, drinking like men do or whatever and junk, you know what I'm saying? And even if they was a smoke or whatever and junk, you know what I'm saying? It's still not gonna take all three of them out at one at one time.
Hell.
Come on now. Come on now. And your friend don't know. You mean tell me he didn't go in the kitchen and run no water? He didn't go in there and go in the ice box and jump. We all got a kitchen window. You know what I mean? We all got a back door that got a window on there. You know what I mean? You looked out your front door, so you knew their cars was there. You know what I mean? So the next day you get up, you going in the kitchen for something. You still know your friends' cars are out there. Like, come on now, make it make sense. I'm telling you, the police they gonna sue they dumb asses because that don't make sense.
That's what I said.
I didn't watch too many things happen here where it's automatically a crime scene. Yellow tape is up. You didn't get none of that. They ain't even getting the coverage here that they deserve.
It's a lace drink or doobie. I don't know. I've been having that tough conversation with people. People say that you can't smoke fentanyl. Well, I don't know nothing about that.
But see that. But here's the thing. Again, they assuming that it's fentanyl. We don't even know that.
Yep, that's a fact too.
We don't even know that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just an assumption that people have.
And if you work in labs, if you're working in labs like this, when you have access to different chemicals,
he's a scientist. Everybody's missing the point. He's a scientist. You know what I'm saying? And that's from what I hear. He's smart as a motherfucker. He knows some shit. Like he ain't got to Google shit and all that shit. He know it. He's a scientist. He know how to put different chemicals and shit together and shit. You know what I'm saying? He's a scientist. That right there would have been a red flag for me if I was a police officer.
Listen to this.
He's a scientist.
I was just looking up certain things that I was seeing here, right? Like I'm a hybrid scientist. I came from the wet lab. A wet lab is one where drugs, chemicals, and other types of biological matter can be analyzed and tested by using various liquids. On the other hand, a dry lab environment focuses more on applied and mathematical analysts VIA, the creation of computer-generated models or simulations. It shows. He says right here, I came from the wet lab. So when you look at wet lab versus dry lab, life science focus, liquid analysis, and experimentation. So he had experimentation with and conducted a wet lab typically involved liquid substances. The additional features include drain and vent services, chemical. Well, hold on, I'm gonna pull this up on the screen so we can read it.
And then
it's not big enough.
This is the thing too. Like, who's to say they was out there in the backyard? This is what I'm saying. He's a scientist. He could have put it in a food. He could have put it in a drink. You know what I'm saying? They could have passed out dead in the house. He could have dragged their asses out there on the back porch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to make it make sense.
Absolutely.
Who's to say that? Because everybody's assuming that they was outside doing something, or they was outside smoking or whatever. And just come on now, they easily could have been in the inside. He could have put something in their food or in their drink and shit. You know what I'm saying? One probably passed out and died one after the other, and then he panicked and then took him outside. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Now he ain't gonna answer the phone. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna answer no text messages and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now he got to think of a plan. What am I gonna do? All three of them dead. And just come on. If they don't think that science has got something to do with it, they crazy.
Bing bang.
They crazy.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Yeah, there's something off with this. And this wet lab. So it says this dry lab is a lab environment focuses more on applied or what is that? Computational mathematical analyst via the creation of computer generated models or simulations. A wet lab is one.
See, that shit we don't even really understand, but he's a scientist.
This
you hear me?
crazy.
He know that shit.
Well, the wet lab is dealing with, it says right here, the wet lab is dealing with drugs. The wet lab
exactly
drugs. It said
exactly.
Yep. It says specifically right here, a wet lab is one where drugs, chemicals, and other types of biological matter can be analyzed and tested by various liquids by using various.
And to be honest, I don't feel like they family doing enough for him. Because if them was my motherfucking kin folks, and I'm not finna play with y'all, y'all better do something. Come on now, are you serious? And then y'all just allow him to move out of his house. So I did feel the lady when she said, you know what I'm saying? By this time, he didn't erase everything. You know what I'm saying? He didn't did all the covering up. Them 2 days he was in there, he was thinking of Plan B. I'm telling you, there's no way. He ain't got no remorse. He ain't crying. He ain't reaching out to the family. Who does that?
Gypsy said, "I'm telling you, no covers because they're playing right now. Playing right now, having Swifties come out the ass. You must be talking about Swaler. They don't want this kind
I
of
don't know, but we live, like I said, I stay here and I watch the news, and like it's just they not giving them. It's 3 body. They give more coverage to one body.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
They give more coverage to one body when somebody get killed down here. Y'all got 3 bodies. And all y'all trying to tell these people is that they people froze to death, and y'all they don't even know that.
She is right. Everybody.
They
By
don't
the way,
even know
everybody in
that.
chat's loving you. They said they love you. Somebody said they want to put you in law school.
Right, but I mean, if you just use your common sense, you know what I'm saying? I had friends. There's no way I would have got up. You know what I'm saying? And seeing my friends' cars outside. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm nervous. Because where y'all at? You know what I'm saying? I'm all through the house, calling them, opening doors, shutting doors, bathroom, downstairs, wherever I got to go. I'm definitely going to go outside. You know what I'm saying? And walk around the house in the backyard. You got to make it make sense. And they ain't doing enough down here to even try to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe they froze to death. I don't believe that for nothing. Now, he probably put him, I believe he put him out there. I don't even believe they was outside. I don't even believe they was outside. Come on now.
That's what I'm saying. 3 people. So you're gonna tell me that 3 people they just all died outside in the backyard
at the same time.
In sequence.
At the same time.
Yeah, that's what the lawyer and what you're saying is exactly the words that came out the lawyer's mouth. They all 3 died at the same time. The lawyer said it.
That don't make sense. That don't make sense. If I was a cop and I came in there with them, I would have been like, come on now, 3 dead bodies. We ain't putting no yellow tape up. You know what I'm saying? This ain't considered a crime scene. Like it was never considered a crime scene. I can't believe that. It was never considered a crime scene. 3 bodies. That's crazy.
And people ask me, why do you keep going live about the Kansas City 3? Why do you keep? This is why. For everything that you
because it's the weirdest case ever.
You hear what she's saying? That's why.
It's the weirdest case ever. That's why. Who even does that? Where do you go ever, anytime that you've been on this earth and you heard 3 friends end up dead in the back of their friend's house? You know what I'm saying? And it's no foul play. Who in the hell does that? You know what I'm saying? Some of them people need to put themselves in the family position if it was their family members. They ain't gonna believe that shit. Come on now. Yeah, that's crazy.
Carlene Williams said, I'm listening to this caller. She is spot on to me. When she said you have 3 people dead on your property and you're not taken in and house strapped off for investigation. That is weird.
Exactly. I'm going to be losing my mind. You know what I'm saying? And then come on now, there's no way. Then he comes out in his boxers and an empty glass of wine. Oh, come on now. Come on now. That was a red flag right there too. Because why you didn't answer the door and stuff when everybody else was coming over there? Yeah, when you knew they cars was outside.
They're beating down that damn door. No answers. But when you come out right after 10 minutes, right after I guess the police were called.
And then now they saying he had earbuds in his ear and all that shit. Now they saying that. That still don't make no sense. It still don't make no sense. You have January 7th, January 8th, and January 9th. And you did not know that your friends was there. I will never believe that. You know what I'm saying? The coverage, we have no coverage. This should be airing every time the news come on, 3, 4, 5 times. This, like, the police, they all need to be fired. The entire department need to be fired. Like it's I couldn't imagine what the families are going through. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't even happened to me, and I'm invested. Like I'm like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? 3 friends. Did you see them? I'm 49. They in their mid-30s. They look like they was in good health.
Absolutely.
You know, come on now.
I'm with you.
I don't believe it was no fentanyl. I just don't believe that. I don't believe they froze to that. The autopsy and the toxicology report is gonna tell it all. But Like I said, he's a scientist. They have to keep that in mind. He is a scientist. I think he used his friends as guinea pigs. And this is the crazy thing. Nothing happened to him. How odd is that?
Odd as it gets. It's super odd. You don't. So if he's working a full-time job, like lawyer said, then that means that Sunday after that game, you probably had work on Monday, right?
He went to work. They said that he left. He went to work on both Monday and Tuesday. He went to work like any other day. But like I said, though, if you walked out the front door, you seen your friends' cars. There's no fucking way that you would not have been like, wait a minute. Ricky David and whoever, you know what I'm saying? What? Let me go back in here. Let me call them. And then I want to speak on this too. The family said that
the Adriana interview that I did.
No, I don't think so.
That's Ricky Johnson's baby mom, right? She says, I see a comment from her that goes, where's Ricky's wallet, phone, and
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I asked her, I said,
exactly.
She called in and I asked her. There's a 50-minute phone call that I just uploaded today. It's right now. A lot of people already heard it. I uploaded it at 11 a.m. and it's out there big time. People have been hitting me up about it left and right. It's a talk with her, and she, gave us as much insight as she possibly could. So,
Exactly. But that's the thing though. Where's their phones? Where's their wallets?
Yep.
Make it make sense. That don't make sense.
It does.
That don't make sense. I'm with her. It don't make sense. Like the family know. The family know it's some bullshit, you know what I'm saying? It's only so much they can do though, because the police ruled it no foul play.
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm saying?
But
how did y'all even come up with that damn quick?
Well, when I looked, I was doing some research last night. I got off here. I was like, man, I got to get ready for tomorrow because we got somebody who works from this area out there that knows the laws in this area. I'm going to get her on here. So I ended up getting off, going to bed. But before I went to bed, I was doing some research and just looking up certain things. And what I was able to find about what I researched was that this leaves them a gap to open it back up as a possible homicide investigation if need be. That's what I was able to find during research, but that's really
but listen, even if they do, they didn't get no fingerprints, they didn't check the house, they didn't confiscate no evidence. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Like, even if they do, you know what I'm saying? He had 2 days in that house to destroy and get rid of whatever he wanted to. You know what I mean? Then the neighbors say they seen a U-Haul at his house, which means he probably ain't even there no more. You know what I mean? Come on now. Even if they do, they fucked up the whole case. That's what they did.
Agreed.
They botched the whole case.
I feel like it.
Because they should have did all that stuff when they was there. They should have been checking tables. They should have been checking glasses, what they drunk out of. You know what? Mm-hmm. Come on now. Mm-hmm. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Maybe he tested. You said what type? That's the type of scientist he is. Somebody said what type of scientist is he? He is researching to try to face the HIV.
Shit, he a scientist. You know what I'm saying? Shit, he knows some shit. You know what I mean? Shit, liquids and all that stuff. He knows some shit. You know what I mean? Shit, he probably had plans on trying it out or whatever and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you though, if they don't think that man had something to do with all 3 of them men dying at the same time, that is just crazy. Crazy. Like, what explanation do you give the family? What explanation do you give the family for you not answering their phone calls? And he read the messages.
That's what exactly.
He read the messages.
Why would they lie and say that he read the messages? And the lawyer, you know what the lawyer's saying? No, they didn't message him. There's no message.
Come on now.
As far as read.
Okay. So let's take it here. Okay, just say it's my friend. Okay, and I ain't heard from him or whatever and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they texted or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you know when you text and somebody reads your messages, you know that it shows. Read it. Why would they lie?
That's a good point.
First of all, like the fiance. First of all, they ain't came home in 2 days. Now, where the hell is Ricky and them at? You know what I'm saying? I know damn well they ain't still over there drunk. You know what I'm saying? Let me call and text and see what's going on and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then I know they had to be calling their phones, but the phones is missing. Where's the phone?
The phones. I want to know. Yeah, where's the wallets? Where's the phones? Where, especially, I mean, it's
okay. And look.
I haven't heard from.
Even if we go back, you said what?
I said no. They said Ricky Johnson, right? Is Ricky Johnson's wallet? Where's Ricky Johnson's wallet, keys, and phone? When she said that online, I had to ask her that, and she said, "Yeah, his wallet, keys, and phone were missing." That's crazy to me. How's that not?
So this takes me back. So this takes me back to this. Even if they find out when the autopsy come back that it is foul play, check it out. They ain't gonna know where the keys, wallets, none of that shit is. Why? Because they let this man stay in his house and junk, you know what I'm saying? Leave in and out or whatever and junk, you know what I'm saying? They don't know. Like, man, listen. They gotta open it back. They're gonna open it back up though. Once that autopsy come out, they're gonna open it back up. But then it's gonna be too late. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get criticized because they already getting criticized. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Y'all the police.
You know, somebody
let it have been somebody else.
Committed the perfect murder. Somebody called in and said allegedly. Everything you hear here is allegedly. You hadn't heard it from law enforcement. It's not true. But someone did say that. I think last night they're like, I think he committed the perfect murder. I'm like,
you know what? And I think he's a scientist. I think he did too. For now.
Yeah, but I feel like
the fact that they didn't question
the trail, because you gotta guess what? If you're gonna get a drug to test on people, you gotta order that shit. There's a paper trail with everything that you do. You can't hide everything. You may be able to get a burner phone. You may be able to get by with some shit, but there's a paper trail in everything that you do. There's a fingerprint. So if you think that you're going to get your ass up and go murder 5 people tonight, you may get away with it for 3 days, 4, maybe 48, maybe a whole entire 2 years. But eventually they're going to get a lead up on your ass and they're going to get behind you. I feel like that happens all the time, but there's a lot of cases too that don't have this type of shine, like Kylie.
But look, even if you got 3 friends, even if one friend don't do drugs, there's no fucking way you're gonna be able to get him to do them. If you don't, if I don't do drugs, I'm not. You can't convince me to do shit. I don't give. They can smoke, but I'm not about to smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. That's just like if you're drinking and driving and shit. You can drink all you want to, but I'm gonna be the one that's gonna get us home safe. You know what I mean? Like, there's just stuff. This is the craziest story that I have ever came across, and it's crazy because it's right at home. Like, it's right at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, it. Come on now. It just don't. And then they funerals. I think I heard her say. They getting ready to lay one of them to rest tomorrow or the day after that or whatever. Come on now. Yeah. That's crazy.
I got a project dropping on this story. I'm dropping a little small docu-series based on everything that we heard now. Even I'm gathering all the screenshots, everything, and just displaying it all in one video and going through, coming up with a timeline, going through the speculations that are out there, facts versus what we don't know. And which ain't much right now, but I'm gonna be dropping a very interesting video. I've been working on it for the last.
But this is a good story for you. I'm glad that you know the different podcasts and stuff is airing it, because this is a good, like, come on now, make it make sense. You have to make the lawyer. He just asked, like, come on now, you cannot sit up there and tell us that, you know what I'm saying, that he didn't know they was back there in that backyard,
right?
That he didn't know. He didn't see the messages on his phone. He didn't hear his phone ring. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Come on now. But he heard the cops when they came in. It don't make sense. It just don't make sense at all.
It don't. It sure doesn't. Well, I appreciate you calling. You made a lot of good points. I really enjoyed your phone.
You know what? I'm glad you answered the phone, because I was sitting there. I was like, let me try to call this man number while the other lady was on there, and I was like, while the man was on there.
I'm glad you got through. I love the phone call. I love the energy that you had. Thank you for calling in from Kansas City. I appreciate you.
I know. I appreciate you for answering, sweetheart. That's what's up.
God bless you, man. I hope you have a beautiful night. I'm gonna hear from you soon again. I got to hear back on you when we get some more information.
Right. I'll try to get in there again when it starts to unfold.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. You have a beautiful night. Stay safe. Lock your doors. You already know the drill. And thank you for putting your beautiful energy
You do the same
for these voiceless people. I appreciate you.
Right. All right.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. Love her energy. 219-885-9693. Can we keep that type of energy? Can we keep that? We like that. That's the type of energy that we like. We like you to be wrapped up around here. History says alcohol is not drug addiction. It is riddled with DUI in public and tox, but no drugs. How if he uses? Regina Wright says. 732, what's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
So, I'm doing all right, but I'm going to call and be the devil's advocate here a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Because
fine.
I used to party myself back in the day with my friends, and I could tell you we could go for days at a time. Some of us would drop out early. Some of us could keep going. We also haven't been given the time of death yet on these guys. And you had another girl call in and say someone saw him at midnight playing dice. Everybody was fine.
That was Adriana.
So-
Yes, ma'am. I believe that was Adriana.
So these guys could have been partying well into Monday. No one's given us a time of death yet. Everybody's assuming they died Sunday night, but we don't know that yet.
Very good point. Very good.
The other thing, here's another good point I'm going to make, because I've been around addicts. I've done drugs myself. When cops come on the scene, they can tell what an overdose looks like. You probably could. I could. So maybe that's the reason why they're saying it didn't look like foul play was involved, because when they saw them, they've seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're waiting for the toxicology report. The other thing is the cops aren't going to tell us too much, because they might want to find out if these guys were given drugs, who gave them to them.
It's a good point. I mean, you're making good points. Very good.
And the other thing I'm going to say, I don't think these guys froze to death. I would say that maybe they re-upped and they got some bad shit and they took it. Maybe they were outside having a cigarette or something, started to feel like, hey, I ain't feeling so good. So one tried to make it into the house, made it as far as the porch, and the other two just dropped in the yard. As far as the guy getting an attorney, I can't really blame him, because look how many people have gone online and called him a murderer.
Tons.
With no facts. No facts.
Tons.
The only facts we have are that the cops are saying it doesn't appear to be foul play. They didn't say it wasn't foul play. They just said it didn't appear that way. Also, that guy was renting that house. Don't be surprised if his landlord told him, pack your shit and get the hell out, because I don't need the press around him. It was a rental he was in. He didn't own that place.
Yeah, that place is definitely a rental. I mean, it's especially with all the pictures being online, you could tell it's a rental.
So, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. If I was his landlord, I'd be like, pack your shit and get the hell out of my house until this shit's sorted out. Because that guy ain't going to want the press all around his house. If he's the owner and he doesn't even have anything to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying this guy didn't have anything to do with it. He very well may have. But I also know that when people get fucked up on drugs, they do some really stupid things. As far as like the family members trying to reach out to them, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you got a buddy and maybe he's like a weekend warrior and his girlfriend will be ringing his phone off the hook,
Mm-hmm.
and she might try you, but you're going to protect your buddy. You're going to be like, I ain't answering that.
Right. No, you make, and that
let him
makes
call
sense.
her
That
back.
makes
You know what I
sense.
mean?
Big time.
Let him call her back. You might read it, but the last time you saw your buddy, he was partying with your other buddies, and you ain't going to turn him into a fiance.
I love the good points that you're making here. I mean, it's not even really playing devil's advocate. That's logical.
And like everybody's saying, oh, this was his reaction with the cops. How do we know that? The police haven't put out a statement about that.
Agreed. I agree with you on everything that you're saying, because it's true, right? It's true. There's really nothing
and
out there. But there is things. There's signs though. There's a bunch of people saying I haven't if there's somebody's good or in situations in cases that I followed, I've seen people that have been accused, but I've also seen people stand out and I've seen the good said about them. I haven't seen not one good thing. What's going on here? Why is everybody saying that this guy is allegedly a weird character? I don't know this guy from Adam and Eve, right? But I'm only reading off of what I'm seeing. So why?
And that might be true. And that's why I said I'm just playing the devil's advocate. Like, he might have had something to do with it. But I also know, like, when you're involved in drugs and you're doing drugs, first of all, you can hide that from everybody in your family. You can be a functioning addict and nobody in your family would even know.
You're right. I agree with you 1,000. That's going on every single day.
Yep. Right. So, and the reason why I think, like, these three guys are really good buddies, and it seems like all the other families, they knew of this guy, but they didn't know him well. And chances are that might have been the guy they were getting their drugs from. But did he intentionally try to kill him? Maybe not. I mean, we know the fentanyl crisis out there. They might have just gotten their hands on bad shit. And that guy went to bed because he had enough partying, and they decided to stay up and keep partying, and they partied too hard. So that's just like I said, I'm not saying because there's not enough information. I don't have the time of death. We don't know, did they die Monday night, Monday morning? The last we heard from that girl, somebody saw them at midnight playing dice, and they were all fine. Well, that tells me they were still partying.
Well, and you are very, because they said, or Adriana said they were playing dice, correct? You listened to the interview?
Yep. Yeah, I've been watching you all day, and she said that somebody else was there, and they were playing dice at midnight, and then that guy, remember, he asked the other guy, do you need a ride home?
Yes, ma'am.
And the guy said, no, I'm good, I'm going to hang out. Mm-hmm. He was going to hang out because he wasn't done partying.
Love to hunt. We don't.
Here's the other thing. It wasn't cold enough for them to have froze that night.
What? Why? And this is another question I've been asked.
Monday night is when they got ice and snow.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but where's this fifth dude?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because remember, she said the guy, when I watched earlier with Adriana, she said that at midnight, the guy saw them. They were at the table playing dice.
Yes.
And he asked the one kid that he gave the ride to if he was going to need a ride home. And the kid said, no, I'm good. I'm going to hang out. Like, that's what I mean. Like, everything keeps changing. First, it was just the three guys and the dude that was renting the place. Then it turned into there was another guy there, but he left. So I just feel like we don't really have enough information to even go off of. Like I said, we don't even know the time of death. We have no idea when they died. We don't
know the time of death. We know that they were alive at 11? 11? Is that what they said?
Midnight, she said. She said at midnight they were still at the table playing dice.
Okay, so midnight. We know. All right, so they were alive essentially January 10th then.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I meant to say January 8th.
You understand what I'm saying?
January 8th.
Like, they're making it seem like these bodies were in the backyard for 3 days, but that might not very well be true.
No. It's definitely not 3 days. When I hear 3 days and see people say 3 days, I have to stop them because you got to break it down like this. Going based off what Adriana told us, and I'm glad you're bringing that up. She said like around 11 or 12 they were shooting dice. Okay, so that if it was 12, that makes it the 8th.
You're already
the next
into Monday,
day, correct?
And I'm not sure, but was that Monday the holiday where everybody was off of work?
I'm not sure about that part. Was it the
Martin Luther King Day? Was that Monday?
January 8th. January 8th.
See if that was Martin Luther King Day.
No.
I could be wrong.
No,
might have been last Monday.
No, it's actually a Democratic day.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, there's no, it's not a federal holiday.
And the only thing I was thinking why there was no like crime scene tape put up and all that stuff is because when those officers got on the scene, they've seen enough fentanyl overdoses and drug overdoses that they kind of knew what they were looking at. But of course, they can't say for sure till they get the toxicology report back. And there were no other signs of trauma. What were they going to investigate? They were found outside. Now, if they were found in the house, I can guarantee you that house would have been locked up.
Yeah,
and
but
would have been
it's
done.
still the property of that house. You're in the backyard. You got one on the patio, two in the yard. How is that not enough probable cause to say, well, damn, I need to check and see what's going on in here?
We don't know that they didn't search the house up.
You're right.
We're all
That's a
guessing
good
that they
point.
just
I like
knocked
that
on the
point.
door, talked to the guy, and left. We don't know that they didn't go in.
Wouldn't the lawyer say that though? Wouldn't the lawyer say, well, he let him in that night. Jordan let him come in and search. They wouldn't.
Apparently he did. Well, listen, it doesn't matter if he let him come in and search. You got 3 dead bodies in your backyard. We're coming in. It's going to be real easy. You get a search warrant. You get a judge to sign it in 10 minutes. Go in. So I just think that like the cops know more than they're telling us. And if it was bad drugs, they might be trying to find out where these drugs came from.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as it, and here's another thing that the girl brought up when you asked her about him doing drugs. She told you, he told me he doesn't do them anymore. She didn't say no way. He never did drugs. He might have smoked a little weed or drank some beer, but he never did. She didn't say that. What she told you is, he told me he didn't do that anymore. So apparently there was a time when he did.
New soundbite making.
And then there was another family member that was saying that one of the other guys, I think, had struggles with that.
Which is,
like I said, I could be completely wrong here. I'm just basing it off of like, I mean, let me tell you, me and my girlfriends, we could go for days.
For sure.
Some of us just fall off.
This case. I could sit here for a 24-hour stream without getting up.
And, you know, some people would fall out quick. Some people be up 2-3 days and having a great old time, be in and out of the house, you know. So, I don't know.
I could stay up alone on adrenaline just talking about this case 24 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think until we know like the time of death and the toxicology report, that's going to tell us everything. And I wouldn't be, hey, this guy might have, maybe the only reason the family didn't know this guy that well, they just knew of his name, is because they only hung out with this guy to do drugs. I had friends like that. I had friends I only hung out to party with, but I didn't introduce them to my family. They might have knew of their name, but I wasn't inviting them over for dinner.
Yeah,
they were just somebody I partied with.
Chirac, looking more guilty than this guy at this point. Damn.
You know, and if Jordan, if he's getting fucked up too, and as far as like the girl breaking into the house, he might have very well heard that. But if he didn't know his buddy was dead in the backyard, he might have been like, "Oh fuck, he's in trouble."
Chirac said, "DM be looking more guilty than this guy at this point." No way. No way.
Maybe what like got his attention was the police lights outside his house.
I wouldn't. No. I don't. But I respect your opinion, though, Chirac. I respect it 100%. But definitely, you said DM looks more guilty to you, allegedly.
No.
I'm talking about someone in chat. I'm reading chats.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading chats.
So, you know, I think it's going to turn out to, I hate to say it, but I think it's going to turn out that they got their hands on. They were, you know, Kansas City won that night. They were having a good time.
13-12.
You know,
I seen the score.
Maybe, you know, like I said, they could have been partied well into Monday.
Right. I mean, what's your final thoughts on everything that we have right now before I move on to
on everything? My final thoughts on everything we have right now is that I think the toxicology report's going to come back that these guys might have gotten their hands on some bad shit, and the other guy made some really bad fucking choices. And he should have been more cooperative and telling people this is what happened instead of just, I'd get a lawyer.
Yeah.
Because whether you're guilty or innocent, always get a lawyer.
You made some
but
really
I think
good
he needs to make a statement. And if it was drugs, he needs to come out and say that we were all getting high and I don't know what happened. I passed out because I did too much. But because otherwise the speculation is going to keep going and going and going until he does make a statement, and his lawyer should be advising him to make a statement.
Right. No doubt. I agree.
If you're not guilty, your lawyer should advise you to make a statement. The only time your lawyer should tell you keep your mouth shut is because he's afraid you're going to say something that's going to get you in trouble.
Bing bang.
It wouldn't make any sense to me because, like, my neighbors have a high fence, but if I'm upstairs in my house, I could see in their backyard. So it'd be kind of weird that if they were out there all day, Monday night, all that time, not even a neighbor looking out their bedroom window upstairs, saw 3 guys in their neighbor's backyard.
Yeah, just
nobody was looking out their back windows.
Late night.
I mean, if you look at the houses, they're right on top of each other. Like his neighbor's house is like literally their fence lines are like together.
His lawyer
so
made
if
a
his
new
neighbor looked out his back door, he'd say it.
statement today too. I'm about to read this bad boy.
Oh, what's it say?
That's what I'm saying. I'm about to read this bad boy. He said he made a statement to, and I'm about to read it. As soon as me and you get off, I'm gonna read it to the whole entire chat. He made a statement to, who was it? Oh, I found it. I got it right here. As soon as we get off, I'm about to. Well, I appreciate you calling. I'm about to read this new statement from the lawyer.
Okay.
I'm gonna read it out loud. We'll go over, and then I'm gonna take another call.
Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely. I appreciate your input. Excuse me. I was about to sneeze. I appreciate
you
your
have
input.
a great
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being a voice in the community and a voice for the voiceless. We need to make sure that these families are able to get some answers, regardless of the fact. Of what,
they need closure.
The circumstances,
they need closure.
whether it be an overdose, whether it be whatever it was, they need the final answer. And right now they don't have those answers, and that's why you're seeing the outlash from them. And
exactly. And I blame the police department for that, because they should be having a spokesperson. It's not the cops, but reaching out to these families and letting them know here's where we are in the investigation.
Exactly. I think maybe they have done that, and you just can't push tox reports to come in when you want them to. You know what I mean?
The other thing that you got to be real careful of too is if this guy Jordan did do something wrong, and if he is guilty, you do more harm than good putting out stuff out there that you don't know to be true or not, because that could only help his defense down the road.
Yeah, that's why I say
so. It's better to just
speculation and allegedly.
Yeah.
Point blank.
But I'm just saying, with the family, I know they're grieving and stuff, but they just want to be careful right now because they don't want to destroy a case if this guy is guilty.
Exactly.
With stuff that, you know what I mean, that his defense will end up using. Oh, well, we got this and this and this. Do you know what I mean? Time-wise, that just
bing bang.
We'll find out. But thanks again for taking my call.
Absolutely. Always look forward to hearing from you. That was you. I thought that you were the woman earlier who called me, and I was like, I talked to someone. I know you called another day for a fact.
No, this is my first time.
There's no way. What is going on with my mind today? Why does everybody sound familiar?
My first time. It's my first time watching you, and I'm going to be honest with you.
Too.
I've never done a single chat on YouTube. You are the first person I've ever commented on their stuff.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and taking part. I don't know why you sound so familiar to the other lady the other night, and the other lady sounded familiar too. So it's weird, but it's crazy. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a blessed night. Lock your door, stay safe, and remember, stay vigilant, because there's stalkers, there's weirdos, there's people out here doing weird shit. So stay vigilant.
You too. God bless you.
Good phone call. I really do appreciate her calling in, her input. Callers have been great tonight, by the way. Make sure you guys
call Dago.
Emotional damage.
All right, here we go. Casey man unaware of search efforts for three friends whose bodies went undiscovered in his yard for 2 days. Lawyer. Now they reached out to the lawyer here. It says a lawyer for Jordan Willis says. Let me make sure this is big screen for you guys so you can read as we're going along. A lawyer for Jordan Willis says that a 37-year-old David Harrington, 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, and 38-year-old Ricky Johnson arrived at his client's home after a football game on January 7th. Now it goes, a lawyer for Jordan Willis tells Inside Edition Digital he does not know the time or the timing or manner of their deaths, nor does he know how or when they exited his house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard. A Missouri man thrust into the spotlight after his 3 friends were found dead in his backyard 2 days after they were last seen by family members. Now it says the family members are speaking out through his attorney. What? Hold up. Last seen by family members is speaking out through his attorney. It says the lawyer for Jordan Willis tells Inside Edition Digital that his client had absolutely nothing to do with the deaths of the 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, and 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, whose bodies were discovered on January 9th at the home Willis rents in Kansas City. A spokesperson for the Kansas City Police Department previously told Inside Edition Digital that there were no obvious signs of foul play observed or near the crime scene, and stressed that this is 100% not being investigated as a homicide. See, that's what I don't understand. This whole 100%. Like, look at that. How could you say 100%? Which is like, what did you guys find at the scene? I can't wait to read the report. A spokesperson for the KCPD also said that there have been no arrests or charges in connection to the deaths, and noted that no one had been taken into police custody. Now it says the 3 men arrived at Willis's house on Saturday, January 7th. This is where we're at. Sometime after that night's football game between the Kansas City Chiefs and Las Vegas Raiders. What did they got this wrong? They played the Chargers, buddy. They played the Chargers, but I don't know why they put Raiders, but I guess that part really doesn't matter. Right? I don't know why they got that shit wrong. They said the Kansas City Chiefs and the Las Vegas Raiders. Nope. Had concluded. Paserno said, no, it was actually the Charger game. But again, the game which saw the Chiefs defeat the Raiders ended at approximately 9 p.m. False information. It was the Chargers. What happened next remains a mystery to everyone, including Willis, according to his lawyer. Jordan had absolutely nothing to do with their deaths, Paserno said in that statement to Inside Edition Digital. Now, this is the part that we wanted to read. He does not know the timing or manner of their deaths, nor does he know how or when they exited his house. He had no knowledge that they remained in his backyard or that they needed medical attention. When asked to clarify his statement, Paserno says that the 3 men were still at Willis's home that night when his client went to bed. Paserno also said in his statement that Willis did not know about the efforts of the family and friends to locate the men in the days before their bodies were discovered in his yard.
Oh my God!
Stop the cap.
That's bullshit.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Are we hearing this? That's crazy. It says 2 people. He said also, I got to read that back again. When asked to clarify his statement, Paserno says that the 3 men were still at Willis's home that night when his client went to bed. Paserno also said in this statement that Willis did not know about the efforts of the family and friends to locate the men in the days before their bodies were discovered in his yard. If the families can show you that they were reaching out to this dude and he's saying that they haven't, make sense. But let's keep moving along. 2 people came in the house. However, he did not hear them as he sleeps with earbuds and a loud fan. Now that says that right here. Said Paserno. Now, one of those people, the wife of one of the deceased, tried to reach him via a Facebook Messenger. Unfortunately, he did not see the message until after the police contacted him. It says, and while the cars of the 2 men were parked outside the home, they were not parked in the driveway, Paserno said. So he's okay. There's more details that we need to know. So now we know allegedly the cars weren't parked in the driveway. Is there any cameras around there to disprove that story? Is there cameras around that house to corroborate what he's saying? Now, again, it says while the cars of the 2 men were parked outside the home, they were not parked in the driveway, Paserno said. It says Willis did not notice the vehicles, his attorney said. So you just don't notice your friend's vehicles at all when you're leaving for work. So this is kind of telling me that, okay, Jordan, you left that day. So we know that you left the next day. You probably had to go to work, right? Well, again, he says, and while the cars of the two men were parked outside the home, they were not parked in the driveway, Paserno said. Willis did not notice the vehicles, his attorney said. It would not be unusual for his friends to have left their cars there overnight, he said. Okay. So take note of that. He said it would not be unusual for his friends to have left their cars there overnight. So listen, a spokesperson for KCPD said last week that the police officer spoke with a resident at the house after they arrived at the scene on January 9th. Now, again, it says Paserno confirmed in his statement that Willis was not home when police arrived and said that his client allowed them into the house and told them all he knew and voluntarily consented to a search of his home.
Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is new details. You're hearing that, right? Paserno confirmed in his statement that Willis was home when police arrived and said that his client allowed them into his house and told them all he knew and voluntarily consented to a search of his home. I didn't know that till tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you.
Oh my God!
Let me catch up the chat. I didn't know about this, but I'm gonna open up the lines. What's your thought? Let's finish reading this. I'll finish reading. I'm gonna open them back up. But that's interesting. Paserno confirmed in his statement that Willis was home when police arrived and that he actually consented to a search. That's news to me. So him consenting to a search of his home, like I said, that's news to me. As Inside Digital, it says, as Inside Edition Digital previously reported, police were called to the scene after the fiance of Clayton McGinney broke into the home on the night of January 9th, right? Two women who knew the men say McGinney's fiance made the decision to break in after seeing the men's cars parked outside. Those friends also said that Willis and most of the men had been friends since high school, which Paserno confirmed to Inside Edition Digital. It says McGinney's fiance then called police after finding a body on the porch, the KCPD spokesperson said. Police then discovered the two bodies in the backyard and classified the case as a death investigation, said the KCPD spokesperson. Now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm finding confusing here is McGinney's fiance called the police after finding a body on the porch. I'm starting to get confused about this porch because there's a porch out front. Okay. So if we go and look at this house, I want to point this out. This kind of looks like a porch to me. I don't know. What do you think? What's your thoughts on this certain part? Do you think that this is a porch? Was somebody out front at the front door on this porch? Where's it at? Right here. This is a little porch right here. Was somebody out front laying dead on your porch? I'm confused because I'm starting to hear multiple different things. I'm reading porch and then the back. So which one is it? After he cleaned already? Basement, porch. If he was going in and out, if he was going in and out way, he didn't see the guy on the porch, KB. If they have been friends since high school, then the families knew him. He said, no way he slept for days and didn't do anything and look at his phone. At the beginning, Woody, at the beginning of the live, I started it off. Valerie says he has a big backyard and okay, all backyard. That's what I'm saying. Back porch, basement porch. I think back porch. That's what I'm saying. Now, again, it says McGinney's fiance then called police after finding a body on the porch, the KCPD spokesperson said. Police then discovered the two bodies in the backyard and classified the case as a death investigation, said the KCPD spokesperson. McGinney's fiance was shocked to learn that Willis was home when the police arrived. According to the two women who knew the deceased, she is among the loved ones in search of answers, which many hope will come after the medical examiner's report is released. So is Willis. It says right here. So is Willis. Jordan is unaware. Okay, here we go. Jordan is unaware of how his friends died, said Paserno in his statement to Inside Edition Digital. Like the rest of us, Jordan is anxiously awaiting the results of the autopsy and toxicology report. So he is saying that Jordan is anxiously awaiting the results of the autopsy report. Wow. That's what Paserno said, his lawyer. This past weekend was a difficult one for friends and family. Services for Johnson, McGinney, and Harrington were held on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, respectively. So they did one Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There goes, that answers a lot of questions for people who were asking, when was the funerals? When was that? What happened here? Mystery still surrounds Lauren Smith Fields and Brenda Lee Rawls. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. Never heard of that story. That's interesting. So after reading that, I'm gonna open the lines back up. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this case? I mean, now the lawyer just filled in some gaps, though. The lawyer just filled in. $207 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Kimberly Kyler.
What's going on, Kimberly? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So I'm going to stick to my story, which is, for some reason, I'm just thinking that, he being a scientist, I think that he, seduced drugs on these guys only to provide a antiserum to contradict it. I think it was a scientist project. I think it's a science project that he wanted to try something he came up with to do an antiserum for whatever drug he did to these guys, and it failed.
So you think it was something that he tested? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he was testing a drug that he came up with as an antiserum to prevent death, and it didn't go well.
Paserno said someone contacted him via Facebook Messenger, but Willis didn't see the message until police contacted him.
Yeah, I think he's lying. I think he's definitely lying. He lawyered up, and this much I know for sure. He lawyered up and stopped talking. I don't know what evidence the police collected before that happened, but yeah, I just think that he did that as an antiserum for coming up with something that would go against whatever drug they were taking, and it went bad. It didn't work at all.
I don't know. I mean, that's a possibility, allegedly. Right?
I mean, I'm not saying that's it. That's what I'm thinking. That's what's in my head right now. And so until the police actually come out with it, actual evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm going to say. Right. I think that he was using an antiserum to go against whatever drug that was put in their bodies, and it didn't go well. I'm going to believe that for all of my heart until something else comes up in my head, or somebody else tells me something that can be
corroborated.
Correct.
Yeah, I get you there. I'm looking at these 3 screenshots, and this is all from his lawyer, ladies and gentlemen. We had to pull these up big so you can see them. 2 of the men parked on the street, but Willis didn't notice them, and it wasn't surprising that his friends would park at his house for the night, the attorney said. Then you go to the next one. Paserno said someone contacted him via Facebook Messenger, ladies and gentlemen. But Willis didn't see the message until police contacted him. Then we got Jordan. This is all from the lawyer. Jordan doesn't know how his friend died, Paserno said. Well, that's kind of contradicting to you saying they froze to death.
Oh
Right?
my God. Hold up. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
absolutely.
Something ain't
Because
right.
if he had one suggestion of how they died and now it's coming to something else, that's a definite contradiction. And that is a definite reason for the police to jump in and get involved more than they are. And I'm not saying that the cops aren't doing what they need to be doing. I'm just saying, I think when the toxicology comes out, it's going to come about. I mean, everything's going to come to pieces, and it's going to come together, and people are going to know what the truth is. And I think Jordan is going to be waiting some very bad situation for himself.
You would like to hope that, a friend wouldn't do anything to harm you, and hopefully.
But who's to say he was? Who's to say he was a real friend? The three guys were friends for sure. And I'm not saying that Jordan wasn't a so-called friend. Maybe he wasn't the best of friends.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe they weren't the best of friends. They said if you go through some of the screenshots that I have in there, you can see that it says that they were all friends through high school. So I found that interesting.
But also, I saw, I don't remember where I saw it, but I saw where the three who died were the best of friends. Jordan may have been a friend, but he wasn't like the best of friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't part of the trio that the three guys who passed away were. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there. I'm still working on this, and I'm still looking at things, and it's driving me crazy because I, like the family, want to know now. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for toxicology to come back.
Right. Which is, unfortunately, it's a process.
It is. It definitely is. I guarantee you. Like, so I'm retired. I'm old. I'm not going to say I'm real old, but I'm old.
It's okay.
But I am retired, and when I went to college for my major was criminal justice, my minor was psychology, and all of my life I worked for DNA analysis. So, like, I didn't know a lot about this side of the criminal justice system, but I figured out a lot on DNA, and I was like one of the very first to even like be working on the DNA analysis. So, I mean, I go back in years, obviously, but yeah, I'm gonna stick to my story. I'm gonna stick to the thought that I believe Jordan was trying to test out, something that would activate or deactivate whatever chemical that was put in these guys' bodies, and it failed. I'm gonna stick to that.
Well, I appreciate you calling up and giving us your thoughts
Yes,
and theories on this. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you again when we get some more information. I definitely love to hear back from you and your thoughts on that. And I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a beautiful night. Make sure you lock your doors. Thank you for being a voice for the voiceless. We appreciate you. Keep doing it. They need it. Lock your doors.
100%.
Make sure you're awesome. Locked too.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope you have a
good night.
Good phone call. Again, this is weird though. Reading these statements, I was looking over these a couple times, right? After reading this, and it kind of filled in some blanks. And this was the interview from today. Weird. 952, what's going on? You're live.
This is Baby Glue.
Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
I just thought of one thing when we were reading through that article there together.
Mhm.
How it mentioned that she had to break into the house to find the body, and then we were talking about the porch, whether it was the front or the back. I'm wondering if it's that enclosed, like 3-season porch on the front of the house, you know, where all the windows are. Because if she had to break into the house to find the body, and she only saw one body, that would make sense because she had to break in because it wasn't just sitting there on the front. She had to break in to get into the 3-season porch, and that's why she didn't see the 2 bodies that they found in the back.
And that's a good point. I'm gonna pull up that you said. Now that you said that, I want to pull this picture up.
Yeah.
Right? There's a picture here that shows. I think it's this one. Yeah, it shows the screen on the ground. So it looks like this part, this window or something. Maybe this is the window she busted out. I'm not sure. But I mean,
Like
the
if you
screen's
go
off.
back to that one, and that.
Or was that
and
one
that
of our
part,
victims trying to get back in the house? I don't even want to think of that. But man, that's what I
maybe,
start
yeah.
to think of. That. What if that's not the window she broke out? What if it was them trying to get in?
It might be. If you pull up those pictures from the inside of the house, there's that like 3-season porch right on the front where it's like all windows.
Yes, ma'am.
Like we called, you know, I'm from Minnesota, and we call that like a 3-season porch. So we would call that a porch, not necessarily like the outdoor deck with an awning, but we would call that the porch sometimes, like that front area where it's kind of a 3-season porch where it's still kind of cold in there in the winter. And if she had to break in and to find the body, then I don't think the body was laying in the backyard, because she would have probably had to walk over the other 2 bodies to find the 3rd body that she said she found on the porch. And she only saw the one body. And she wouldn't have had to break in if the body was sitting outside on the steps right there under the awning, if they're calling that the porch. So that's why I think it was in like the 3-season porch in the front of the house. I don't know.
Amazing. This is so incredibly sad. I hope things move swiftly for the families and praying for them all. Absolutely heartbreaking. Now your hunch is like I was saying, because I keep hearing porch. They don't say back porch. They don't say front porch either. So it's like,
no.
What are you talking about?
But they did say backyard. So that's why I'm thinking front porch and backyard.
Same. I'm thinking the same with you. And that's what I said earlier. When I bring this picture up, this is the picture of the home furnished, and this is the front porch. I have that picture back up now. This is the front porch that I was thinking, because they keep saying porch. 1 on the porch and 2 in the backyard was how it was worded in a few different articles. And when I read that, I keep evaluating that, because it doesn't say front porch. It doesn't say back porch. It just says 2 in the backyard and 1 on the porch. It's not too, it's not too detailed. It just says porch.
Pull up some of those inside pictures that show like the inside, like 3-season porch. There was one where I was like, wait, that's a porch. It's just not outside. It's like a 3-season porch, so it's not like fully heated. Because if she had to break in to find the body, she wouldn't have found it right there in front of the steps, because she wouldn't have had to break in to find the body.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the body was like in the 3-season porch, and the other 2 bodies were in the backyard.
Yeah, that's the part that I've been speculating on. Let me catch up the chat. It was outside because he has snow in him or on him, Aaron said. Kelsey said she knocked on the front door, she would have seen it. Right. That's a good point, Kelsey.
Yeah, if it was right there. But also, if she went through the backyard, she found the body that was on the porch, correct?
Correct.
So how did she walk through the backyard? I mean, I guess it's a big backyard from the pictures, but I would find it kind of hard to believe that she walked through the backyard, didn't see the other 2 bodies, and only saw the body on the porch first.
Right.
So that's why I was thinking she came in the front. But that's a good point about that window. I wonder if that was her, or if that was them, or what that was, or the cops when they came to look. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just noticed that screen on the floor or on the ground when you just mentioned that there.
Yeah,
but,
somebody pointed that out in chat the other day. I was overlooking it completely because I'm just looking at the house and stuff, and it's small little details like that. And I just didn't notice that for a second. I don't know why, but it was in front of my face the whole time, and I didn't notice it. So, I mean, is that the window that she busted out, or were some of them trying to get inside through there?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if I could tell if the glass is busted out, or maybe it was been replaced since. It says the glass was busted out.
Oh, it did?
Didn't it say she busted glass out to get in?
Oh,
She
I haven't
busted
heard
the
that
glass
before.
window out to get in?
I don't know. All right, well, I won't keep you on past my 5 minutes, but I just
No, you're good.
thought about
I have
the
6
story.
minutes on. It's 30 seconds left. You're good.
All right. All right, well, I'll let somebody else come on here, but appreciate you taking the call.
No, you're good. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you. Lock your doors. Stay safe. Hopefully, I hear from you again soon. Okay.
All right, everyone, have a good night.
You too. Your phone call 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. See this one. Go over this interview again, ladies and gentlemen. We have to, because he said some very interesting things. All right. 519. What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you doing tonight, my brother?
Good. You got those emails I kicked off to you yesterday or this morning?
Was that the fentanyl one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get them.
And then the news article. Yeah. All right. Cool. A couple things I thought about is, did you see the picture where it showed the U-Haul?
Did I see the picture where they showed the U-Haul? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That U-Haul would have been in the neighbor's driveway.
Oh my God!
Interesting.
And then the other thing I started thinking about is, so they were trying to contact this guy for 2 days.
Yeah.
No response. Did nobody bother calling in a wellness check?
That's a good point.
Like, I know I would, like, if it was me, my family members, loved ones, I probably would have called a wellness check if I never heard back from anybody. So, you know, and
yeah, but what
reality
thing is though, you got to think about it like this: these are grown men. If they're not answering, what if they are hanging out, or what if their family knows that they do like to party and they do go hang out at places? I'm not saying that is the case, but if they just didn't, 2 days, it started to be too long at some point within, again, and it's a short time frame, because you got to break it down like this. We know the victims were alive at 3 o'clock because they seen the game. We know that they were alive because they were playing dice at 12 on January 8th. When did they pass away? After 12 a.m. at January 8th, when the friend left early. Allegedly, the fifth person, which we have no idea who that is, left there early. So what is going on in this situation? What is it?
Well, yeah. See, in this, my train of thought, and this is just speculation, obviously, is that if I have people I've known for years over, and I'm going to bed because they're still there, it's probably because I have to be up early in the morning, potentially because I have to go out of town for work the next day. So and that's my question, was he even home for Monday and Tuesday during the day while people were even trying to contact him at his house? He could have been away for business. Scientists, research, travel, things happen.
Yeah, but I mean, the lawyer is saying that, he didn't notice the 2 cars were outside, guys. That's what the lawyer is telling us. You seen it right here. It shows it right here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But if he's used to people leaving his cars outside, are you looking for people's cars outside? It's one of those things where if you walk by something enough or you see something enough, sometimes it just becomes oblivious to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think there's a lot of small details that are missing. Like, who verified that they were playing dice at midnight?
Adriana was telling us that. Now, Adriana is baby mother of Ricky Johnson. She's probably very close and in touch with the family. I'm sure they're very, very, very close.
Yeah. So my question is, was Ariana there?
Oh my God!
At some point,
valid questions.
Like, how would she know they were playing dice? She doesn't hear from her baby daddy.
The mutual fifth
she knows
friend.
she's playing dice.
Maybe it's the mutual fifth friend.
then
That'd be the mutual
why would she
friend.
not
They
be
were
telling
playing
this?
dice. Hey, Adriana, they were playing dice when I left. I mean, that would only make sense to me, right?
It's a strong possibility, but then why is she not putting this other guy on blast who obviously is still alive and has all these details instead of coming at this guy who
That's a good point.
very well we don't know what his situation was.
You know, that's a good point, man. You can't skip around.
I don't know. It's just I think there's a lot of small details that are unknown and we're probably not going to find out for a while. But I think you almost have to play with every idea and thought and theory you have. You almost have to play devil's advocate and look at the other side of the coin.
That's kind of how I was doing last night, man. I'm looking at it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
no, absolutely.
Is there enough to arrest, Jordan Willis there? And no, obviously, because they haven't arrested him. But
and just like people are like, well, why didn't they get a warrant to search his house?
But did they botch the investigation? Because isn't 3 bodies in your backyard enough probable cause to search? Which that actually we need to go back over what I just said, because after reading this article, I came across some new news. It says that here he voluntarily let them search the house. It says in this article, ladies and gentlemen. Matter of fact, if you're just coming in, tune into that. Go back. We read it. It says in this article with Inside Edition, lawyer told. So if this is bullshit and this is lies, they're gonna get screwed.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I just don't see somebody going public to mainstream media and stuff like that about that and totally bullshit and little details like that, right?
I mean, come on.
You have to think
that would be the dumbest shit in history, right?
Absolutely. So, and then there was something else I was thinking about too in regards to this.
Think you can,
but I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But yeah, like there's so many things out here. Oh, in regards to when he said they all died at the same time, I guess the reason that language might have been used is that if they didn't die like within close proximity of time within each other,
right,
somebody would help the other one. So I think it was more of an assumption when he used that language, opposed to him actually knowing something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if I see one of my buddies dying, I'm probably going to do something. And when people are talking about the keys and the wallets and stuff, that was probably taken as evidence.
Man, this shit is crazy. Just looking, it says Paserno confirmed in his statement that Willis was home when police arrived and said that his client allowed them into the house. So, I mean, it's like he knew and voluntarily consented to a search of his home. What the? I mean, come on. Was everything?
I think that's what I mean. Like,
my question was everything in people's pockets that were deceased?
Well, nobody knows that either, right? But I remember in chat last night, somebody brought up that if they would have found something in his pockets, in one of the guy's pockets, like that probably would have caught off a thought of a homicide, more or less. You know what I mean? Opposed to them not finding anything and then finding 3 guys dead with some sort of physical damage or something.
Right.
Then you're going to look at it in a different light. So,
man,
but yeah.
This is wild.
But anyways, I just wanted to call in with those few thoughts and stuff like that. And man, I'm just gonna let you take the next call. And
I'm
gonna be watching.
I mean, you're 30-second countdown right now. You're on.
All right, man.
I appreciate you calling in, brother, and definitely seen those. I seen your email too, and was going through those 3 links you sent me.
Yeah. All right, cool, man.
Appreciate you sending that to me too, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, brother. God bless you. Keep them coming.
You too, man.
Lock your door. Stay safe, brother. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. But ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapped up about the case of the Kansas City 3 that passed. Kansas City were found in the backyard on January 7th versus the Chargers. No, not the Raiders like it says in this stupid article that I'm reading, but the Chargers. You're live. What's going on? Talk to us. Unknown. Need a bone.
Hello, T-REV?
Yes, sir. You were live. What's going on?
Oh, hi. Hello. My name is Joe. But anyway, I've been looking at your show for some time, and I've been looking at about this issue that happened with the 3 men that passed away.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I'd like to give you my opinion towards the whole thing is that this sounds really weird. It actually, I believe this has all got to do because something bad, worse than we're all led to believe, Like this guy, from what I heard, is a scientist, correct?
You said
Now,
scientist? Yes. Yes, sir.
okay, and he didn't seem to be very good friends with the three men that passed away, correct?
He was
So
in high school. High school.
no, but I'm talking about the one that's that Jordan guy, that's a scientist.
Yeah, they've been friends since high school, allegedly, from what I was able to gather.
Okay, so now if this is the case, what I find it very strange is that the guy's a scientist. Now, had it ever came to thought that maybe he was experimenting with something and needed someone to participate as guinea pigs per se in this case, or there's something bigger that maybe we don't all know about? Maybe the three guys that passed away and Jordan did something that we all don't know, but Jordan knows. So he had to get rid of the evidence, which are the three men that probably assist in helping him. And we don't know how many people are probably involved in participating, as we all know that there's a lot of bad things happening in our country right now. So, what I find very strange is how they're protecting this Jordan guy. And now this guy, I don't know, I presume he left.
Good afternoon.
So that's even strange in itself, considering the fact these three men died. So even how are we not supposed to know if maybe the police is involved as well?
Right.
There's a lot of, I don't know, I call it the Biden clan, just because our country, seriously, this man is bad news. He's done a lot of bad things to our country, and there's a lot of bad people that are traitors, sold out, and a lot of people that are in high places in government, police job, attorneys, so on. The list is big. It's just like California. California is no longer like California part of our country. It seems like living in a third world country. And the people that run it is even like really bad. And, I wish I could bring something up that happened to myself and my father, but that's another time. But the thing is, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of bad, very shady things going on in our country right now. And it's been going on for the last couple of years.
My dad.
So,
thing.
It's just really sad what's happening.
My dad.
I'm not really good at talking out in public, to be honest with you, just because like I explained myself, I've been through a lot. And my father, who was very famous, sadly, something really bad happened to him as well. Like, I believe something bad. And
oh man.
And
you, brother.
No, so I'm just really upset with everything I'm seeing and what's going on. And it really makes me upset. I don't
for your
know
loss,
these men.
by the way.
Oh no, it's quite all right. Maybe one day you'll know. But what I'm saying, it's really sad knowing these three people that have passed away, and no one. To me, it just seems like they were murdered. They're just trying to get them out of the way, just because something that happened, and they don't want it to go further than that. Maybe they need to go to the source to see what the town where they died, to see what's around that area. Maybe something bad that they were trying to plan. I mean, it's just a thought. I'm putting it out there.
No, I appreciate it. I'm gonna get it.
Hey, well, anyway, thank you. You have a great day, and I'll send you my email, and then I'll explain to you in my email who I am, and thank you for giving me the time to talk. But I really wish I could.
Absolutely,
anyway,
brother. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community, and definitely shoot me an email. We'll talk, brother. Thank you so much. Sorry for your loss again, and I appreciate, like I said, keep being a voice for the voiceless. Let's do it, man.
We're all family. We all got to work together. No one's less, no one's more. We're all together. This is what's happening, and we really got to start keeping our eyes open and finding out what the heck is going on and stand together to find out, to the truth.
Absolutely.
But anyway, you take care and have a nice night now.
You too, brother. God bless you. Yours too, by the way. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Make sure you call in. I'm sick of this shit. Man. So he consented a search of his home. They were alive at 12 a.m. January 8th. We gotta find a timeline here. 414, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing, man? You're live. What's going on?
Okay, this is Doreen from Wisconsin.
You said
Doreen I've been Yes. I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I now live in Waukesha.
Welcome.
But
minutes, the floor is yours. Run it. Tell us what your thoughts are on this case.
I'm telling you, this thing has really hit me hard. I'm seeing a lot of stuff in my life. I mean, I'm going on 65. I bartended. I hung in the hood. I've seen it all. I've seen my brother commit suicide by shotgun. I've seen it all.
Oh no. I'm
This
sorry for
one
you.
really has stuck with me, and it don't seem right. It just doesn't seem right. I'm telling you, the whole thing with the cars outside, some of their belongings inside, something hit those boys hard. It hit them hard. It hit them fast, and it hit them hard. I'm telling you, I feel it. I like you. I sense things. I've worked with police on cases. I've assisted on cases. I sense things. I'm telling you something. Yes. I'm missing person cases. I am telling you, in Milwaukee and surrounding areas.
That's so
Yes.
fascinating. Thank you for calling up and sharing that with me. I appreciate that.
Oh, it is fascinating. I mean, like a lot of people say, oh, you don't want, you get your own psychic thing. No, I don't want to do that. I'm comfortable right where I'm at and do my legal thing when, family or friends or detectives call me. I'm comfortable with that. But anyways, this whole thing don't set with me right at all. Them boys were, I feel it, they were like snuck up on with whatever hit them. This was nothing they themselves just ingested. I mean, this caught them off guard, and they were hit fast and they were hit hard. And for this other guy allegedly to not have seen nothing, I'm not buying it. I am not buying it. I saw the pictures. I follow you all the time with other cases. I saw the pictures of the house. Right. There's way too many windows. These guys had on red jerseys. Don't tell me you're not going to spot something even out of the corner of your eye outside that looks different. No, I'm not buying it. I'm also feeling a fifth person, and I'm feeling a female. And I don't know. I have felt a female from day one. And I don't know how she plays into this, but I have felt a female from day one.
Ooh. So
yeah, I don't know how she plays into this. There is something, somebody. I mean, maybe this Jordan didn't actually do it, but he knew. He knew something. They got hit with something fast and hard. That's all I'm telling you. This is just. It literally makes my stomach sick. It does, and I haven't felt this way about anything like this in a long time, and I can't shake this one. I can't shake it.
Wow.
I can't shake it.
So
I don't believe that they knew what they were taking or whatever. I don't believe that. I believe this was something slipped to them. And I don't know where this female plays in. There's a female involved somewhere here. I don't know how she plays in, but I'm telling you, these guys didn't know what the hell hit them. I can literally feel their terror. They were scared, and they didn't know what hit them. They panicked, and they didn't know what hit them. Like people say, why didn't they run out of the yard, or why didn't they do this? No, this hit them so fast and so hard.
Well, did you hear this interview that I have pulled up on the screen? I've watched it like 2 or maybe even 3 times, right? And thank you, by the way, Sigma Mom. I appreciate you. Thank you. They said on this interview, Jonathan Price, I believe, is the brother's name that's sitting in the middle. He said that all 3 of these guys were inseparable as friends.
Right.
That's what he said. Right. And this is a brother. I mean, isn't your family going to know best?
Right. And no friend's going to slip somebody else something. They're not. Whether they're a drug addict or not. I'm telling you, I've grown up with it all. No friend will slip another friend something. They just don't do that. They don't do that. No matter how much they're on, they know their space, and they're just not gonna do that. This, somebody else did this. Somebody else slipped them something, and I don't know if this Jordan guy did it on purpose or thought it was funny or just thought it was gonna, I don't know, but I'm telling you, whatever this was, hit these boys so damn hard that they literally just fell out. They couldn't breathe. They couldn't breathe. That's what I keep hearing. I've heard that from, I've sat medicated on it the other night, and all I kept getting is, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And then my daughter's an RN, and I said to her, is that what fentanyl does? Because I grew up with the cocaine crack whole situation. Thank God I never got into it. I was a drinker, but not. But my daughter said, yeah, fentanyl, well, it will literally take your breath away. I mean, she knows. She's had to use Narcan on people. She knows. And I said, man, that's all I keep dealing with these guys is sheer terror and can't breathe.
It's funny you said it. I don't know if you heard the interview with Adriana, but she said her daughter said that Daddy's cold.
I did hear that, and I did hear that, and I totally believe it. I could tell you story on top of story of little children.
Absolutely.
Sensing. Yeah,
all of it. I'm a deep paranormal person. So,
oh, me too. I grew up in it. My daughter's a psychic. My mom was psychic. I mean, I'm telling you. Oh, and little children, because
I'm not psychic, but I have a gift beyond. I don't know what it. I just have a gift. That's all I know.
Right. In all the situations I've been in, I've sensed stuff before it took place. I've sensed it to keep me safe.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, that little girl, I believe she was visited by her dad or by an angel.
She said that Adriana said that Ricky Johnson, victim of the Kansas City Three's daughter, specifically said that my daddy's cold, but he needs a hat or something. When I heard her say that, I was like, whoa, I got chills immediately. Like just talking to her.
I did too. And that is exactly what I've been feeling. Whatever hit them so fast and so hard. It's like terror went through their body and boom, they were down. It literally was that fast. It literally was that fast. I don't believe this.
Somebody in chat said, send me the lottery numbers for Ontario 649.
Yeah, I get that all the time. I go, I wish it worked that way. I would pick my own numbers.
I wish it did work that way.
It doesn't work that way.
If it worked that way, boy, I tell you, everybody in here would be blessed.
Yes.
If it worked that way, I'm telling you, my people would be blessed from the body. Everybody in this bad boy would be riding in Lamborghinis. If I ever hit the lottery, I'm buying everybody a Lambo.
Right. I'd be sending numbers out every week. Here you go. Here you go. Here's a house. Here's a house.
We'll be shit. We'll be in vehicles. We'll be in vehicles. They'll think if I hit the lottery, they're gonna be fucked. Because guess what? I'm gonna make sure true crime takes over YouTube.
Oh, I'm telling, and that's the whole another thing.
You better not hope. You better not put me in position to get thousands of people together to fight for cases. You better never do that. And I'm already getting there now. And I'm gonna continue to use my channel as a voice for the voiceless when it comes to shit like this, where people's lives are lost and there's no answers to nothing. I built this channel. I started with Kylie Rodney. I feel like she doesn't have a voice. I started, I kept going after that. Trinity Backus. I kept getting stories sent in to me from several different people. There's so many different cases and reasons why I'm building my channel up as big as I'm going to get it, is to be a voice for the voiceless. And that's what this T-REV 757 channel will always be. It's never going to change that. I don't care what platforms come out. It doesn't matter.
Honey. You're on the right path. I'm going to tell you something. you went through a lot. You went through a lot, and this is now your new path and your new life, and you are blessed. You are watched over, honey. You are very watched over. You have an aura of total love around you. Total love around you. And that's from not just the people on your show, but I mean literally you are protected. You beat the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure.
You beat the system. You beat the system. And there's some things still trying to fight you, but you know what? That's gonna all pass. It's just a matter of time. Just stay cool. It's gonna all pass. You can't change people, but I'll tell you what, things are gonna change. Things are gonna change. You're on the right path here. You're on the right path. You're a good person. You're on the right path.
I'm staying on my path. I'm staying. I know what I'm built to do. I know what I know what I was made to do in this world.
That's right. And you're on it. You're on it. And you're protected. You are protected. You already had your demons. And you still have your bumps in the road. You know how it is when you're trying to do something really good, and this goes for everybody. There's always one of them demons gonna try to throw you back. So you got to just, shut them off. Drop them off.
No.
Say, nope, I've come too far. You go away. And, but this whole thing, I do believe something is going to take place here. I do believe there's going to be some kind of accountability, legal something, but I think it's going to be, it's going to be kind of a long haul. But
oh wow, we do got a new video out. New video from the lawyer out. We're about to watch it.
Oh really? Well, I'm gonna have to go back to your channel, so I'm gonna let you go.
God bless you, man. Thank you for the call.
God
I
bless
appreciate
you.
your love and light.
God bless you too. Okay, bye-bye.
God bless you. Lock your doors. Wonderful phone call. I appreciate her calling in. We have a new interview with a lawyer. I see a new interview again with the lawyer. We're gonna jump right into this interview with the lawyer that just came out. Let's check it.
And foremost, your client, Jordan Willis, is he free and clear tonight, or is he still facing some kind of potential criminal exposure?
There was never any criminal charges. There is no case. The police have stated that this is not a homicide investigation, and they do not suspect foul play.
So he could do an interview. You'd be fine with him doing a TV interview because you now feel confident he has no concerns.
Thank you,
Reggie.
I appreciate that, brother.
He could do an interview if he chose to. As I advised him, as I advise all my clients, that he shouldn't say anything at this time until the investigation has been concluded.
I'm so curious about what could have possibly happened, as are so many people watching right now, as I'm sure you are.
I got it, baby.
Potentially even.
Thank you.
Do you know from speaking to your client, were there drugs involved with the party, the football watching party that night?
There are some things that I'm not going to be allowed to comment on based on confidentiality reasons. There were, in addition to the three gentlemen that are deceased, in addition to Jordan, there was one other individual that was present in the home, and I'm not going to comment on it.
Is the lawyer a chatty patty? 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you think that this lawyer is a chatty patty, hit 1 for yes, 2 for no. I got to see it in chat. Is this lawyer running his damn mouth too much? Is he coming out and just, or is he doing his damn job? I want to see what you guys say on this. Is he a chatty patty? He said, "One, damn, the ones are lit." I see 1, 2. Trisha's in the mix. Smart ass. Damn. I'm gonna tell you this is a lot of ones. Happy Faces 1, Burning Angel 1, Speculation Station 1, This is Canada Hates Winter 1, Linda Lou 1, Janet 1, P Fox 1, Kelly 1, Cindy 1, Sassy Butt 1 with a 2. I Am Too Bear 1, Crazy P 1. I picked 3 for Sketchy as Fuck, Shauna says. I voted 5 times. I'm dead. 1, Macy. I mean, a lot more ones. A lot more ones.
Thing about the activities that were going on there.
And this one's longer. By the way, he put on a 6-minute show for this one. I think the last one was 3 minutes. I think they had to up the time a little bit.
Fact that they were there and they were socializing after the Chiefs game.
It's interesting, though, that you would bring up that there was another person there other than the three who died, the owner of the home, and then this mystery man after the question I asked about drugs. Is there a reason for that?
Here's my friend, Doc Terry.
No, just in fact, I learned a little bit more about this other individual today. And I also, it's my understanding that he
I hope you've been doing good, Doc Terry. It's nice to see you.
spoke with police as well, and that he supported what Jordan told law enforcement and what we believe actually was going on at the time.
Has that fourth man and Jordan, have they spoken together since this tragedy unfolded?
I don't believe that they have.
And yet it's your understanding that this fourth mystery person, whose name I hope will surface soon, his account of what happened that night is directly in correlation with Jordan's account.
Sure, and he's not a mystery person. He's
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
And yet it's your understanding that this fourth mystery person, whose name I hope will surface soon, his account of what happened that night is directly in correlation with Jordan's account.
Sure, and he's not a mystery person. He's one of the group of friends that they watch the game with. He's known to everybody. He's known to law enforcement. So he's not a mystery person. He's somebody there. And essentially, from my understanding, everything that he told the police is in line with what Jordan told the police, even though they were interviewed separately.
I'm so glad he's not a mystery person.
We got to hear that again. Hold on, let me play.
Told the police, even though they were interviewed separately.
Okay, that's important to take into note, ladies and gentlemen. Listen.
Get her done.
It sounds like law enforcement has been getting it done, though. I mean, if what the lawyer is saying is correct, if what he is saying is correct, again, let's play this last little clip right here. I think that's a very important part and detail because he says that both of these dudes were interviewed. He used the word interviewed. I find that very interesting. Where is that at? FOIA, baby. We need that interview. We want that.
Is directly in correlation with Jordan's account.
Sure, and he's not a mystery person. He's one of the group of friends that they watch the game with. He's known to everybody. He's known to law enforcement. So he's not a mystery person. He's somebody there. And essentially, from my understanding, everything that he told the police is in line with what Jordan told the police, even though they were interviewed separately.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we'll be opening the lines up. I've been bringing this up. You know, I've been talking about this fourth person. I mean, I don't know why it's brand new now for some people, but we've been talking about. I said, who is this fourth person? Or fifth person? I'm sorry. Who is the fifth person? Who's the other person that was there? Right? Why is that fifth person not being talked about? I know Jordan Willis is in the spotlight, but where is this other person? He just said that they were both interviewed. Right? They were both interviewed. So that means that they went down to the station and sat down with the police. That's exactly what that means. So guess what? We're going to get both of those. If it was recorded, we got, we're going to get that. Need you to come up off of it.
I'm so glad he's not a mystery person. What's his name?
When it's over with,
I'm not going to provide his name. If and when he chooses to go public and say his name, then he can do that. He's not my client. I don't represent him. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, I understand. Did your client ever leave the home from Sunday night and the football game until Tuesday when they discovered the bodies in his backyard? Did he ever leave and go outside the home?
No, I don't believe that he did. He's self-employed. He works out of his home. He stayed in the home the entire time from the basic scenario is they had watched the Chiefs game at a couple of different places. They went back to his place, his home afterwards to play some video games and hang out. And at some point during that process, he got tired and he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed. And then when he woke up, they were gone. And during the day and a half that occurred, 2 days, I guess, because the police came at around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house. He was doing the things that he normally does inside of his home. and that he was sleeping, he was eating, and he was working.
Can I back up? Yeah, can I back up for a moment there? Are you saying that your client, Jordan Willis, escorted the 3 victims to the door? He showed them to the door. Did they walk out the
It's
door?
not that formal, Ashley. He didn't escort them. They're his friends. God. They've been together all day. They're leaving the house. You know, they're guys. They shake hands. They hug.
He said it's not that formal, Ashley. It's not that formal, Ashley. He like had to correct her right there. It's not that formal. Hold on, let's hear it again.
That occurred 2 days, I guess, because the police came in around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house. He was doing the things that he normally does inside of his home, and that he was sleeping, he was eating, and he was working.
Can I back up? Yeah, can I back up for a moment there? Are you saying that your client, Jordan Willis, escorted the 3 victims to the door? He showed them to the door. Did they walk out the door?
It's not that formal, Ashley.
He showed them to the door.
He didn't escort them. They're his friends. Okay. They've been together all day. They're leaving the house. You know, they're guys. They shake hands. They hug. See you later, bro. Whatever they did.
And he didn't notice their vehicles. They weren't parked in the driveway. Just this time, they didn't park in the driveway. Would they park on the street? I don't know. When we look at that area, is there many cars parked on the street?
But he left them as they were leaving the home. It's not unusual for him and his friends to spend time in each other's homes. It's not unusual for them to hang out when the other person isn't there even. And in this case, he was there. So for whatever reason, they either came back in the home or they went directly to the backyard. That part, no one knows the answer to. Jordan believes they came back in the house and hung out for a while and continued to play video games. And at some point, they went outside in the backyard.
But to be clear, they left, those 3 men left the house. Jordan saw them leave the house.
He said goodbye to them. He laid down and he crashed, and they went out the front door. Yes.
They went out the front door. He witnessed them leaving the front door of his house.
Sure. Yeah. After he said goodbye to them, he was hanging out. He went back on the couch and he slept. So at some point, they decided either to come back inside the house and hang out for a while, or they went out on the backyard and hung out, which due to the cold temperatures, I don't believe that's the case. I think they probably came back inside and continued to play video games and hang out for a while before they left.
Can you just tell me if there's anything in the backyard of interest? Is there a fire pit? Is there something? Is there a barbecue? Is there something of interest in the backyard that would have drawn them to go there?
You know, I don't know what's in the backyard. I've never been to the house. What I know is what you know from these pictures here. It was a really cold night, so I doubt that anybody would be out there socializing. You know, typically when guys are hanging out or people are hanging out at the house, people will go outside randomly to.
So I'm confused. Jordan hires this guy. He's up here. I get it. He's coming. He's trying to clear things up. But why does a lot of this not match up with details from family members? Right? Why doesn't it match up with details from family members saying that they messaged, you know, our guy here, Jordan Willis, and they left him on red? Why is the family saying that? Why are certain people in the family saying that? This lawyer claims the opposite. He says in the last interview, the one before this one, that nah, he didn't. He just didn't see it, right? It just it's not making sense.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Of interest, is there a fire pit? Is there something? Is there a barbecue? Is there something of interest in the backyard that would have drawn them to go there?
You know, I don't know what's in the backyard. I've never been to the house. What I know is what you know from these pictures here. It was a really cold night, so I doubt that anybody would be out there socializing. You know, typically when guys are hanging out or people are hanging out at the house, people will go outside randomly to smoke or do whatever, get some fresh air, and then come back in.
Hold up, he said smoke?
Anybody would be out there socializing. You know, typically when guys are hanging out or people are hanging out at the house, people will go outside randomly to.
Why are you saying that, sir, as if you were at the house? Allegedly. He said that, so like the way he said it, yeah, if we were at the house.
Guys,
I guess he was talking
really
figuratively as, you know, as a male, if we're at the house hanging out.
What I know is what you know from these pictures here. It was a really cold night, so I doubt that anybody would be out there socializing. You know, typically when guys are hanging out or people are hanging out at the house, people will go outside randomly to smoke or do whatever, get some fresh air, and then come back in. Other than that, I can't speculate about what else was going on out there.
So fascinating. John Paserno, I hope you'll come back. And can you just formally put a request into your client, Jordan Willis, that we'd really like to interview with him when he's ready?
Sure. And, he's as much in the dark as you are and as I am, and we all want answers to find out what happened to these lifelong, two of them he went to high school with. So he's known them for over 20 years. They're his friends.
He's known them for over 20 years. Noted.
You are and as I am, and we all want answers to find out what happened to these lifelong, two of them he went to high school with. So he's known them for
two of them he went to high school with. Lifelong. Not my words, his words. Huh.
And, he's as much in the dark as you are and as I am, and we all want answers to find out what happened to these lifelong, two of them he went to high school with. So he's known them for over 20 years. They're his friends. He's deeply hurt by their passing, and he wants answers as much as everyone does.
It's heartbreaking for these three families as well. I really appreciate you talking to me tonight. Thank you, John.
Good. All right.
Oh my God. I'm opening the lines back up. This is crazy. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Lines are wide open. This is wild. What the So our guy is saying this is crazy. I almost want to dissect this.
Before he fell asleep, they were gonna leave.
732, what's going on? You're live.
It's beautiful, messy ball. Can we just talk about the fact that his story tonight completely contradicted his story that he gave to Dan Abrams the other night when he said that his client left sporadically, and now he's saying he didn't leave at all for 36 hours?
FBI, open up!
I'm with you on that.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, this guy is. I gotta lower my voice.
It's almost like I need to take both of the videos and break them down in each one. I almost want to do that, like break these videos both down. I'm gonna crack them down and edit it fast because you're right, and that's
like the whole time he was talking, I'm screaming and I kept putting it in the chat. I was like, "It's not what you said the other night. What about when you were on Dan Abrams? My fingers couldn't move fast enough." And I'm like, how can you're contradicting yourself. Totally contradicting your own story. And then he's like, I don't want to break confidentiality, but there was another guy there and there were drugs involved, but I can't talk about that because I would be breaking confidentiality. You just broke confidentiality.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And mind you, this guy was fired and put in jail when he worked for the public defender's office.
Order in the court. This is crazy. I mean, this is.
I can't with this guy.
This is wild. Just hearing these statements that he's putting out. And she said, "Can you get him? Can you tell Jordan we want him to come on after?" I thought that was the part. I'm like, man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm surprised she didn't remember or watch she must not have watched the damn Abrams interview.
No, she did because she was on right after.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was on the panel.
How did he not see the cars?
Oh, you're right. She was on the panel.
And she said, how did he not see the cars? But because she wasn't on when he was on, she was on right after. And she said to the panel, she was like, how did he not see the cars? I don't buy it.
We got to order in.
And the other thing I found weird is that he said the other guy and Jordan both talked to the cops and their stories matched or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But they had 2 days to get their story straight.
You say killing me. What's killing you? The sound? Let's go. I'm serious. This is crazy. Like, I'm actually kind of blown away from the attorney, what he's saying from the past interviews that we've heard. Now we've read what he said with Inside Edition, right? Did you see that? The one that I read earlier with Inside Edition, he did?
I think so. I don't remember because I've been in and out.
Well, he said
so,
this. Two of the men,
I think I did.
He said this. He goes, 2 of the men parked on the street, but Willis didn't notice them. And it wasn't surprising that his friends would park at his house for the night, the attorney said. And then he goes to say, Paserno said someone contacted him via a Facebook Messenger, but Willis didn't see the message until police contacted him. Got it. Copy. Jordan doesn't know how his friend died, Paserno said. Like the rest of us, Jordan is anxiously awaiting the results of the autopsy and toxicology reports. Now,
right. I did hear. Yeah, I remember that.
But why? That's contradiction to something that he said before. Didn't Jordan allegedly say my friends froze to death to somebody? Allegedly?
Yeah, he did. Allegedly, when the cops got there, he said my friends froze to death. But we don't know that for fact. That was rumor.
I'm just saying.
But I mean, you know how rumors go with these kinds of things.
You know how rumors go.
I mean, but then again, this is also his attorney who's putting his own spin on things. So we need a press conference from law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get one. I don't think we're going to get I mean, maybe we will, but at this point, everybody's going to be like, what? You did a press conference now? Why wasn't there one the day of?
Right.
That's what everybody's going to say.
Or at least the day after.
I know for a fact that everybody is going to say, why didn't you do one the day of or the day after? Because obviously it was nighttime, right? So obviously you would do one the next morning.
Right. Or at least after you interviewed the 2 guys. I mean, it might have taken a little bit of time to get to the second guy. Because if you don't, he wasn't at the second guy, or the 5th guy wasn't at the scene. So to get the name out of Jordan and then track him down might take a little bit more time. And you wouldn't want to necessarily put that out in the public because you wouldn't want to necessarily alert the guy that you're looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would want to get him at least into custody in an interview room before.
That's the thing, though. Is that a rumor or is it true that he asked? Because I get it. We definitely need to know who did he say that they were frozen to? Because I swear I heard the families speak about that.
Right. But
so are we saying that the families are lying?
No, but I'm not saying the families are lying, but who was there when he came down? Only one person was there, right? So did she tell someone that he said something and then somebody misinterpreted it along the way? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know how sometimes like somebody says something and then somebody tells somebody else and then somebody tells somebody else, and as the story gets told, it gets exaggerated a little bit.
Beautiful messy balls. I know is it just got worse with that interview. I feel like
no, it definitely did. That just made. Oh my god.
There's no gag order.
I
like that, Lauren. Lauren said there's definitely no gag order on this case.
Not yet.
Bing bang.
Hold up.
I mean,
Wait a minute.
you can't get a gag
Something
order
ain't
unless
right.
it goes to court, and there's a judge involved. So unless they're going to press charges, then how do you get a gag involved?
Yeah, they are. They are saying law enforcement is saying something. Watching out. You know what they're saying? They're saying 100% not a homicide. That's what law enforcement is saying, by the way.
That's so weird. All right, I'll get off the horn now and let somebody else call in because I don't have much more to say other than
Appreciate you.
this guy needs to keep his mouth shut. I wonder how many more stories we're going to get. All right, lock your doors. Stay safe.
I appreciate you. Lock your doors. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Keep sharing this story around. These families need answers. Period. Point blank. Period.
If you're gonna take drugs, don't take anything that doesn't come directly from your pharmacy or the dispensary.
Say it again.
Bing
If
bang.
you're going to do drugs, don't take anything that you don't directly get from the pharmacy or the dispensary.
Just wanted the people in the back to hear that. I appreciate you saying that because it is the facts, and that's how I look at it too. In case you're in Cali or wherever growing your stuff, and you know what's going on. Shout out to you, beautiful messy ball. Thank you for your love and light tonight. We appreciate you. Thank you for your input, theories, thoughts, and this
Have a
shit
good
is
night.
weird. Which I'm glad you called that out because I was thinking the same thing. Contradiction stories between both of these interviews. If you go back and watch them, 100%.
All right, take care.
You too. God bless. Of course. 219-885-9693. If you want to talk to me like beautiful messy ball just did, make sure you call that number up that side, or it's down there too. Maybe not. Am I tripping? Yeah, it's there. 425, you're live. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm chilling. What's going on? Talk to me.
Oh, hi everybody in the chat.
What's
How you
going
guys doing? I hope y'all safe and doing healthy and stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh, okay. So I was sitting here like losing my shit. I was literally losing my shit, right?
Right.
I'm like, wait a minute. The last interview, he says, oh, he doesn't know how they left. If they went through the front door or back door, he doesn't know. Now all of a sudden they've been escorted to the fucking front door. No, sir. No, sir. You lying. Sir, you lying. Lying.
Bing bang.
Lying. Okay? I mean, like, literally, everything that he said this time around is totally different than the one that he did prior to with Brian Abrams. Oh my God, there was just so much. Okay, so let's start with the fact that he said, "Oh, well, he works from home, and this, that, and the next thing." Okay, but the last time you said he was leaving the house sporadically, but now he ain't leaving the house at all. Yes, Midwest. Hi, honey.
Talking their shit.
Yes.
That's actually just great points, though, man. It does not make sense. Why did he contradict the statements? Is he not thinking about or looking back at these interviews?
He don't give no fucks as long as he's getting that damn money in his account.
So
that's how I feel. My opinion, I'm only speaking for me.
Okay, so we think
But the other thing that bothers me is this. So I've been thinking and thinking and thinking. Now, I feel like
shit, they got serious.
oh my God, Adriana, I believe Adriana has said that the police did end up with everybody's wallets and keys and cell phones, but the cops had got them all from Jordan. Now, if that's in fact the truth, why would you say, oh, they left? How are they going to leave without fucking car keys? At the minimal, their car keys.
Liar. I see that everybody in chat type. I'm laughing because I see liar, pants on fire in chat.
But I mean, am I wrong here? Am I like losing my fucking mind? Am I hearing things and seeing things? I mean, I feel like I'm losing my scruples here. I'm gonna need somebody to come get a screwdriver and put me in some more screws because I think I've lost half of them on this damn case.
Yeah, Ashley definitely.
I mean,
I think Ashley did want to ask him more questions. They probably had like a set time and had to cut.
And she don't believe shit he's saying either.
Just getting paid. Lawyer.
She ain't believe in the mess. And then the Miss Morgan, what's her name? Miss Morgan, Miss Ma'am, that was on the sheriff or ex-sheriff that was on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite think that she believes that this was just some folks going out there and happening to.
Oh, she told me she thinks
free today.
She said this sucks.
Because she said, I don't remember what she said, but I mean, because that was way on in, and I've already done smoked a lot.
Right.
But anyway, I gotta get back on track. So the things that this man is saying is all shit. I believe that
See, he says, "Oh, this guy's not a mystery man." Well, yes, sir, he is, because we don't know who in the hell he is. Nobody's telling no names. He's a mystery to us, right?
Yeah.
They had 2 damn days to come up with a story and to clean up their shit. If he let him in the house prior to, that wasn't what was said. But now, even the oh my goodness, Morgan even said earlier, if I heard correctly, that he did let him in the house. He cooperated that day. Not those same words, but something of the sort, right?
And now it's saying that he voluntarily let them in the house.
Why he was still in this nasty ass, rotten 3-day-old, sweaty freaking boxer shorts and his 50 days up a, I mean, come on. I mean, so this whole damn time he been in there, ain't done shit, but yet he ain't looking out the window. The hell you don't see the 2 cars sitting out there? Number one. How you not see that? All them damn windows in that house, you tell me you ain't looked at not stitch one damn window?
Right. And the fact that I just know, and another thing that doesn't make sense to me is the way they keep wording the porch, right? The one was found on the porch and 2 in the yard. Like that just keeps confusing me when I read. When you're going through reading these articles and they're saying porch, 1 found on porch, 2 found in backyard. It's like, what? Now you're confusing me.
So I have my idea on this porch thing. And I also want you to look through those pictures, because I think in the backyard, up kind of halfway up the house, there's something attached to the house, and I'm wondering if that's a camera. I don't know. I can't really see. Half the time
You talk about this right here.
I got it pulled up. Oh, okay.
This Sassy,
if I don't got my,
It's Sassy, right?
Yes, sir.
No, okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at what you're talking about, and multiple people have mentioned this in chat before. I've seen a few people say it.
The doggy door. If you can you go back, because there's one picture you can actually see it, and I seen it earlier.
Okay.
And I if you can go to the not that one, but it was the one you showed prior to that one.
Yeah, this one right
No, there's a better one. Just show the pictures of the back of the house, and I'll holler at you to stop.
Okay.
I'm trying not to go over my 3 minutes. I mean, my 6 minutes.
No, you're good. I'm looking through. I'm not seeing it yet.
That will pull that one up.
There it is, right there. No. I see exactly what you're talking about. Right here to the right. You can see it clearly. Yes. Okay. I see it. I got the one up you're talking about.
There's a doggy door.
Yeah.
Now, that be one point, and somebody already mentioned this, but he says, his attorney says, my client never goes out back. Bitch, yes, he does, because that one picture was of him with his 2 kitties in the back damn yard. So, you lying. You lying.
I am dying. She said, I'm dying.
So, Pine Needle, I'm with you. The skinny dude could have went through the doggy door.
Oh my God!
I can hear it through the phone. That should be cracking me up.
Oh my God! Right?
Okay, so, and a lot of the lady, the one lady that called from KC, Kansas City. I don't remember her name, but let me tell you, I loved her call. She made so much damn sense. I mean, yes. A lot of the calls that came in tonight were on point. I could agree with all of it. But my biggest things right now is the discrepancies of the attorney who's supposed to keep it straight and together to make his client look good. And in fact, he making his client look worse.
and he act like he'd been over to the house and had a couple margaritas and some shit with him.
So
I mean, am I
what, now
wrong?
with this, with the attorney speaking out, with what you heard with this new statement that he dropped here with Ashley, which I feel like we damn near need to go over it again because we might find some more. That's
Okay,
one listen.
what I think is, can I give a suggestion? This is your channel. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I appreciate totally appreciate what you do. I think you're like on point. You're fucking amazing. You the goat of all fucking goats.
I appreciate
But
that, Sassy.
can we do the first interview first?
Yeah, absolutely.
To see what he started off by saying, and then come back to this one, so we can really get more of an understanding on what he said first and what he said second. Maybe that my mind is just moving too fast in this moment because I'm like you right now.
Sure,
I'm full of adrenaline with this. And I sent you an email.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you got it, but it has to do with St. Louis. It's still in Missouri. And I think that you would be real interested because you want some weird ass fucking cases. 2 women within a couple of years died in the same fire captain's house.
I think I seen that, read that earlier. Where's it at?
I think I sent it to you. I sent it to you in an email.
Yeah, I see him right now. Missouri police not doing this an injustice. First alert. I see that one. And then I seen your other one too that was talking about Grace Holland.
That she goes with that case.
Yep.
She's one of the victims. But I think that you really need to look at that. And I think that on top of these families getting justice, their families is struggling to get justice for their family members as well, because they're saying, oh, it was a suicide. Oh, it was this. Oh, it was that. No. You're not going to tell me in 2 or 3 years, both of his fiancés done off themselves. Fuck that shit, bud. But that's something that I just wanted to, throw up real quick. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry. I'm talking like really fast tonight.
It's okay. It's all right. You being you. I appreciate you being you. And thank you for being a voice in the community. Thank you for sending me stories. Thank you for sending me information. Thank you for even having audacity and courage to pick up the phone without, punking out with anxiety. I appreciate that. It takes a lot of courage to call up a live show where you have thousands of people listening to what you're saying. So I do appreciate that, Sassy. Thank you for sending in the stories.
I struggle a lot with anxiety, and that's kind of why I'm almost stumbling over my words and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I used to be really good at this stuff, but sometimes bad things happen, and then you step away, and then you go back to doing it, and you get really nervous, and so that's where I'm at. I'm trying to do what I enjoy doing, giving my opinion, and maybe seeing something in a different way from somebody else, and them seeing my way of thinking, and I want to be helpful.
Yeah. Everything helpful though. I feel
even when I agree, I can't agree to disagree. I don't always agree with what people say, but I respect their opinions, and I respect what they say as long as they're respectful about it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
But most definitely, I think that this attorney right here, he needs to go get his little brother Sylvester, and they need to go back to doing some of those action movies, because he reminds me of Sylvester Stallone's older brother or some shit. And but again, I say it every time I call. This case state worse than some rotten damn tuna. It's bad. This is just bad. And if in fact they weren't on, I'm not gonna put drugs, being a drug addict on nobody until I know for fact or proof.
Mm-hmm.
All these family members and friends are saying the same shit.
Yeah.
that to me says something. And why would the nephew say one of those men is my uncle? They didn't freeze to death. They were poisoned they were overdosed or they were poisoned with fentanyl. And then underneath it, I keep going back to the mom saying, yeah, I've heard that too. That mama don't even live in that state.
Mm-hmm.
He's hearing this shit from across the way.
Right. This is crazy.
Midwest said it for me to come to Discord. I ain't got no membership. And I can't get a membership right now. I know you have to have a membership to be in there.
Yeah, right. Trolls be trying to rock up in that bitch.
I was in there, but then I thought I had to leave because my membership expired.
Too many damn.
I thought I had a membership and I was in Discord at one point, but when my membership expired, I thought I had to leave. So I just bowed out gracefully because I thought that's what I was supposed to do.
Well, no, actually, it's set up. It's connected with YouTube. So my shit's connected with YouTube, and it'll. So what it does is like at 1 day, or it gives like a 2-day grace period, and then it will remove anybody automatically.
Okay, so when I get paid, I'll get another membership, and I'll come into Discord.
Well,
I just smiled. You guys don't know who can't see me, but I just smiled. But that's all I really wanted to say because I was over here irked. I was over here irked, and I was just like, oh my God, this damn man can't keep a story straight to save his life. No wonder he ended up in jail. But he just is all fucking up. He's making everything so worse. And can I ask you, how are we supposed to keep this shit together when it's so damn confusing?
Yeah, no doubt.
After this, I'm almost a little bit more confused than I was at the start of the thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm Sassy, but in the chat, in the chat when I do talk.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I want to say. I want you to know that you're appreciated, you are loved, you are protected by all your guardian angels, your spirit guides, your members, your ride or die.
I do there,
and
I feel that too.
I appreciate everything you do. I don't always talk in the chat, and I don't always call in, but I'm here and I'm always watching. I just don't always have a lot to say, and even in chat, sometimes I kind of get a little anxious, but I'm trying to do better. So I'll be here. I ain't going nowhere.
Well, we appreciate you.
Next week I'll come. I'll get another membership, and I'll go in, and I will I'll go into the Discord.
Yeah, that's what's up. If you want to come in, you're more than welcome to. I appreciate you. Love and light. We're about to go over these interviews. I'm gonna play them right now. I want to start with them. I'm anxious to listen to them again because I need to hear these details. I need to hear what old boy is talking about.
Start with the Abrams one. Because I feel like if we listen to the first one,
I'm already there.
And then, okay, look at you, Mr. Overachiever.
We already there. We got Dan Abrams up right here. I've had that up. We're ready to go.
Okay, well, I'm just holding y'all back. I'm gonna keep you on the phone so I can make everybody wait. I'm just kidding, y'all.
We appreciate you, Sassy. God bless. Have a good night. We're about to go through this though, so join in chat.
Okay, I love y'all. You guys stay peaceful and love your light. Don't let nobody piss on your dang peace.
Absolutely.
Lock your damn doors. Stay locked and loaded.
Exactly. We appreciate you, Sassy. Good phone call.
Oh my God.
Bing bang.
A bizarre story out of Kansas City remains a mystery tonight. 3 men found dead outside of a friend's home after they'd all gone over to watch the Chiefs game.
Hold up, this ain't the one.
The living friend, whose home they had gone to, never contacted the police, claiming the 3 men identified as 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, and 36-year-old Clayton McGinney froze to death outside of his home. According to Kansas City police, loved ones were trying to get in touch with the men, but we're not getting.
Nope, we're gonna get up off of that one. This is the one right here.
Found dead outside. The autopsy results are currently pending, but as of now, police are saying there are no signs of foul play.
Here we
and
go.
are not treating this as a homicide investigation.
There you go.
Joining us now is John
Thank you, Sigma
Pacerno,
Mom.
the
I
attorney
appreciate that.
for the homeowner. Thanks a lot for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so a lot of people, particularly family members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say anything different than what he's told police previously, that he has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
Let me read you. This is from one of his friends, from one of the friends of the one of the people who died, who said on Facebook, "The man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on the door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in his hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this." Your response?
Sure. Even if all of those things are true, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time. And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to indicate that Jordan had any involvement whatsoever in their deaths. I spoke with the prosecutor this morning, as a matter of fact. The toxicology reports are due in a couple of weeks. And, you know, we can all speculate as to how they died. But as far as my client being involved, Jordan didn't have anything to do with their deaths. You know, when they left his home after the game, he didn't even really know which door they went out. They were in the back.
So he didn't know which door they went out. They were in the back.
Yard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front.
Okay. So let's jump back to this interview, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna open up the lines again. Don't worry. I know people are trying to call in. I see them going. I will be opening the lines back up. I'm just going through it. I want to go through this. I want us to talk about this and go through this because
criminal charges. There is no case. The police have stated that this is not a homicide investigation and they do not suspect foul play.
So he could do an interview. You'd be fine with him doing a TV interview because you now feel confident he has no concerns ahead of him.
He could do an interview if he chose to. As I advised him, as I advise all my clients,
we love you, Sassy.
That he shouldn't say anything at this time until the investigation has been concluded.
I'm so curious about what could have possibly happened, as are so many people watching right now, as I'm sure you are, and potentially even. Do you know from speaking to your client, were there drugs involved with the party, the football watching party that night?
Now that's an extra one. Were there drugs involved? Like she just started diving in on this interview, right?
There are some things that I'm not going to be allowed to comment on based on confidentiality reasons. There were, in addition to the 3 gentlemen that are deceased, in addition to Jordan, there was one other individual that was present in the home. And I'm not going to comment on anything about the activities that were going on there other than the fact that they were there and they were socializing after the Chiefs game.
So basically, y'all, for listening to that, right? And thank you, Azabella. I appreciate you guys. Thank everybody that supports the channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it because I don't ask. And I will never, you're never going to hear me ask. And I do appreciate the people that do show support to the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. Shout out to y'all. Much love. Now, I'm just curious with him saying what he just said. Do you think that drugs are involved now? So yes, P. Fox is saying. So yes, blah, 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 lawyer, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that is a yes on drugs. Right. He said socializing. They stayed after socializing. So is he talking about alcohol? Right. Could he mean alcohol? Is he talking about alcohol? I have no idea, but that's what we want to know. That's why I'm going to dive in. We're going to dissect both of these interviews and I'm going to jump back and forth. We're going to listen to him.
And so he had no.
Okay, so this is the Dan Abrams one.
you really know which door they went out. They were in the backyard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front. And so he had no knowledge that they were out there until, Tuesday when he was told that they were out there.
And what of the claims from the families that they were trying to contact him and he wouldn't respond and they were going to the house, et cetera?
Sure. I don't know about whether or not they went to the house or tried to contact him, but he was home sporadically. I know another allegation I've seen floating out there is that he would have had to put the dogs out, that the dogs would have went in the backyard, and that's untrue as well. The dogs stay at his dad's house, which his dad lives in a different location, and that's where the dogs were. He had no reason to go in the backyard.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Tell me drugs are involved without telling me drugs are involved. And he's talking about there's no reason to go in the backyard. Let's jump back to the interview with Ashley Banfield tonight. Now, this interview, if you were just coming in, you're new, you just joined the stream. Again, this story that we are talking about tonight is on the Kansas City 3. That's what we're calling them, the Kansas City 3. David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGinney were all found around 9:51 p.m. There was a phone call made to the police, I believe, and they came to this residence. We are now finding out different details here tonight. We're hearing, ladies and gentlemen, we are hearing that there is an interview not only with Jordan Willis, but there's an interview with the other person that was at the party. And as we listen to this, we think we're hearing contradictions from this lawyer, and that's why we're going over these again. So make sure you listen and let me know. Take notes. Call me up. Let me know what contradictions you hear from this lawyer between these two interviews.
It's interesting, though, that you would bring up that there was another person there other than the three who died, the owner of the home, and then this mystery man after the question I asked about drugs. Is there a reason for that?
No, just in fact, I learned a little bit more about this other individual today. And I also, it's my understanding that he spoke with police as well, and that he supported what Jordan told law enforcement and what we believe actually was going on at the time.
Has that fourth man and Jordan, have they spoken together since this tragedy unfolded?
I don't believe that they have.
And yet it's your understanding that this fourth mystery person, whose name I hope will surface soon, his account of what happened that night is directly in correlation with Jordan's account.
Sure, and he's not a mystery person. He's one of the group of friends that they watch the game with. He's known to everybody. He's known to law enforcement. So he's not a mystery person. He's somebody there. And essentially, from my understanding, everything that he told the police is in line with what Jordan told the police, even though they were interviewed separately.
I'm so glad he's not a mystery person. What's his name?
I'm not going to provide his name. If and when he chooses to go public and say his name, then he can do that. He's not my client. I don't represent him. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Did you?
Well, I mean, you gave it away. You know, you gave it away. The fact you said the fourth man and Jordan hasn't spoke makes me think the fourth friend thinks Jordan did something. May says. Better try again. Says so. There was 5 people in total. That's the way they're making it seem, and that's why last night's stream when we were on last night, I was saying specifically, who's the 5th person? Why don't we know about this 5th person? Why is it being concealed? I feel like the 5th person is being concealed, and Jordan's just being thrown out there because it's his house, right? That's how I'm kind of looking at it, and I'm not saying, oh, poor Jordan. I'm just saying in general. Doesn't everybody who was at the party deserve to be, known to the families? I'm sure the families already know the person, possibly. That's what it sounds like to me.
Did your client ever leave the home from Sunday night and the football game until Tuesday when they discovered the bodies in his backyard? Did he ever leave and go outside the home?
No, I don't believe that he did. He's self-employed. He works out of his home. He stayed in the home the entire time from, the basic scenario is they had watched the Chiefs game in a couple of different places. They went back to his place, his home afterwards to play some video games and hang out. And at some point during that process, he got tired and he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave.
Oh shit!
He actually escorted them to the door. Said,
"Oh, he says the fifth person may be a plug. You never."
Eyes opened the door. He went back on the couch, fell asleep. They were going to, and at some point during that process, he got tired and he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed. And then when he woke up, they were gone. And during the day and a half that occurred, 2 days, I guess, because the police came at around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house, he was doing the things that he normally does inside of his home, and that he was sleeping, he was eating, and he was working.
Can I back up?
Okay, he was eating, he was sleeping, he was working. Let's keep going over here now.
You can see there, we've had recent snowstorms and that kind of thing. So he had absolutely no knowledge that they were out there. They were his friends. They were at his house socializing. If he had found them out there or if they were in danger, he would have called the police and tried to help them. He's a highly educated guy. He's a good guy. He has a full-time job. In no way would he try to harm his buddies.
And to be really clear, he didn't know that there were 3 dead, frozen friends outside his house.
Correct. No idea. I mean, if you didn't look in your backyard, how would you know that?
All right. John Paserno, thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, can I back up for a moment there? Are you saying that
That was the one with Dan Abrams.
your client, Jordan Willis, escorted the 3 victims to the door? He showed them to the door. Did they walk out the
It's
door?
not that formal, Ashley. He didn't escort them. They're his friends. Okay. They've been together all day. They're leaving the house. You know, they're guys. They shake hands. They hug. See you later, bro. Whatever they did. But he left them as they were leaving the home. It's not unusual for him and his friends to spend time in each other's homes. It's not unusual for them to hang out when the other person isn't there even. And in this case, he was there. So for whatever reason, they either came back in the home or they went directly to the backyard. That part, no one knows the answer to. Jordan believes they came back in the house and hung out for a while and continued to play video games. And at some point, they went outside in the backyard.
Hold up. All right. So it went. They said continue. I'm catching this right. So it went from shooting dice. You remember how we heard that rumor, or actually it was from Adriana, that he was shooting dice, correct? Well, now lawyers saying playing video games. Video games isn't shooting dice. I'm just saying.
Clear. They left. Those 3 men left the house. Jordan saw them leave the house.
He said goodbye to them. He laid down and he crashed, and they went out the front door. Yes.
They went out the front door. He witnessed them leaving the front door of his house.
Sure. Yeah. After he said goodbye to them, he was hanging out. He went back on the couch and he slept. So at some point, they decided to come back inside the house and hang out for a while, or they went out on the backyard and hung out, which due to the cold temperatures, I don't believe that's the case. I think they probably came back inside and continued to play video games and hang out for a while before they left.
Can you just tell me if there's anything in the backyard of interest? Is there a fire pit? Is there something? Is there a barbecue? Is there something of interest in the backyard that would have drawn them to go there?
You know, I don't know what's in the backyard. I've never been to the house. What I know is what you know from these pictures here. It was a really cold night, so I doubt that anybody would be out there socializing. You know, typically when guys are hanging out or people are hanging out at the house, people will go outside randomly to smoke or do whatever, get some fresh air, and then come back in. Other than that, I can't speculate about what else was going on.
Did he smoke? Did he go outside? Did he come back in? Come on. I would have slipped that question in right away. Well, did he smoke?
On out there.
You know what I mean?
So fascinating. John Paserno, I hope you'll come back. And can you just formally put a request into your client, Jordan Willis, that we'd really like to interview with him when he's...
I got to hear from you guys. Let me open the lines up. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's hear. I got to hear from you. What are the contradictions? I want to hear what you heard. What contradictions are you hearing from this lawyer between these two interviews? I want to hear from you. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hi, Travis. Donna.
What's up, Donna? It's nice to hear from you.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there, just trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this Kansas City 3 case.
Yeah,
what is it?
This is kind of all over the place, isn't it?
It is all over the place, and this one is Just, I mean, last year Idaho 4, now we got Kansas City 3. What's going on?
Yeah,
Talk to
that's
me.
crazy. Well, I was thinking, I mean, he's contradicting himself. He's all over the place. He's not even keeping track of what he's saying, because when you do tell a lie, you have to tell another one to cover the first one,
Mm-hmm.
And then he can't remember what he's saying in the interviews. So, and who's going to walk out? Where did they go? I mean, if they left his house, where did they go? I mean, the corner store, whatever. I did some research today. I did see where their cars were not parked in the driveway. They were parked on the street.
Mm-hmm.
And, which, in what I was reading said, it made it harder for him to realize that they weren't there or that they were still there. But my question is, the one question that I have over all of this is who locked the back door? Why couldn't they get in the house? Now, the fiance said the reason why she broke the window to get in, I think they say basement. Everything I've read said it's a basement. But by looking at the pictures that you're showing, the only thing I do see is the garage. There's a window to the garage. And I'm thinking that maybe that's where she went in. But she went in and was screaming their names, or his name, her fiance's name,
Mm-hmm.
and Jordan's name probably, and nobody answered. And then she looked out the back door and saw one of them propped up, sitting frozen to death. And that's when she called the police. But the thing is they went outside, how come they couldn't come back in? Could they not get out of the backyard? Was there were they exposed to something? It could have been drugs, but could they have been exposed to something else that was causing them?
But what are you gonna get exposed to that's going to cause you to be outside and you be so out of your mind that you are just you're so out of your mind you can't get inside of it. You can't even open a window. You can't even pick up your hand to throw anything through a window. What is doing that to you? Some type of drug, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Alcohol?
Well, I mean, people have been known to overdose on alcohol.
Moonshine?
Could have been anything.
I
mean,
I
know that Adriana, is that her name? She said that her boyfriend or father or baby was a smoker. I could see them going outside, but this bullshit about, the one man knocked on his door for 20 minutes straight. 20 minutes. Think about that.
And you're referring
pounding on a door for 20 minutes straight.
You're referring to you're referring to Kayla's husband or Kaylee's husband, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure so when she says pounding on the door for 20 minutes, if you're confused, she's referring back to this same comment, the same screenshot I'm showing you now. She's referring to this off the news, which it did say my husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. Then my friend banged on his door, then busted a window and yelled and announced their presence. So
now, see, that says busted a window. If you look at the picture of the house from the front, now she couldn't get into the backyard. So when they say basement, I wonder if they meant garage, because there's no basement windows around the base of the house. Like you would expect to see. Smaller windows down towards the foundation, whatever. So, but imagine somebody pounding on the door for 20 minutes, and he's saying, "Oh, I wear headphones and I sleep with a loud fan. I can't hear anything when that's going on." That's a crock of shit. I'm sorry. I don't believe that, not one bit. And the further you get into this, I think this attorney, I'm really curious to see who this fourth person is.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if Adriana knows who this fourth person is. You know, if she would know who else was there. Maybe she talked to her boyfriend, or I don't know if he was her boyfriend, or if she married to him. I'm not quite sure, but, you know, would she know who this fourth person could have been, you know, and how they play a role in this? Because they were there and they left, you know. Had they been there all night?
Right.
And they're the ones that saying they were playing dice, you know. It just, I mean, there's just so many contradictions. And unfortunately, I think in the long run, we may not get the answers that we're looking for. Because even if they come back with fentanyl or any other kind of drug, you know, the proof, you know, being able to prove who gave them that, how did they obtain it, you know, evidently Jordan wasn't part of that, you know, that may have been, and I could have sworn I saw something that he went to bed, not that he went to the couch. And I read that somewhere, and I can't find it. I was looking at it for it earlier. I could have sworn in the very beginning they said he left them and went to bed. And this guy's saying, you know, he's like, "Yo, bye, see you later. I'm gonna go lay on the couch," you know. I don't know. It just doesn't seem, something just doesn't seem right. And wouldn't you have heard them come back in the door if he was on the couch? You know, they're not going to be quiet. You know, they're partying, having a good time, and he's going to sleep on the couch. He doesn't have headsets on. You know, he's not in his bedroom in his normal routine. There's not a loud fan. So what do you start partying, having fun?
Right, and he's saying that they played video games, and Adriana, I'm pretty sure it was Adriana, allegedly told us that they shooting dice, correct?
And she heard that from, well, in the very beginning, they said the person left around midnight. Whoever that person is, and was said when they left, they were playing dice, and they were fine. Now, did she hear that just from the news, or did she hear that from the person?
But and hold on, Darcy Miller and Aaron, now they put up discrepancies. He said before Jordan left sporadically, and now he didn't leave the house. And Aaron said discrepancies. Jordan leaving the house, seeing friends, leave, and falling asleep on the couch.
I mean, like I said, in the very beginning of this case, they did say, and if I find it, I'll send it to you, but they did say he left them and went to bed.
Right.
They didn't say he went to the couch, you know. And the reason why he didn't hear anything and didn't know what was going on was because he had headsets on and he had a fan on. Okay? But now this guy's saying, oh, he just did the, you know, later bro kind of thing and just plopped on the couch and went to sleep. Okay? Most people that wear headsets and have fans, they can't sleep without them. They get woken up very easily if they don't have those things. And I just find it really hard to believe that these guys come, you know, back into his house and are hooting and hollering and playing video games. You know, it just makes no sense to me. He would have heard them. He would have woken up. He would have known when they came back into this house. You know, people are going to walk in your house and you're not going to wake up. That's just bullshit.
It is crazy.
I don't buy it. I mean, what do they say? We got 2 weeks, 3 weeks till the tox comes back?
No. They said this week.
This week.
Yeah, that's what I heard on the news. Yeah, they said this week.
Okay.
They're looking this week for the tox to come back.
Okay. Well, that's going to be interesting. This is going to be an interesting week coming up. But I'm going to clear out of here so someone else can talk.
We appreciate you, Donna. I appreciate.
It's going to be interesting.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see what comes out of this tox. Because I'm telling you this much right now: if these families don't get answers, they're definitely they're taken to everywhere. They already are, and I don't blame them. I don't blame
Yeah,
them
and
at all.
if this lawyer gets caught up in a lie,
Mhm.
you know, he doesn't have that great of a reputation, I don't think, from what I'm hearing. So I heard he's been in trouble before.
Yeah.
He gets caught up in a lie.
Nah,
you know.
we pulled it up. It's here. What right here? I mean, this is he got in trouble for that. For what was it? Not to he didn't. Hold on. It says when John Paserno told a judge he didn't have enough time to adequately form a defense for a man facing 16 years, he was held in contempt and went to jail. The public defender system also fired him. Paserno said things haven't changed in 25 years.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm hooked. So, but I love you. I love the Rev Game family, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, I
And
appreciate you, Donna. You've been calling in since Idaho 4, so
yeah, oh yeah, I love it.
we love your input. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. You already know to lock your doors, but stay locked in. You never know what information is going to come out.
That's right.
Maybe
All
today
right.
we get maybe the tox reports come out today and we hear about it, or later today, I should say.
If anything, I hope so for the family's sake. You know.
Hopefully they get the answers.
I mean, we're sitting here, you know, our adrenaline's pumped, ready to try to figure out what's going on, you know, and but imagine the families.
Can't sleep, guarantee it.
That's right.
Can't.
So, well, everybody be blessed, and I will talk to you again.
Thank you, Donna. God bless you. Lock your doors.
Take you too.
Lock your car.
Yeah, yeah.
Lock everything.
All right.
God bless. We appreciate it. If you want to call it as 2 hold up. Stacy said play back. Which one? You said he said what? Stacy, I did remember your comment. You sent that in a minute ago, but you said play back. You told me to play back something. What was it?
They were gone, and during the day and a half that occurred, 2 days, I guess, because the police came at around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house. He was doing the things that he normally does inside.
Yeah, so I mean, the part about Jordan leaving the house sporadically, or he left the house sporadically, and now that changes to he didn't leave the house. That's crazy. It is 301. What's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
You got to echo.
How you doing today? How you doing, Mr. T-REV?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. This case is crazy, but I just want to say one quick thing. The lawyer don't sound too kosher. He sounds like he on something himself, or he ain't been sleeping for days. Cause what he's saying is not adding up. You know.
Mm-hmm.
First, he said the guy laid down on the couch like the other caller said. Then I thought at first they said that he did go up to bed. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was drugs, which I'm not saying it is, but if it was, it's some money involved. Somebody was paid off somewhere, because why would the police just allow, after 3 men was found dead at someone's home, even though it was outside the home, for the man to pack up and move and stuff? No investigation done inside the house or anything. So, and that man was a scientist, so maybe he paid somebody off so he can get out of there or something. I don't know, but I'm new to your channel and I'm watching.
Well, I appreciate you. This case is crazy.
This case is crazy. That's why I say it might be. Don't be surprised in the end if someone wasn't paid off. Just keep that in mind as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Because when people have money, you can do a lot of strange things with money. And for that guy to get a lawyer that fast and then move, something's not adding up. Somebody was paid off somewhere. So I'm just watching. I'm going to get down and let your next caller come up. I enjoy your show.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. God bless you. Lock your doors. I hope you and your family are blessed. Stay blessed.
Stay blessed.
And watch out for the weirdos.
Okay, I will. Thank you. And I'm new to your channel. I just found your channel like last week because I was watching this about the 3 guys that got frozen.
Yes.
So that's how I came across your channel, and I love it. I subscribed and I like your channel.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're welcome.
God bless you.
I'll
Love
keep
and light.
watching.
God bless you. Love it.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate it. Even though she had a little echo, still good phone call and good vibes too. 219-885-9693. Call in. We want to hear from you. We run this shit like an old school radio call-in show where we watch videos and we discuss everything together. That's how we get down around here. I don't know how you get down where you are on all these other channels. I know how we get down. That's all I can tell you. 785, you're live. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
I am live. Well, this is Janet from Kansas.
Janet from Kansas. Okay, so we have another Kansas caller calling in.
I've heard a lot of BS in sports about this,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's really hard to believe that this lawyer is saying 3, 4, 5 different stories to different people across the state. According to the news here in Salina, where I live in Kansas, they're saying that the guys froze to death. However, there wasn't that much snow on the ground.
What, 1 inch, right? On that night? Correct?
If that much. If that much. It was more, in Kansas, we call that a dusting.
Yeah, right. And are you familiar with this certain area? What is it, Platte County?
Yes.
You're familiar with
Yes.
this whole entire area? How much snow does it normally get a year, and how cold does it
It-
usually get?
It varies from time to time. Sometimes we'll get 5 inches. Sometimes we'll get 2 inches. But our worst problem is ice. More so than
Black ice
snow.
or what?
Yeah, like black ice.
Yeah, that's just the worst.
Yes. Yes. So I can understand the guys saying, I'm not driving home tonight. I'm going to stay. But what goes to say, what did those guys eat all that time?
That's a good point. What,
You know, did they have something? Did the homemaker, Jordan, did he make something to feed the guys? And it might have been something that should not have been.
that's a good point.
You know, because who goes to say that it's fentanyl? Or who goes to say it's A, B, or C? But it's scary to think that nobody knows the story. Nobody knows the truth because we don't have the toxicology report. We don't have everything. So we're kind of batting at straws, if that makes sense.
Oh, 100%. 100% we are. We're going based off of what the family members are saying. We're going
Right.
based, we're being told by family members that these guys were the best, like these 3 particular that passed away together, where
right.
all had each other's backs. They would watch each other's backs through thick and thin. That's
Yeah.
pretty much what the brother said. Why he was
What they're saying here, though, what they're saying here is that one was found on a patio, the other 2 were found in the yard.
right.
And how this Jordan guy can go from a bed to a couch, maybe that's what he sleeps on in his bedroom. Heck, I don't know, but come on, realistically, it's a bed in his bedroom. Why would he come out of his room in boxers?
Yeah, that's a good point. Why would he come out in boxers with an empty wine glass of all things? So
Especially hearing the woman's voice.
yeah, no, it leaves you with more questions than answers. That's for damn sure.
Yes, it does.
Are you questioning that the girl and him possibly know each other? Is that what you're questioning? Or?
Oh, no. The girl was a fiance of one of the guys. I'm not sure right offhand which one.
I got you. That makes sense.
But no, I don't think he. But if 3 people were banging on the walls, banging on the doors, banging on the windows, somebody broke out a window, I guarantee I'd hear it. It just doesn't add up.
No.
And this lawyer is definitely not making it any easier to understand.
Yeah, throwing the things out like Jordan left sporadically and then he didn't leave. Like which one was it?
Right. And okay, the bird thing is another catch 52. You know, I've watched your video on it. I've seen it and whatnot. But was it one bird or three?
At 3. They're saying it was 3
Three.
birds, allegedly.
But so allegedly we saw the one on the porch.
I've never seen this. Like I've seen it on because of that girl on TikTok. I think her name is True Crime.
Right, right.
Shout out for her on the video. Now I'm not saying that she's a liar whatsoever because I don't know her from Adam and Eve. But what I can say here is that I went to look for that same one and it's now wiped from the internet. I was
going to say, did they make her remove it?
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
That's a question. Could they have made her remove it?
That's a bing bong.
Because they didn't need to show any more things against scientists, the mad scientist dude.
We need answers for sure. I'm with you, Sergeant King. We need answers 100%, and we're not going to let off the gas pedal until the family gets the answers they need.
Absolutely. And all we can do is pray for the families that they get the honest truth.
Okay, so I mean, I tell people here, look at all the other different cases, and I know all these other cases that I do mention do have a different fingerprint. But come on, ladies and gentlemen, I know out of 1,800 people that are in here, that you've heard of the Kylie Rodney case, you've heard of the Jessica Johnson case, you've heard of the Missy Bevers case, which that's a totally different case. But I'm talking about cases that have been, suggested to be a suicide, allegedly. Or person overdose. Now that's said in what do they say that in what is it? Not the Christian Andriacchio case, that's a gunshot wound, but Jessica Johnson allegedly hung herself off a mailbox.
Yeah.
With a shoestring.
Yeah.
And then you have
with the shoestring.
Exactly. that one right there just doesn't make no sense.
That'd be like using knitting yarn.
I'm just saying that's one case that I can match to this one and be like, when you look at that and you hear the circumstances of the night before, it baffles you even more. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense.
And like basically here in Kansas City, which are about 2 hours from Kansas City, and I don't know. It's just so hard to figure out. These cases are getting stupider and stupider. It takes a rocket scientist to figure out half of these things, like the Idaho 4. Who knows? It's another one that's left up in the air. This one's another one left up in the air.
3 more days for the Idaho 4 and Brian Koberger's in court.
Yeah, let's hope something happens this time. We can only hope that that they set a date this time instead of keep playing around with it. But anyway, I won't keep you any longer. Let somebody else call and chit chat. But I enjoyed talking with you.
I enjoyed talking with you too. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a beautiful night. God bless you, ma'am. Thank you for putting your voice in this and sponsoring this war against evil ass people, because I'm sick of this shit, and that's why I'm building this channel is to fight against especially cases like this. This case that I'm watching shape up in front of my eyes is just there's just so many different sus things. And is it?
I heard it on the news. I heard it on the 12 o'clock news, the morning news. Is when I heard about it, and then it was really strange because that night you talked about it.
Yeah, this one is.
Yeah, this one's really sus. really, really, really.
It is.
I mean, it's more suspicious than even Koberger.
Yeah, it's a whole different case, though.
Yeah, true.
Different. It's way
true.
Different.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, a death's a death, a loss is a loss.
Absolutely, this happened 2 weeks ago.
Yes, blessings to the family, condolences, and T-REV, you have a great night.
You too, ma'am. God bless you. Lock your doors before you go to sleep. You hear me?
Oh, always do.
God bless you, ma'am. Shout out to her. Beautiful phone call. I appreciate her calling in. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this case? Did you watch this new interview with the lawyer? The lawyer is definitely slipping up in his words. Hot cocoa with extra marshmallows. Sasha says, okay, we got an expert profile, crazy-minded person, murder, intentional overdose, a mixture of drugs, premeditated. 559, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
What's up, T-REV?
What is going on?
I'm just listening to you, brother. Yeah, I subscribed and everything. Yeah, I'm just listening to you right now.
What's your thoughts, man? What's going on?
I think that lawyer sound a little, he sound a little, like he hiding something, to be honest with you. Yep.
I mean, saying that he sporadically left the house and then changing up that statement was very weird to me.
Yeah, and I reside in California, man. I ain't never heard of something like that, to be honest. Yep.
You say you never heard of nothing like this?
Well, I never heard of like a lawyer trying to cover up for somebody like that, like in California. Yeah, so I was just listening to it. Just seeing that's kind of weird.
It's definitely weird, brother.
All right, brother. You have a good night.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Appreciate you calling in. Throwing you two cents in
no
there. Keep doing that, brother. Keep revving it up. Send it to everyone you know, everyone you follow. Make sure they hear about it. You hear me? Screaming from the mountaintops. These families, they need answers. Whoever channels, wherever you go, scream it in the comments, baby. The Kansas City 3, they need answers. We demand it. God bless you, brother. You have a beautiful night. I appreciate you calling in, my man.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, man, good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear your thoughts, opinion, theories, ideas. I don't care what it is. We want to hear about it. 214, you're in the door. What's going on?
What's going on, T-REV? This is Camden.
Camden, what's going on, my man? You're live.
So I got a couple questions about this thing. So the first is the fiance coming in the house, right? So she's screaming. Did he not come out for her?
Yeah, allegedly he didn't.
See, that sus to me. If anybody's screaming in your house or anything like that, you come check what's going on.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, that's a fact.
Now, when the police get there, man, then you come out. So what are you hiding in your bedroom?
That's what
I don't know.
like to me, allegedly.
Right. And okay. The second thing is, let's say they do go smoke outside. Let's say they say their goodbyes. They go smoke outside. Is there a window on the back door? Can you see outside? Because it seems like the fiance found out real quick when she was in there.
So discovered dude on the porch, right? She goes in, she discovers the dude on the porch, and then proceeds to call the police. The police come. They say he walks out nonchalant, boxers, wine, empty wine glass. I don't know why it was described that way, but empty wine glass. I don't know. I don't get it. But after reading this report, did you see the new report that I read tonight, though? Are you aware Are you aware that he let them search the house? Are you aware of that?
I do see that. But my thing is okay, let's say they do accidental overdose smoke sesh in the backyard, right? You either find it or you don't. Either way, they're his friends. You would think he calls the police if he finds it. But to allow them to search the house, if it was a fentanyl-laced blunt, there would be no evidence in the house in the first place. He got nothing to worry about. I don't know. It's for me, a woman coming in your house and you not answering, and then him apparently reading those messages and not responding. I'm sorry. To me, it's sus, bro. But I don't know. I just wanted to hop on here because I was trying to clarify some stuff in my head. I don't know if there was like a window to the back door. Is it visible? That the back porch is visible?
The back porch.
That's another thing too.
I got pictures of that back porch.
Right. Are there some big windows?
We're looking at them. Let's take a glance at them while we're talking, because you now that you mention it, let's take a look. Here's right here, an angle from the side. You can kind of see the porch. If you look here, you can see the doggy door people have been talking about, which is right here to the right. This is a doggy door that I don't know if maybe a victim was found close to there. I don't know. I've been hearing a bunch of things. Allegedly, one was passed away in a chair. Allegedly, from what I've read on a family member's Facebook page, but I don't know.
So 2 in the yard, 1 in the chair. So to me, the separation of them is weird because if they're smoking together, they probably all be standing in a circle or something, right? So 2 of them start feeling weird, fall down in the yard or something, and he goes and sits down because he's feeling weird. Like I don't know. So that's another thing too. Is like the smoke sesh theory to me don't really make sense either.
Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 visible windows. If you want to count each one here, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You would, if you count all of the little sections, then there's 13 windows in the
And he works from home. That's my thing. And if he's working from home, you walking around the house, bro, you're going to check out the window at some point. I look at my backyard every day. I feel like most people, I'm not saying that it's such he's not looking in his backyard, but with windows that open up all over the house, I don't know.
Meme said he had plenty of times to get rid of drugs. Damn, plenty of time.
Plenty of time probably flushing that stuff. I mean, I don't know, right? And that's why you let the police search the house, because if you found them back there and your plan is to act like you never found them, then you got plenty of time to get rid of all that shit.
He looking like he was hiding, Trisha says.
Yeah, sounds like to me he was hiding, bro. You got a woman screaming in your house, especially if you live alone, you're gonna come out.
Google Maps. Or Google, you said Google Map it. Now we got it right here. We got the house fully furnished right here, baby. We're gonna jump into it. We got the house fully furnished. We could look at the whole house.
Playpen in the back.
I'm talking about every picture of every room of this house is right here, including the front. Let's start from the front. We'll run the whole gallery. I got you. We'll run the whole gallery. There's the picture of the little porch out front that there's some little chairs there on the side. Nice little view there. Then you got the garage, the double garage over there. I don't know if that's the basement or the basement goes down, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea. Where's the pictures of this garage?
Right, because that's what the lady was talking about earlier. Doesn't look like there's any basement windows to me.
This is that front porch. Again, this is where you go walk in, and that front porch is on the other side of there. The stairs are to the right. As soon as you come in, it looks like the kitchen is straight. It looks like to the left, maybe a little dining room. Let's see, or living room. Shows a different.
So look, the kitchen window facing out the back porch. No.
Look at that. Yeah, the sink. You can see right out the window at the sink.
He didn't go to the sink for 2 days?
Bro, look at this shit. Hold up.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Oh my God, bro.
Frogs.
I mean, that's us. He was definitely doing some part in it, doing something. Unless he's in his room.
I didn't see this till now. Pulling this up, I would have never probably pulled this back up and looked at the sink if you didn't call in. The sink is by the fucking window, bro.
Directly right there. You would be seeing the bodies immediately.
Where you make your fucking food at? I'm sorry, I'm hyped up. Where you make your friggin' food at? This sink is right there. The window's right there. Snow is outside. What does snow do? Snow illuminates, like it lights up.
Let me tell you something. I live in a place where it snows all the time, man. You look outside, you're going to notice something. It's like having a white background and then an object in it. Like those bodies are going to stick out, bro. You're not going to pass over something like that.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but my gut tells me something is so fucking wrong here.
He's guilty. That's sus, bro.
Everything here that you hear is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. You are only hearing the opinions of other people like myself.
This is all opinions.
All opinionated, allegedly. Nothing is facts that you hear here besides the things that you hear from law enforcement, which they said there is no investigation to homicide. But ladies and gentlemen, the sink right here by the window. Where's this window? Let's keep going. Because now we got to...
And I'm sorry for saying that, T-REV. I ain't trying to...
Oh, no, you're good. You're good, bro. You're good. Sure. I have it everywhere. Allegedly speculation, baby.
Allegedly speculating, of course.
Speculate. This is the speculation station. All right, here's another picture, a better picture of our sink, ladies and gentlemen. Look, here we go. We're in the kitchen now. We're hands on. We're on deck. You know, look at this right here. I can't see out too well, but all right.
But even the dining room, like even if you're walking by the dining room,
I know where it's at now. I know where this is placed at. Look, if you look, this little dining room next to here is the window, is the way you go out to the patio, right? To this table right here. So back, that references back down to this picture, ladies and gentlemen. This one. The window is right next to here with the door. So there's a door to the kitchen? Because there's a window right here. We got to look out back now to locate our kitchen window, which is this window right here. 100%.
yeah.
Pop it back.
And that's that little area where that dining room is that little pop out, right?
Yep, there's our kitchen window. So if you're standing at the sink at this window, you'll be standing right here. I'm seeing, if I got my windows open, I'm seeing everything. Oh wow,
Yeah.
right out back. You don't see nobody laying out there. I don't know. I don't know. That's weird. I guess if you're standing at that window, you would have to look out a little further right to see to the garden, but we don't know where the body.
Maybe, but if they're out in the yard, yeah, we don't. But if they're out in the yard, you would think that means off the porch, right?
Yes. They say two are in the yard.
Right. So you would think that would mean out in the grass area, which would be eye level at least with that sink.
Oh, look at this clear picture right here. You can see, and there's even snow on the ground in this one.
Oh yeah.
Look at this.
Definitely visible.
So you kind of could get you could get a look outside right here. So if you're standing at this sink, nice sink by the way, a nice little kitchen, standing right there, I mean, you could see into the yard. If you peeked over from the left, you could even see further right out there. But you would have to be peeking. Is somebody peeking out there in case you think something is out there?
Right. I don't know, man. I'll let you go though. I'm gonna hop off T-REV. It was nice talking to you.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in. I'm pulling this up. I didn't even think to look at this thing. I'm at the
Let's run with it.
The window, man.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, bro. Calling in, brother. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Continue to push and fight for these three, man. These guys deserve answers.
Always. We getting that justice, baby.
God bless, brother. Good phone call. Good phone call. I'm glad he brought it up. 219-885-9693. Are we standing at this sink? And this just got one step weirder for me. 519. What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, my man?
What's going on?
I sent you a couple more emails. I don't know if you saw them in your email, but it had to do with part of the fentanyl crisis in Kansas City right now, and some stats.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I agree. Like some of the wordage and the changing in the wordage was definitely kind of odd. But I think the fact that he said they were at somewhere else first, then went back to Jordan's house. Whose house were they at?
Have you seen the screen yet with the sink in the window?
Yeah, but you know what? If you look at the outside of the house, I'm thinking that's showing the side of the house, because the front door is the way the house is built. It's almost like it goes left to right, like from the side of it is the long side,
mm-hmm.
and the front is on the short side, and the back would face the other house. It's weird how the house is laid out on that street with where the garage is and stuff. But yeah, I think now that they mentioned they were at two different residences,
mm-hmm.
and if the lawyer's right, when this Jordan and this other person, which I have a weird suspicion is that Adriana chick,
Mm-hmm.
She knows things she shouldn't know. And the fact that they were knocking on his door Tuesday morning and whatever, probably Monday, why would their cars were there? Nobody's going to care enough to do a wellness check? That makes less sense now than ever.
So hold up. You said who did you say knows too much?
I think that Adriana chick knows way more than she should.
Oh, okay. What do you like? What?
Like nobody else has mentioned them playing dice except for her, and she's the one that broke into the house. Keywords: broke in, unlawfully entered the house, and didn't bother making a wellness check on her fiance.
Man.
Like that makes no sense, in my opinion. But I agree. Like the changing in the wordage by the lawyer definitely doesn't look right or sound right.
Adriana wasn't the one to break in, though.
But she did. Wasn't it Adriana that broke into the house?
No. This was Clayton McGinney's. This was Clayton McGinney's fiance that broke in the house. Kayla.
Oh, okay. I thought it was that.
No. She definitely didn't break into the house. It was Kaylee Greer's friend. I don't know the fiance's name, but it was the fiance of Clayton McGinney. She was the one.
Okay, I thought it was that Adriana chick.
No. I'm glad you said that so we could get that. Any misinformation or things that even if you hear me say something, correct it.
Yeah.
We always need to we need to have the facts in line, and then we need to have our speculations and allegedlys there. You know what I mean? So that's how.
But I think that window that we're looking at faces the side of the house, the street.
You think this window we're looking at is the what house? The side of the what?
It faces the side of the house. It's on the side of the house that faces the street.
So if you look at this, if you step back far here, this is this dining room with the green table. If we go up here and identify the dining room with the green table, this is taking us out back. So the sink would be facing in towards the backyard.
Yeah. But if you look at the outside of the house and just the way it's lengthwise, compared to where the front door is, it's weird. The house is laid out in a really weird fashion, opposed to like where the front door is and stuff.
This is 100%. That sink 100% faces the back. I'm looking at it right now. If you step in here, look. This is the same.
Okay, there you can see the back patio. Okay, yeah, but okay, yeah, and then that's over there. Okay, yeah, no, okay. So then he probably wouldn't see the one person on the patio then, unless he's going into his dining room. Which, if I'm at home alone, I never eat in my dining room. But that's just me personally. But I don't know. Like, I think the bigger question, in my personal opinion now, is where did they go to watch part of the game? And yeah.
And then there's a statement that changed, and I did like the point that you did bring up about the dice game, and I brought that up earlier too. The lawyers said that they were playing video games. A dice game and video games are two different things.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Yeah, exactly. And playing dice is a pretty specific, detail. It's not like, they're chilling out playing games or whatever. Or, hey, you know what, they're chilling out playing cards. But if I said, hey, they're chilling out playing euchre or whatever, a specific game, that's a little more of a detailed fact than maybe somebody that wasn't there wouldn't have known. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's a lot of weird things. I just think it's really odd that nobody's, and I'm not saying like the family members weren't reaching out and trying to contact them.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing where they see their cars there, nobody's heard, nobody's answering, and nobody's calling a wellness check and having the police look into this, it just seems way too sus to me more than anything. It's just my opinion though, but
yeah, no doubt. I respect it, brother.
It's like my loved ones aren't around, nobody's responding, the cars are here, why is nobody answering? Instead of breaking into a house, I'm probably calling the cops and having somebody check and make sure everything's okay. Like, for all they knew, they could have been arrested. You know what I mean? They're breaking into somebody's house.
And then you got to, this is another thing that I think about when it comes to this case, because we're being told that allegedly they were playing video games, whether it's video games or dice, they were playing something, they were at the house, they were alive at 12 a.m., according to what, Adriana, between 11 and 12 a.m. So when did they pass away from that point forward is what the real big question is. You know, when did they become deceased? Because if they were alive at 12 a.m., it was supposed to snow that night, correct?
I believe so, but even it dropped down to about the freezing mark. So yeah, it probably it was cold enough that it could have snowed that night. Yeah.
Yes, it's the.
So it's I'm just kind of curious because when he said they watched the game at different places, like that's a pretty specific detail. Like that detail falls right in line with the whole dice detail.
Yeah.
Right? Like, like, you know, I don't know. I think that's weird. But I agree. Like the changing in the wordage from yesterday's article or the interview to today's, you know, it definitely doesn't sound right. But again, he could have had another conversation with the client. And given the fact, like what he does for a living, I'm pretty sure he already has a lawyer on retainer. And looking at and I went to look at the lawyer's website and I sent you a copy and I shared an email with you of his website.
Oh no, I'm already dug into that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it shows he does civil litigation, which being a scientist, and that's everything. Most scientists or people in that kind of field that I know are more introverts too. And they're more homebodies too. So there's some things that kind of logically make sense, but then there's some things that are being said that, as everybody else is saying, just seem a little bit off. So but yeah, like I'd love to know, like, were they at the fifth person's house to watch part of the game? Or was there a whole other party involved?
Was at the fifth person's house?
Yeah, because they said they watched the game at two different houses.
I didn't see that.
And then they went back. He said it in the interview. He said they watched the game at a couple different places. Then they ended up going back to Jordan's.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I must have missed that part.
Yeah, he said it in the interview. But like it's little things like that, like that. So was there a whole like another group of people that were around these guys, or that should be interviewed, or?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said earlier. What about what about another guy? Whoever was at the party, that night, whoever was hanging around.
Yeah.
But it was said allegedly that this fifth person left early because they had to work around 10 o'clock is what I heard. So I'm pretty sure Adriana touched on that.
So the person left at 10 o'clock?
Yep. I thought Adriana.
So how would they know what they're doing at 12 o'clock? So how would anybody know what they're doing at 12 o'clock?
That's a good question.
Unless there was another person there.
The kitchen sink. There it is. I had to take a little snapshot of the kitchen sink because, ladies and gentlemen, through this kitchen sink, you can see outside. There's the gate right there out back. There's a clear snowstorm, obviously, within this picture. Now, this is out back. And if you're standing at this sink, you can see in your backyard clearly.
Yeah, no, I agree with you after looking at that picture. But then, granted, are you looking for dead bodies in your backyard?
Nah, you're definitely not. Not normally. Not on a normal basis.
So, you know what I mean? So, you're not looking for, you're probably not going to see it.
No doubt.
Right? So, that's fair enough. And that's a fair speculation that they're, that with the window. But, yeah, I still think it was the fentanyl overdose, in my personal opinion. But I think there's more to it now than there was, in my personal mind, before knowing about the second house. And I just think there's a lot more people that need to step up and say stuff. That I think there was more people around at this second house they were at.
I didn't hear a second house. So what you're saying in the new interview, they said they went to a second house?
They were at a second house, and then they ended up going back to Jordan's.
All right. Well, I'm gonna play this. I gotta play and listen to that again. I must have missed that detail.
Yeah, and there's a couple more articles you might want to look into.
And
So,
I'm gonna check those too. I'm gonna check the ones you sent too.
Yeah. All right, cool. And then I'll let you go and let the next person call in.
No doubt, my brother. I appreciate you calling up. Good conversation as always. Thank you for the information that you send in, man. Keep being a voice from the voiceless. I appreciate you, brother. God bless. Shout out to the phone call. Now, in this interview, hold up. Did he say that? So in this interview, he said they went to a second location. Am I right? He said, "Is he making stuff up?" I have no idea. I just don't remember hearing that. I don't know. I don't know. We're about to find out though. We're gonna rewatch this new interview. I don't remember them saying they went to a second location. So we're gonna run this one back.
He's still facing some kind of potential criminal exposure.
There was never any.
Hold on, let's take it back.
First and foremost, your client Jordan Willis, is he free and clear tonight, or is he still facing some kind of potential criminal exposure?
There was never any criminal charges. There is no case. The police have stated that this is not.
Again, if you are just coming in, this is a new interview. Also, I do want to fill people in. If you're new to this case, you have no idea what you're looking at, but you're interested. You're like, damn, this seems crazy. 3 Kansas City Chief players were found at 9:51 p.m. on January 7th at this location that we were just looking at with the pictures. I'm going to show you exactly the location. Again, this is the location. If you're just coming in, you're not familiar with this case. It happened at this specific location, 5208 Northwest 83rd Terrace, I believe it's called. And this is in Kansas City, Platte County. 3 men were found in this backyard deceased. Now, a woman broke in at this location on January 9th around 9:51 p.m. The police were called. They came to the location. The person who broke in was the fiance to Clayton McGinney. Clayton McGinney. I see some people have it mixed up. They're thinking that Adriana that called into me broke into the house. No, it was not her. The person who broke into the house, if you go and listen to the full 50, I believe it's 52 minutes or 53-minute interview with Adriana, Ricky Johnson's baby mother, who called in and filled us in on some details. She was putting out things like his wallet, keys, and phone were missing. Where is it at? Why can't we find it? I seen her saying things like the Kansas City police are not doing their job. Jordan's a free man, allegedly. So it piqued my interest. We reached out to her. We got that interview. Long story short, to finish up this timeline for you, from January 7th at 3 o'clock when they went over to watch the Kansas City Chiefs versus the San Diego Chargers or Los Angeles Chargers, whatever their new name is. Regardless, it was the Chargers. What happened from that time to 12 o'clock that night? What happened? What happened after that, right? Because they were playing video games, according to him. And then we heard from Adriana that they were playing a dice game, right? Between 11 and 12 a.m. So what happened after that? When the friend left at 10 o'clock and had to leave early, the fifth person, the other person that we don't know who they are yet, when they left, where did they go? Right? But on top of that, what happened after they left? What happened to Clayton? What happened to Ricky? What happened to David? Jennifer Marquez wants to know. Jennifer Marquez is David's mom. Get in tune with this. Again, if you go through, we did make a lot of lives on this. We covered a lot of this story. If you go back and revisit the lives, you will see a lot more information, screenshots. I will pull some up here while you're sitting here live. We have things like this. For instance, let me pull this up for you, right? So that's Kayla. We read that already. Let's go to this one. Now, this is another person, Adam. He says, one of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. That's the type of shit that we're seeing everywhere.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Now we need to get off this interview and go to here. Lock back in. Now we're listening to see if there was 2 locations.
Is he free and clear tonight, or is he still facing some kind of potential criminal exposure?
There was never any criminal charges. There is no case. The police have stated that this is not a homicide investigation and they do not suspect foul play.
So he could do an interview. You'd be fine with him doing a TV interview because you now feel confident he has no concerns ahead of him.
He could do an interview if he chose to. As I advised him, as I advise all my clients, that he shouldn't say anything at this time until the investigation has been concluded.
I'm so curious about what could have possibly happened, as are so many people watching right now, as I'm sure you are, and potentially even. Do you know from speaking to your client, were there drugs involved with the party, the football watching party that night?
There are some things that I'm not going to be allowed to comment on based on confidentiality reasons. There were, in addition to the three gentlemen that are deceased, in addition to Jordan, there was one other individual that was present in the home. And I'm not going to comment on anything about the activities that were going on there other than the fact that they were there and they were socializing after the Chiefs game.
No. The Kansas City Three, they're not Kansas City Chief players. They went to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game at a house party. Not players. They're not players. No, they're just regular men who went over to enjoy a Sunday game.
It's interesting, though, that you would bring up that there was another person there other than the three who died, the owner of the home, and then this mystery man after the question I asked about drugs. Is there a reason for that?
No, just in fact, I learned a little bit more about this other individual today. And I also, it's my understanding that he spoke with police as well, and that he supported what Jordan told law enforcement and what we believe actually was going on at the time.
Has that fourth man,
Burning Angel, I'm not seeing it. Jordan,
have they spoken together since this tragedy unfolded?
I don't believe that they have.
And yet it's your understanding that this fourth mystery person, whose name I hope will surface soon, his account of what happened that night is directly in correlation with Jordan's account.
Sure, and he's not a mystery person. He's one of the group of friends that they watched the game with. He's known to everybody. He's known to law enforcement. So he's not a mystery person. He's somebody there. And essentially, from my understanding, everything that he told the police is in line with what Jordan told the police, even though they were interviewed separately.
I'm so glad he's not a mystery person. What's his name?
I'm not going to provide his name. If and when he chooses to go public and say his name, then he can do that. He's not my client. I don't represent him. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, I understand. Did your client ever leave the home from Sunday night and the football game until Tuesday when they discovered the bodies in his backyard? Did he ever leave and go outside the home?
No, I don't believe that he did. He's self-employed. He works out of his home. He stayed in the home the entire time from...
So he stayed in the home the entire time. This is what I was waiting for. He stayed in the home the entire time.
He stayed in the home the entire time from... the basic scenario is they had watched the Chiefs game in a couple of different places. They went back to his place, his home afterwards, to play some video games and hang out. And at some
Okay. Again, let's hear that one more time.
They watched the Chiefs game in a couple of different places. They went back to his place.
Hold up.
Oh my God!
They watched the Chiefs game. Okay, good. I'm glad that caller brought it up, and we're revisiting that. That little detail slipped past me. They were watching the Chiefs games at several. He said several, not just one.
The entire time from. No, I don't believe that he did. He's self-employed. He works out of his home. He stayed in the home the entire time from, the basic scenario is they had watched the Chiefs game in a couple of different places. They went back to his place, his home afterwards, to play some video games and hang out. And at some point during that process, he got tired and he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed. And then when he woke up, they were gone. And during the day and a half that occurred, 2 days, I guess, because the police came at around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house, he was doing the things that he normally does inside of his home, and that he was sleeping, he was eating, and he was working.
Can I back up? Yeah, can I back up for a moment there? Are you saying that your client, Jordan Willis, escorted the three victims to the door. He showed them to the door. Did they?
Joe's, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. Like I'm on it like flies on rice waiting, but I haven't seen it yet. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Hold up. I'm making sure this is it. Okay, it is. You ready? Here it is right here. Let's pull it up. Look. Still unreal. I definitely miss your messages every day just to check on. That's true. See, you're so understanding even of a fucker like me. Hey, you. Hope you're doing better. At 11:55 p.m. Hold up. Who is this message from? Hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Who is this message from? I'm over here hitting wrong buttons and shit. Who is this message from? This is crazy. What's this from? Burning Angel. Who is this message from? You said a couple of different places. And it says, see, story keeps changing. That's crazy. This is what she sent right here, right? And I see what it says. It has Natasha is friends with David Harrington, and it says still unreal. I definitely miss your messages every day. It shows here Sunday 11:55 p.m. Now I don't know if this is that Sunday, but it does say January 15th on this day. I don't when she posted this. So January 15th is not too long ago. I don't know. Or you said, I bet we will find it on Fox Report. Yeah, his wording about the fifth man is sus. He doesn't talk much about the fifth man, really. He's like, he's not a mystery man, but well, I can't break confidentiality. I don't know. That was weird. Where'd it go? Where'd our picture go? Who is that from, though? Who is that person talking to David Harrington? Is that his girl? Lisa, did they go from place to place?
I don't. It's not that formal, Ashley. He didn't escort them. They're his friends.
Okay. Hold on. He goes, it's not that formal, Ashley.
I guess because the police came in around 10 o'clock on Tuesday to his house. He was doing the things that he normally does inside of his home. And that he was sleeping, he was eating, and he was working.
Can I back up?
Oh, shit. Hold up. Back up. We're going to go back to that. I'm glad you said that because it's from David Harrington. See, you're so understanding even of a fucker like me. Hey, you. Hope you're doing better. Okay, I see. So that's clearly not her. That's clearly him sending those messages. So on Sunday at 5:27 p.m., he said, "Hey, you." That would be David Harrington. And on Sunday, 11:55 p.m., hope you're doing better. So allegedly, I get it now. So allegedly, this is David Harrington at 11:55 p.m. that Sunday saying, I hope you're doing better. So there's 11. I'm not confused. I get what's going on. You can call in at 219-885-9693. I get exactly what's going on. This is David Harrington saying, hope you're doing better to Natasha as he's talking to Natasha. This is 11:55 p.m. So he's alive at this time, allegedly. Just saying. Allegedly. I get it now. I get what you're saying. And I see why you sent it. Good find, by the way.
Yeah, can I back up for a moment there? Are
Good
you
find,
saying
by the
that
way.
your client, Jordan Willis, escorted the three victims to the door? He showed them to the door. Did they walk out the door?
It's not that formal, Ashley. He didn't escort them. They're his friends. Okay. They've been together all day. They're leaving the house. You know, they're guys. They shake hands. They hug. See you later, bro. Whatever they did. But he left them as they were leaving the home. It's not unusual for him and his friends to spend time in each other's homes. It's not unusual for them to hang out when the other person isn't there even. And in this case, he was there. So for whatever reason, They either came back in the home or they went directly to the backyard. That part, no one knows the answer to. Jordan believes they came back in the house and hung out for a while and continued to play video games. And at some point,
214, you're in the door. What's going on? Talk to me.
What's up, T-REV?
What's going on?
You
have an
that
echo.
girl.
I'm echoing.
I do.
Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh no.
No, you're good.
Am I
No,
still-
you're good. You're good. We're good now.
Okay, that girl that y'all are talking about, I saw that post a while back. She was like saying that he always checked up on her, like she was going through hard times,
Right.
and he would just always check up on her. That's all I know about that.
But the David Harrington.
But
that does show if it's in fact the 7th, or when they were at this football game, it does show that last message was at 11:55 p.m.
yeah, crazy. But also, I just wanted to call about the lawyer. I feel like Jordan may be watching and reading what we're saying, and whenever callers or people post things that make like a little bit of sense, where we're kind of go, oh, okay, well that kind of makes sense on the other side, that he's like, oh, well, yeah, I didn't leave the house, I was sleeping, or because everybody's like, well, he would have had to have seen the cars, and that's so suspicious. And now he's like, oh yeah, I didn't even leave, I didn't look out my windows, I didn't know anything.
Man, that shit is. You think he's watching?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Hey, hi.
And it's just weird. Like, there's not one person that says he's like, oh, he was my best friend in high school, or we're homies, or we did research together, or we're so cool. People are just saying he's a psycho, It's just weird.
It's a strange one.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange. Yes, he's watching. Dollar says that's when she posted on FB. Why do y'all freeze to death? You think so? The people do think he's watching, but you never know. Just like they thought Kohlberger was watching, and all these.
He was watching too.
People think that Kohlberger was watching.
Yep, I think he was.
I mean, allegedly, everything is allegedly that you hear, but I mean, it's if people are talking about you, you're definitely tuned in.
Hell yeah.
And if you're not tuned in, you're definitely going to hear from a friend or two. And if you don't hear from a friend or two, you might hear for 20 of them. And they might all tell you everything. And 10 of them may tell you a different story, but the other 10 may tell you a whole different one. I'm just saying, shit changes.
Crazy.
The more people
It's
that you add
crazy.
in, the more the story and everything starts to carry this way, that way. And it's like, holy shit. We got to gather these facts together, and we need to put facts versus speculations and really get down, because I mean, you got to have concrete evidence in order to arrest this.
Yeah, I hope they have everyone's phones and they're, getting digital footprints of all these people. And if he says he didn't leave the house, he better not have left the house. You know what I mean?
I still don't. I still can't believe I haven't got an answer for. Well, actually, I did get an answer for that. What I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I was going to say I didn't get an answer for why they couldn't search the place, or that's not enough probable cause for them to search the place. But I read the new article from the Inside Digital or Inside Edition or whatever they did with this dude, right? And this dude told them that he voluntarily let them search the whole entire house.
Well, he had probably already got rid of everything. I mean, he could flush whatever he wants to flush down the toilet, and, it's gone. So why not come in, look around? I've already cleaned up. You know what I mean?
Oh, man. Did you see the sink?
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
I mean, you're going, if you got to be going to your sink, right?
He said he never goes out the back door. You never go out the back door. I mean, even if your dogs are there occasionally, you still go out the back door occasionally. You know what I mean?
Shit, I'm not understanding it.
I also found it weird that the lawyer was saying he's talking to the prosecutor. It's like, why is there a prosecutor involved? Like, wouldn't he be talking to, doesn't law enforcement get a prosecutor involved whenever they feel like something's suspicious? I don't know the whole, protocol for whenever a prosecutor becomes involved.
So the
But I
lawyer
just found that
goes,
weird.
I'm talking to the prosecutor. When did he
In the
hold
first
up?
interview.
Okay.
In the first interview with Dan Abrams, he said, I talked to the prosecutor and he said, blah, blah, blah. And in this interview tonight, he said, law enforcement says there's no, nothing.
So my
But in the
thing
first
is
one,
there a prosecutor on a death investigation case, ladies and gentlemen? Is there a prosecutor that is assigned death investigations, period? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Is it prosecutor?
And I also found it suspicious that right after Ashley Banfield brought up the drug thing, he was like, oh, there's fifth person. You know what I mean? It's like, let's throw him under the bus.
Does a prosecutor? I gotta look that up for real quick because I'm not too sure about that one. It says they do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Death investigations are carried out by coroners, medical examiners. Let's see. No, I'm looking for the. I'm
Or
curious.
when does a prosecutor become involved? And, I would assume law enforcement has to have some sort of something before they call a prosecutor and say, hey, maybe you need to come check out our investigation and see what you think about it. I don't know.
I said I like the caller.
It's just wild.
Yeah,
Everything's
Dad had the
wild.
dogs. Dad had the dogs. We know that. The lawyer said Dad had dogs. So the defense attorney said he was talking to the prosecutor. Yep, Camden.
He said that in the first interview, and I just found that kind of weird. Like, why are you talking to a prosecutor? Is that insinuating that there's going to be a prosecution in this? Or, like, it just... But I don't know enough about it,
Or at least a negligence case. Or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. You didn't call to report, 3 dead bodies in your backyard. It's just weird.
I would like to think that they're silent right now and not even talking with the presser or going up here with this presser because they're still collecting enough information for a presser.
Yeah.
Like, could that be the case here? But then again, if this lawyer is saying, hey, he volunteered and let them search the house.
I don't think they're going to do a presser until they get some sort of toxicology report. Because they haven't done one yet. I also wish we could find out some more information from Adriana, because I feel like with her going and seeing everybody these past 3 days at all these funerals, she's probably collected a lot more information and like more solid information. Because what she was hearing at first, she was in shock. Clearly, she was upset, and I'm sure things were just kind of, she wasn't absorbing every single detail, like we do.
And maybe they're playing stupid. They're letting him think they don't find him suspicious so they can get get more evidence on him. They don't want him to know what they have or how much a suspect he is. Yeah, I get that, Verka. So the second house, no one else has heard they were at. That is total speculation. I don't know. That's a good question. He said multiple places.
Yeah, so where are all these multiple friends that hung out with him that night? You would think that they would be like, hey, I can't believe they were over here hanging out, and then now they're gone. I haven't seen anything like that.
I don't know this shit.
And I've been looking and looking, and trying to find people who know people who, are tagged in photos or friends. And
well, if he let him search the house, like you said, he obviously already, whatever, if there was something there, it'd be gone, allegedly.
Yeah, it'd be gone if, I mean, you can't just, somebody's not just banging on your door for that long and you don't hear, and then someone breaks your window. I can hear my kids, walking upstairs. You know what I mean? Like,
no doubt.
Like, they're trying to be quiet and I can hear them, And I still don't understand why he wears headphones. It's like he lives alone. Why does he need headphones?
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, I guess if you
I
were to
don't know.
use that as I mean, to throw that out there, I sleep with headphones on. Okay, I get the fan part, but headphones, that's why you're not hearing knocks on the door. Maybe he does. What if he does have headphones on because he's gaming?
I don't know. I'm not a gamer, but I wear headphones so my daughter, if
I do
I'm
gotta
next,
bring that argument up. What if the dude's saying headphones, but Jordan's a gamer, so he's playing like Call of Duty or something online, and he's talking to people and playing, and he can't hear nothing. I'm just bringing up that point.
I mean,
people do play Call of Duty and do wear headphones, and you can't hear shit when you hear and gunshots in your ear and people yelling constantly.
yeah, but I think his lawyer would have been like, he's a gamer, you know, because he just wants to come out with everything.
I still think
you know
that's a card that he could pull, allegedly.
He's probably listening and thinking of every card he can pull.
For sure. I'm sorry. Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But anyhow, so I just wanted to call in. I've been listening to you forever, since Idaho 4, and I listen religiously, and I love your show.
Well, I appreciate that. Idaho 4, huh?
Yep.
That's a while. That's a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was up with you every night during Christmas until 5 o'clock in the morning sometimes, you know.
We did Cavalcante with 12 hours.
I did that one. That was awesome.
Oh, during Cavalcante, we had, oh my goodness, we had 20,000, almost 20,000 in here.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That case was crazy.
And you were the only one up, you know, whenever he got busted.
Sick. Cuomo.
Following it, you know,
yeah.
Minute by minute. It was intense.
Play by play. And I wish there was more information on this case. This, you know, these are different than like I say, every case has its own unique fingerprint. In that case, Cavalcante was already captured in, you know, he was already behind bars. He already was found guilty, but he squirmed his way out. That situation was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And that's
he
different
was
than
just
this one.
like Houdini, you know.
This one's different. This we don't even know. These three, all we know is that 3 people being found dead in somebody's backyard at a friend's house after going out all day is suspicious. That's all we do know, allegedly.
It's more than suspicious. It's very concerning. And then for him, they just froze to death. It's like, what? You know, and I was looking up, I'm like, how many people die of, like, a group of people die of fentanyl poisoning? Like, how often do you see, like, 5 friends died of fentanyl poisoning in one night? You know?
Well,
or, you know,
I mean,
3
usually,
or 6.
you got to think about it like this. Usually the drug wouldn't make it to the next person because either they tried it first and plopped already and it's gone, in case they sold them some before they tried it.
I saw whenever I was looking it up, I saw one thing, and it was like a lady that came on and she said her niece or something, and it was on Dr. Phil, and they all were just like out, and they were like, let's get some blow, and they all were like, did a line of blow, and they all died, and it was like 5 girls, and I was like, wow, so it does happen. But I mean, that's one case I saw. I mean, think about how many people are getting laced with fentanyl every single day.
Yeah,
I mean, these kids are buying Adderall, and Adderall's laced with fentanyl, and I'm like, and cocaine. I'm like, how does that make you feel? Isn't fentanyl like a downer? Like, so they're mixing a downer with the upper, like at the same time? Like, I don't get it, but scary, you know, if you have kids or you have, you know, terrifying.
What's going on, Joey? Welcome. This case is crazy. Well, I appreciate you calling, and I'm gonna get a couple more calls.
Yeah, get as many. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, cool. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you I appreciate the good conversation. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Lock your doors. Stay safe. As I say to everybody, lock your damn doors. Stay vigilant, and make sure that you protect yourself out here. Ladies, I'm concerned for the ladies in 2024 and even 2023. I was saying in 2022, like, yeah. Carry heat if you can. If you can't, get some mace. Get the next best thing. Make sure you protect yourselves. Everybody.
I'm in Texas. We got our guns.
Well, God bless you, ma'am. I appreciate your love and light. I hope you have a beautiful night. Thank you.
You too.
Good phone call. Now it says right here, this screenshot, I had to pull this one up too. Natasha talking to David Harrington. It says, it's still unreal. I definitely miss your messages every day just to check on me or make me laugh. Last one I got was Sunday night, and I feel absolutely terrible. I did not see it or respond. Broken heart, crying face. David Harrington, you were one of the real ones. You are definitely missed and have touched so many people. Wish I would have seen your message Sunday and responded. Again, the lines are open if you want to call in. It's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Now, I'm looking for that, Rob. I didn't forget about you. I'm looking through the emails right now. Fluffle said needs to do a rap for the 55. When we hit 100, keyword is laced. They don't know. If they don't know. Yeah, no, that's a good fact. That's a good point. 513, you're on with me. What's going on?
Hi, this is Cindy Fields. I just wanted to make sure you've seen that I sent you an email or a text.
Let me see. Email? This Cindy?
Yep.
Email from you. Let me see.
I sent you a picture of the back of the house. It's a better picture.
I'm looking for. I don't see it in the email. Let me see. Cindy. I'm looking for you, Cindy. Maybe it went to spam. Let me check. Nope, it didn't go there either.
Check your text. I sent that to it too.
Okay, so maybe it's in there. Let's check there right now. Yep. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Save the image. This the backyard right here. This is the one you're talking about.
Right, and there's the garage windows from the inside, and there's a basement window in there too.
I mean, this one is coming through. I don't know that it must be the download quality. It makes it blurry, but I see what you're talking about. Yeah, this place. So, I mean, what is your thoughts on that from you being all right? So, the sink picture, for instance, you can see out the windows. What's your thoughts when you think somebody was in this house? These guys probably.
I think.
Who knows when they passed away? We don't know, but.
Right. I think that the chair might have been in between the door and the window, and that's why they didn't see the guy sitting on the patio there.
Mm-hmm. It just doesn't. It doesn't add up to me. It doesn't add up. What about to you? Does it add up to you?
No, I think it's the fentanyl poisoning. That's all it could be. They went back there and they're smoking a joint, or they shot up or something, and they're sitting around the table there, and the other two got up and started walking and collapsed.
Walking and.
But I'm also wondering if who brought the fentanyl.
And this lawyer says they went to multiple places, correct? I did hear that.
Correct.
So could they have been at a location and there was somebody at this bar or wherever they went and they had something and bought something from them? Allegedly.
Right, and they brought it back to the house, and it could have been one of the three that died that brought it to the house. We don't know, and they probably won't find out.
So we do know that we do know that one of the guys were alive at 11:55 p.m. on Sunday.
Right.
Just based off of looking at this right here, I have this actual screenshot from the text message, this is him saying right here on Messenger, this Sunday night on January 7th, going into January 8th, which would be Monday. He says, "Hope you're doing better. Hey, you. Hope you're doing better. Whatever." It's 5:27. He says the "Hey, you" part, and then 11:55 p.m. he comes in and says, "Hope you're doing better." Then after that, that's when everything must have unfolded.
Right. Yeah, I think they're gone by at least 12:30.
So you think it all unfolded right after he sends that message to her?
Right. Because why didn't he reply back?
Well, he was the one that sent the message. She didn't
Right.
reply back
Right, but he would have written something back.
to check again.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
If he was really worried about her, he would have kept on going till he heard from her again.
Right. That's a good point. She never
It's all
responded back.
crazy. Yeah, but like I said, I think it was fentanyl overdose, and we probably just won't figure out who had it.
He said she didn't respond back. She definitely didn't respond back. But who knows that little time frame that she didn't respond back? Maybe she fell asleep. Who knows?
Right.
Out the door.
Yeah.
This is crazy, Cindy. Hopefully the families get more answers with these autopsies that come out. But I mean, I think it is a little bit weird how the lawyers this lawyer stepping out and he's making all these different statements. I guess he's doing what he's paid to do. I get that part, but maybe over saying some things to everybody. I feel like because
Right.
I don't know. Like I feel like he's over saying you've already made your appearance. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, by the end of this, he's going to be tripping over his nose. Yeah.
Because he contradicted himself on that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Even makes sense.
Well, I'll let you go so you can get some other callers in. I just wanted to make sure you saw that.
Well, I appreciate you sending it, Sadie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. God bless you. I can't wait to hear from you again.
All right. Thank you so much. And have a good evening.
You too, Cindy.
Bye-bye.
Cindy. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I want to hear from you. It is still unreal. I definitely miss your messages every day. So she talks about I did not see it or respond. That part right there. I know she's probably living with some guilt on that. Poor. Hopefully she's able to get over that. Some people really, guilt over that type of shit. They guilt trip themselves. And I get it. You said I would have asked him, so your dogs go with dad every time friends come over. Freddie, it sounds like from the way that the lawyer's saying, right? The lawyer's making it sound like as if they were traveling to a few different places, like a bar, friend's house. They come afterwards, play video games and shit. That's how the lawyer's making it sound to me. 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. I was going to say that I think that his lawyer is a little bit of a liability. I would fire him. He has said so many things. Number one, remember when he first came out and he said that they all died at the same time. That was his first comment. That was like, well, how does he know that they all froze at the same time? They all died at the same time. I mean, how does he even have that information? None of us do. I just feel like his lawyer has said multiple things that have just been just way too exposing and just contradictory and just he's giving way too much information, man. I'd fire that guy. I think he's horrible.
In a heartbeat, huh?
Absolutely. Way too much information. And if I were to do clips of everything that he has said, he's contradicted himself. He has made statements that even his own, even Jordan has not come out and said, even that we're getting more information from the lawyer than we're getting from the police. So he's been awfully helpful for us to clarify a lot of things. Like, number one, I didn't know that they went to multiple parties or multiple places. I had no idea. I didn't know that he said that he walked him to the door and to the front door. I didn't know that. I mean, he has given us a lot of information that prior to that, we just didn't know. It's all just been we didn't know. I mean, he just said, and that he ate. For instance, he said that he did not leave the house. Now, we've heard before that he did leave the house, but he says he didn't leave the house and that he ate. So if he ate, that means that he probably put his sink in the dish. And that means that he was at the window.
So
right there.
Fluffle says you're fired. You would fire his ass if this was your lawyer and he's talking like this. You're fired. You're getting him up out of here.
Yeah, 100%, like immediately. But I mean, I think that people are right. That I think that there's probably, I bet you he's listening. I bet you the lawyer's listening to this channel. Absolutely. And they're probably getting a lot of good nuggets from us. So keep your attorney, bro, Jordan. Keep your attorney. You're doing a good job. But I just think that this attorney is just a little, and I looked at that. I actually watched that about his attorney being in contempt and being fired by the prosecutor's office I know that he had one person he actually had 13 felonies, and he went to the judge and said, hey, I'm still not ready to, represent this, and the judge, for whatever reason, said, hey, you're in contempt. I guarantee you that judge gave him multiple opportunities. And so, I believe that if you are hired by the state to represent somebody like as a defendant, I know that I have friends that are attorneys. You get paid so as long as you're making money. So he probably told him, hey, this is your timeline, produce, and then he didn't. He probably milked it. And I just think that I don't know, man. I just gut feeling. I think this attorney is not very good at all.
I mean, he did say specifically, right? I don't know if you were here during this, but he said that Jordan left. What did he say? Sporadically or
sporadically?
Yeah, he said Jordan left sporadically, and
now
he
did.
And then he changed.
And then he went back and said he didn't leave at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So I bet you know what you should do, T-REV? Dude, do a little clip so we can just do this. Do like a little thing, like a 5-minute thing where you just do nothing but take clips from this attorney, everything that he has said, and do a little thing on it, like a 5-minute thing for us. This attorney sucks.
Yeah, this is I got my video guy working on some stuff right now. I mean, that could be next. We could definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, he was the first one that came out and said, you go back to one of the first things that he said was his friends all died at the same time. Well, how do we know that? And if it's a fentanyl poisoning or whatever, like they took it, usually you see one buddy do it, and there's an immediate thing for us to believe that they all three died at the same time from ingesting something on their own. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lot to accept for a logical mind, and I think that the regular juror that's going to get, hopefully this guy gets investigated by the FBI. I mean, I think that we need somebody on this case that actually has a broader level of intelligence, because this guy's a scientist. He's not just any scientist. He's a world-renowned scientist for HIV, for molecular, this little bit out of my box, but I mean, as you have read, this guy's he's a brain. He worked in a wet lab, and he also complained in his own bio on his work site that he was really tired of the way that things were going, that they couldn't do enough, enough, what do you call it, T-REV? Like enough experiments, like in order to, because they wanted to keep it old school. Mm. Yeah, so I just think that this guy, and people are like, well, what's the motive? Well, sometimes the motive is for people that have a really brilliant mind. It's just nefarious. Sometimes they just have bad minds. So, but yeah, go back and just check out what that attorney's saying, man. He sucks. He is horrible.
We've been looking at it. We watched both interviews. We bounced back and forth on both interviews. I played them like back to back at one point in the show. So, I literally played them and kept going back and forth between the two. So if you go back, you'll see that part. I played them back and forth. I'm like, this is insane. I mean, because he says specifically also what Jordan leaving the house, seeing friends leave, and falling asleep on the couch.
Yeah, wait. Now you just, hey, man, he fell asleep on his couch. Now that is an implicating statement, because let's just talk about that for a second. Okay. So he fell asleep on the couch.
Right.
I mean, that puts him right there in the vicinity, like right next to the sliding glass door. That puts him right there.
Look, did you see the kitchen sink? I mean, let me throw the kitchen sink at you like Brian Kohlberger and his defense team. Let me throw the kitchen sink at you. Here, look at it.
I'm all over it. That's what I said.
I'm throwing the kitchen sink at you. This is the definition of me throwing the kitchen sink at your ass.
Yep. And guess who's delivering it all? His amazing attorney. This
Bing
guy's
bong.
a 5-star. Not.
Oh my God.
Horrible. Now he's already given us the kitchen sink. We know he ate. He's told us he was there. First he says he left. So if he left, then you're telling me that he didn't see his friends' cars on the street. Obviously, he's known these people since high school, so he knows their cars. He saw them. I don't care if their cars were in the driveway or on the street. And he says, well, it's normal for them to have sometimes kept their cars there overnight because they were partying and they got home. Well, okay, I can understand that. But number one, you said you walked them to the front door. So tell me exactly why it is your fucking three friends would actually go into your gate and go back into your back property after you walk them out and they're like, hey, these are three men in their 30s. You're trying to tell me that these three men walked out of your house, said goodnight, Val, hugged it out, and just like this attorney said, and they left. And then you want us to believe, if I'm a juror, that they went back into your back gate and then partied in your backyard and took some kind of drug that incapacitated them and they froze to death. Right there. And it's just such a damning statement. So yeah, his attorney's awesome. Yeah, not. So I'll let somebody call in, but also I wanted to say, yeah, I do think that we could learn a lot from the man that left the house, our fifth man. What I want to know from him is he says, hey, he offered Ricky a ride home. What I want to know from him is, shoot me straight. Was there a discussion of, hey, we're doing a little bit of drugs? And that's okay, man. If you're partying, it happens. People do that, I guess. I mean, I don't do that, but I've been at parties where people have done that. Mm-hmm. So I can imagine that if it was a big rager, it's a big game. So what was there discussion of doing drugs? Number two is, because he said he went to bed. So where exactly was Jordan Willis when he left? Was he in bed, or was he on the couch, or was this man? Exactly. Maybe. I'm right.
Shit that's said. There's a lot of stuff that was said within that interview that that the lawyer, like you said, is doing a good job of giving us more to the timeline.
Dude, the lawyer sucks. Well, I'll let somebody else call in. I love you guys, man. I love the fam.
Well, I appreciate you, Fluffles. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. Keep screaming from the mountaintops. This one's sus. Allegedly.
Really quick, T-REV, we want to congratulate you, brother, on 55,000 subscribers tonight, man. Fabulous.
Thank you. Well, road to 100.
32,000.
Yeah.
Woo!
Road to 100.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Road to 100, baby. We're not stopping. We're screaming from the mountaintops. We're kicking down doors. Actually, road to 1 million. I'm reaching past I'm going to reach past the stars, and we're going to make sure that voice for the voiceless here. That's all I know. Stay tuned.
Yeah, hey, do a little clip though, man, for us, like all the little the little breaks of everything that this attorney has said. Because if I was the prosecutor, I would absolutely do every little clip of what this man has said.
I don't know when you started listening, but it's funny that you said that, because earlier I said I should make a video with the contradictions, and you're saying that too. So it's just,
thank you.
I was already saying that, and now you're saying it again. So it's just confirmation that I should,
with a bunch of oh my gods in it.
Exactly, and that's confirmation that I should, and I think I'm going to.
100.
I appreciate you, Fluffles. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I love hearing from you. I love hearing from you all. Thank you. Lock your doors. Stay safe. Stay vigilant, and watch out for the weirdos.
Will do.
We appreciate it. 156 in the mix. Man, this one's crazy. He said he's in chat. You never know, you know. You say he's in chat. He's in chat. Well, what are we at? Where we at? Where we at? Neighbor needs to check camera footage to see if they ever left or if he left. Andrea says. You wouldn't last through a dismiss motion? Is that what you said? A dismiss motion? You wouldn't last through one? Who wouldn't? What are you talking about? What are we talking about, Rob? He said, now if they say it was injected, they will do it for me. Dr. Jekyll did this. Police backed him and he hired the dumbest lawyer and does under the table handshakes. Oops. Let me see. You said if Jordan isn't being investigated, then this was a open and closed case. So fast to determine death. I agree. 503, you on? What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, this is Smiles Are Beautiful and Contagious. And how do we know? How do we know that lawyer wasn't the fifth person?
Oh my God!
No, my God. The lawyer was the fifth person. I kind of was, when I watched this video, I was listening to the way that he said a couple things, and it was like, damn, were you there? Allegedly.
Yeah, the other night you said that. Well, he acts like he was there.
It just.
And then tonight he's talking different stories, and it's like, how we know it wasn't him there? And he wants to keep it a secret.
Maybe the lawyer's watching right now. John Pacerno.
Yeah. Never know.
John Pacerno's here, I heard. He must be watching because he took to this damn Ashley Banfield, Dan Abrams, Inside Edition. He's mingling with everyone. He's out here cooking for Jordan right now.
Well,
but what
I'm like that other lady said, if he's my lawyer, I'd fire him.
Yeah.
He's benefiting everybody, but I'm wondering if he wasn't the fifth person. Because he knows all the details, and he's changing up his stories. So he knows what happened because he was there.
Oh my God. Just April said, right as you said that, he'll be changing his stories again tomorrow. You know, it's like,
yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to say this. I meant to say that he was asleep in his room, but he wasn't on the couch. You know?
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. And if he was on the couch, why didn't you hear that girl come in? And that girl found the guys in the dark. And this guy was there in the daylight and didn't find them.
That shit's crazy.
The Jordan guy.
Well, you know,
he was home in the daytime and he didn't see him.
You said this is Beautiful, Smiles and Contagious. I know who you are. I see you around. Did you see earlier? Were you here when I read the part where he said that Jordan voluntarily let the police search the house?
Yes.
That's crazy.
But why not? He's had 2 days to clean it up.
Right. No, but at first we were under like the speculation.
Yeah.
We thought that maybe he lawyered up before they could get in, but it comes to find out that he actually let them come into the house.
Yeah, that sounds suspicious too.
That's the part. I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Well, it's getting pretty suspicious with that lawyer to me. We'll find out tomorrow, maybe.
And he's talking about a prosecutor? Why? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
With a prosecutor. Why is there a prosecutor at this location? Or why is there a prosecutor involved in this? Why is he talking to the prosecutor? Is there a case? What's going on?
Yeah. And can we get copies of their interviews, or we got to wait until the investigation's over?
You said, can we get copies of their police interrogation?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if it's out there, but you would definitely have to wait till the investigation's over. 100%.
Oh, okay.
You'll have to wait till it's over, but we'll see how that works
Yeah.
out. Super.
Well, I wonder if JLR could get something going on.
No, all you gotta. That's easy. Anyone could do it.
Yeah. Well, he needs to go to Kansas City and get his boots on the ground and see what he can find out.
Yeah, this case is crazy.
Go dig in the snow.
This one is crazy. I'm telling you, Jordan. You know, you want to come and tell the truth. $30. It's funny.
Yeah, it seems like he would probably be better off talking than letting his lawyer talk.
Yeah, because at this point, the lawyer is literally telling this story as if, I think maybe he might be reading off a screen and looking at certain details.
Well, he's singing love songs to the people out listening to him.
Because they play, they don't sit there and just come up on here freely. They when they go on news, I've been on News Nation before, so I already know what's up. They talk about everything that they're gonna hit on before they even get up on there. So whatever he had right here, he was rehearsing the hell out this shit.
Yeah, he had his notes.
My part, that just freestyle. My shit. I don't have to do. I mean, but his part, I guarantee they're rehearsing that shit. I mean, they told me, we're going to talk about this, we're going to talk about that. I get that part, but as far as when I came on, it was like a freestyle of questions that was asked. But this guaranteed 100% with this dude. It's fully. He was prepared. He had everything ready that he wanted to talk about. He probably even had little sections. Well, she might ask this, she might ask that. If she asked that, he probably had everything all broken down. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Preparation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well,
he sounds a little crooked if the judge done got rid of him one time. So he sounds like he could have been involved in whatever they were involved with, I think. My opinion. My allegation. We all got them.
Yeah, we all got them.
I'll let you go, and I will talk to you later.
God bless you. Smiles are beautiful and contagious. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a blessed night. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to sleep. Love and light.
Okay.
She was talking. My bad. I didn't hang up on you. But 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this case? Welcome to the Rev Game family, by the way, Miss Night Owl. We have insomnia around here. We can't sleep. It doesn't make sense. Even sleep because this shit, since you lay down, it just don't make sense. 620, you're on the show. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hello. So I'm calling you from. Turn that down. Calling you from Kansas. I have a few things I'd like to say.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, no attorney in their right mind would go on a YouTube channel. No, I'm not saying that YouTube channels aren't important, but none of them would go on a YouTube channel and discuss a client's case if they weren't trying to create so much drama amongst people that they can use it later on to get their client off. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I get where you're going.
Like if he can saturate, especially the internet, especially you, with all of this confusion, then he can not only get a change of venue, but he can argue that his client wouldn't get a fair case. However, it's not even a criminal investigation. But you being as popular as you are, and after what you did with the Idaho 4, I mean, of course he wants to get on your channel, because if he can get to all the people that watch you, he can create a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos. I mean, if you think about it, would you want your attorney to go out and do that?
No.
If it was something that you might be in,
Hell no.
Right. So why is he even on your channel talking? He should be, if this guy has hired him as his attorney, he shouldn't be on here talking about it at all.
Yeah, no, he's on News Nation. He's on Inside Edition. He's on What else is he? I don't know if he's
I
on the
know
Kansas City channel or not, but I know he's
Yeah,
on
I
the
know.
bigger networks.
I know he's been on a lot of things, and a normal attorney wouldn't say anything.
Mhm.
I mean, look at the Idaho 4. They didn't come on every day and say, "Oh, this is going on and that's going on." Now, granted, this guy's not really being charged right now, but the point is, he's already created so much confusion and chaos that I mean, there's definitely got to be a change of venue because this guy's not going to get a fair trial in Kansas City because he's put so much information out to make people are coming up with all these wild stories. But the other thing that I wanted to say is, what if those guys went outside? I mean, it was snowing. I'm in Kansas. I watched the game that night, which, by the way, wasn't that a Saturday game?
No. It was January 7th, Sunday versus the Chargers.
Versus the Chargers. Okay. Well, anyway, it was cold, but it wasn't so cold that somebody could freeze to death quickly. Now in Missouri, marijuana is legal, right? So if they went to a dispensary, they didn't get marijuana laced with fentanyl. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying if they went. So my thing is, I'd almost feel like if he let him out the front door, why were they in the backyard? If they were alert and aware enough to try to get out, to try to take cover, they would have known they could go to their car. They could climb the fence. That's not a desolate part of town. Right behind him is a 4-lane highway. There's a bus stop within walking distance. It's not, they're not out in the middle of nowhere. So, I think whenever they got out there, they already were incapacitated. Either they were drug out there and set up out there. But the way that it looks to me is almost like they got electrocuted, Now think about it. If one of them got electrocuted and the other one went to help, and the other one went to help, and then one of them went to go for help, what? Hold on a minute. What? That's just an option. But the way I think it really happened is I think they probably died in the house and were taken outside, because that's the only explanation for why. There's not a lid on the fence. They could have gotten out.
Right. There was, and then you got two gates. You got the double gates, one left side, one right side. Right.
Right.
They
could have gone to a neighbor. I don't know what you're showing.
Just like the woman, just like the woman, she got in the house within 10 minutes. So
right. But here's the first thought that came to my mind about that is, how did she know to go in the basement window? Why would you go in a basement window? Why wouldn't you just, obviously there's windows and doors that lead right into that house. Why would you be inconspicuous about it? If you really thought that your friends were in there, first of all, I'd call the police and say, I'm going to this guy's house because my friend's cars are out there and we haven't been able to get a hold of them for 2 or 3 days. I'll be there, and I would wait for the police to take me in the front door, not in a basement. And it's just,
it says 100%. The police told a spokesperson for the Kansas City Police Department previously told Inside Edition Digital that there were no obvious signs of foul play observed at or near the crime scene, and stressed that this is 100% not being investigated as a homicide.
Right.
Which is insane. 100%. How could you 100% that?
Either they know already, because here's the thing. If they were dead before they were out in the cold, it would show that in their blood. It would show, they would be able to identify that almost instantly. But the toxicology reports, they may have been incapacitated enough that they sat out there and didn't realize how cold it was. But I can't buy it that it happened to 3 people. And if that was the case, if they did get electrocuted, if they did go out there and not be affected by a drug until they got outside. Why were they in the backyard? Why if he walked them out the front door? And if he walked them out the front door, why were there their wallets and phones in his house? And see, those are the things that don't add up. Those are the things that I don't understand. But I don't believe that they were locked out and couldn't get in. I don't think that was an issue, because all they would have had to do is get in a car or knock on the neighbor's door.
Yeah, because both of their cars are out front. So if you can't get in the back door, fuck it, I'm going home, allegedly.
Right. And it is a very busy part of town. Directly behind that back fence is a 4-lane highway and a bus stop. It is a very, very busy part of town.
Okay, and you're from that area?
And I'm not from there, but I'm very familiar with it. I am from Kansas. I'm from southeast Kansas.
Yes, ma'am.
About 2 hours south of them. But I've spent a lot of time in Kansas City. And my girlfriend here actually went to KU and is an atmospheric scientist. And she says that it wasn't cold enough that night to even for them to even freeze, really.
Imagine if it happened that way, dollar sterling. Funny you say that. He said, I don't care who was in the house. He could have killed her too and said she was trespassing.
Yes.
I don't know I don't know the stand your ground law there if they have one.
You have to prove that you were in that you were in danger of being killed. But yeah, if somebody comes in your house and you're afraid for your life, you have the right to stand your ground. But I don't believe that was the situation. I think
I reckon. That's wild.
I don't know, were they drunk and went outside, called an Uber and went outside and waited for an Uber, and the Uber driver got there and robbed them? There's a reason that they went into the backyard if he walked them out the front door.
Mm-hmm.
If not, they didn't go out there on their own. They didn't die outside. That's what I'm anxious to see is, did they freeze before they were dead, or did they freeze after? Because something happened, and it very well could be that the 4 of them or the 5 of them were all doing something that was slow acting and didn't catch up with them until they got outside. And 2 of them fell. I don't know how they found, if they were laying down or sitting up or leaning up or what. And then the other one tried to get to the back, and by the time he got there, he couldn't go any further, and so he sat down and froze to death. I mean, you don't know. I don't know that we'll ever really know the truth. But as far as that attorney, I do not trust him as far as I can throw him, because I guarantee if this were my situation and my attorney went on YouTube or any other News Nation, any of those, and started talking about my situation, I'd be like, dude, this isn't how it works, you know?
I mean, for me, what is your final thoughts on everything that you know now? Before I move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts on this situation, this tragedy?
My final thoughts are, this is what I believe happened.
Mm-hmm.
When it very first happened, I thought.
By the way, before you say your final thoughts, I do want you to know this: Lawyer was never on like a YouTuber's channel. He was never on my channel. He was never on nobody's channel that I know of. I know that he was on News Nation and the rest of those.
Yeah. Okay. That makes a difference.
I just wanted you to know that, because I don't know if you thought that he came on here. He didn't come on here.
That was my understanding in the beginning.
No, yeah, he didn't come on. He did not come on this channel. No, he didn't. He what you heard was from News Nation, and that was it. His News Nation,
right?
And the rest that I read is from his statements too, though. The Inside Edition,
right?
Which is this one right here, where he talks and gives them all these statements here, which is pretty interesting when you dig into that, because in this statement he says that Jordan Willis let them search the house voluntarily. the police. So he let the police search the house that night. That's what's
Okay.
happening here.
But he had a lot of time to clean it up, and I don't mean any offense by this. Please don't take it this way. But if he lived in that house by himself, are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Okay. If he lived in that house by himself, it was awfully clean.
Fine.
When they showed those pictures. But, you know, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't buy it that they died outside. There's too much with I let him out the front door, but found him in the backyard. I let him out the front door to leave, but I had their wallets and their keys. I mean, something tells me that they died and then they were taken out there.
Let's see.
My very first thought actually was that they maybe climbed the fence to try to go back and scare him or something, and couldn't get in. But why wouldn't they just walk out the fence? I mean, walk out the gate. You know, they weren't being. It's not like I said. It's not a cage. They could have done whatever they needed to do to get to a place where it was warm.
Right.
So they had incapacitated to lay there and freeze to death.
Well,
but anyway, I just wanted to say that about the attorney and to let you know that there is. I mean, that was right in the middle of town. There's a 4-lane highway outside that back fence. Bus stop. You know, it's not hidden.
Mm-hmm.
And traffic would have been unreal that night because of the game. And, you know, they could have gone to nightclubs to watch the game or sports bars to watch the games. And those would have all had cameras. They could have, you know, it's weird. There's a reason that they're not even doing an investigation.
Yeah.
They know more than they're letting on.
Yeah, I feel like they do too. And we'll find out more as the days come on. And I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a blessed night. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. Keep pushing this story because it's wild. The families need answers, and we'll figure out how this plays out. Thank you for being a voice in the community, though. Love and light to you. Make sure you lock your doors and you stay safe.
You too. Stay warm.
You too. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. Shout out to that. She had a lot to say, really. You said those pictures are probably from estate agent pictures. Even better to see what one can see outside. Otherwise, this caller makes a lot of sense. How's it says? Joey Johnson said, I'd wig too if it was an accident. The entire thing is disgusting. I still blame that piece of shit Kohlberger.
Oh my God.
Damn! That's wild. She said, I still blame that piece of shit Kohlberger. Good gracious, boy. All right. We've been on for 6 hours right now. I'm fitting to get off for the night, but I will be back on probably nighttime or middle of the evening as usual. But I appreciate everybody that chilled. What is it? 3:19 a.m. Shout out to everybody who pulled up. I love you guys. Keep pressing this story out there. I have a docu-series that I'm dropping on this story. Be on the lookout for that too, because we're going to compress the facts together in there. We're going to compress everything. We're going to go through everything. We're going to sift through everything on this particular video that I'm dropping on this. And it's going to be in a documentary style way that I deliver it. So be ready for that one. I'm working on that. But also during working on that, we will be live on the air. We're not going to let off. So when I wake up, I will be live on the air. So be looking for me to be live. I love you guys. Love and light. Shout out to everybody who came by, who supported, who pushed this story out there, who shared articles, who emailed. I'm still going through emails. There's tons of emails from you guys. Thank you for being so helpful. Thank you for calling in. Shout out to everybody who called in. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody who was in chat, who was respectful to one another and didn't argue. Shout out to everybody who brought love and light to the show and offered. I appreciate you guys. Again, give it up for yourself.
Bing bang.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Call Dago.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you.
We don't care.
Jerry.
I've seen him do it.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
You suck, you jackass. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you.
We don't care.
Jerry.